Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the hour where we're just about ready to begin. If I can get everyone to find a seat.
I told him to take his jacket off. All the cool kids are doing it.
That's right. He just cranked it down.
Because I'm so sure that either they give me a phone book.
I accept disappointment. Dogs and Texas. And I've been here since 7:45. I swear. I thought he said.
As we start today, let's get some preliminaries out of the way. We'll have more committee members that join us. We'll be having lunch today in room 505. For those that and we've ordered extra, so those that are here, first come, first serve, that have come to, and the audience, please come and join. We'll be able to pick those up also. We ordered a double lunch today, so please come and enjoy. As you might know, we're here for revenue enhancements for the state of Georgia. Just so that everybody knows, the state of Georgia is doing very, very well. You heard Chairman Harrell speak yesterday about the phenomenal shape that Georgia's in today. We have full employment. If you want a job in Georgia, you can get a job in Georgia. But we're, again, looking for revenue enhancements. As we reminisce a little bit back in December 2008, just so to keep it on your mind, 2008 stocks were at about 8,000. They're 27 today plus. The banks were going under. Housing was bad. You saw people that were doing quite well one day that were not doing so well the next, especially on the contractor side. 401ks were crashing. People were going back to work. And ladies and gentlemen, those are just some subtle reminders of just over a decade ago how things could be. So the question is, and this whole thing today is about, do we allow the folks in Georgia, are they smart enough in Georgia to make a decision of whether they want to have other activities regarding gaming, any other gaming? And perhaps the question ought to be to the public, do we allow any gaming at all? There are two states, Hawaii and Utah, that do none of this. We're faced with health care issues. We still lead the nation, maternal mortality. And there are, of course, education holes that we need to fill. And those are two things that we're talking about. But today, we're talking about filling these holes. And we're going to start with, before we go to our first speaker, I think it'd be appropriate that we, again, since some of the folks weren't here yesterday, Stephen Sains, why don't you start at the end and introduce yourself and where you're from? What number are you, by the way?
26.
Got it.
Thank you.
Let's see. Are you on?
No, nope.
I can talk loud, but.
I think so now. No.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate being here. Representative Stephen Sains, House District 180, which encompasses Ware County, Camden County, and parts of Charlton County.
I'm 25. Good morning. Happy to be here. I'm Jenny Earhart. I represent District 36, which is Western Cobb County, and I'm looking forward to today's testimony.
I'm Dale Washburn. I represent District 141, which is North Bibb and South Monroe County.
I'm Penny Houston. I represent Berrien, Cook, and Tift County, way down in South Georgia.
Representative Williams.
I'm Al Williams. I represent Liberty County down on the coast of Georgia where the water tastes like cherry wine.
Representative Williams.
I'm Representative Rick Williams from District 145 down in Milledgeville, Baldwin County, down at the Lake Country. Beautiful site for the next adventure.
Thank you. Chairman.
Thanks, Chairman Stevens. I didn't know if I'd done something to offend the good people down in Savannah before I started. My name's Chuck Martin. I represent the 49th District. That is composed of Alpharetta, Johns Creek, Rawlsville, and Milton up in North Fulton. Thanks for the opportunity to be here with you today, and thanks to everyone for coming.
Co-chair.
I'm Brett Harrell. I represent part of Gwinnett County in the 106th District, and thank y'all for being here and for providing your testimony.
Co-chair. You on?
I'm Alan Powell. I represent Hart, Franklin, and Madison counties, and I chair the Regulated Industries Committee. Pleasure to be with y'all, and thank y'all for being in attendance.
Thank you. First up today, we're going to hear from Jerry Delpret, who's the Senior Vice President of the Golden Nugget and lots of other businesses. So, Jerry, talk to us today. Thank you for being here.
There you go. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having us this morning. We're excited to be in the great state of Georgia. To my left, real quick, is Vice President, Senior Vice President and General Manager Chet Harrison of our Golden Nugget Biloxi property. He's graciously agreed to help me out this morning, so I appreciate him being here. As you said, I'm the Senior Vice President of Gaming for Fertitta Entertainment. I oversee strictly the casinos for Mr. Fertitta. I will be giving a presentation on Landry's and what we're about. As you can see on the first slide here, we're a dining, hospitality, entertainment, and gaming company, so we do it all. We have about 600 locations. I'll get into some of the locations here in Georgia in a minute, but we operate in 36 states, and we also have 45 international locations. Just over 50,000 team members, do a little bit over $4 billion in revenue, and we're headquartered in Houston, Texas, and we have one shareholder, and that is Mr. Fertitta. A map where we are, where the people are. We operate coast to coast, so it gives you kind of perspective on the size of the company and the brands. Our international locations, as I said, 45. Some of these are franchise partnerships that we have. And then our brands, over 60 brands. Some of the ones that, and I'll have a slide for you here, but you might be familiar with. We just recently acquired Del Frisco's Grill, so we should close at the end of the month. Mr. Chairman, I think Savannah, we've talked about earlier, Chart House, been around since 1979, on like that. Ocean Air is a concept of ours, Joe's Crab Shack. So you can see the restaurant side. On the hospitality side, we operate hotels. We just completed the only one of 2 5-diamond properties in Houston, Texas, called the Post Oak. That is a phenomenal property. We're excited to open that up. We also own a Westin, Holiday Inn, and a few other Hilton franchise. We also operate entertainment venues. You can see here that we operate amusement parks and aquariums. We do business for there's 3 main attractions in San Antonio. We operate the Go Rio project in San Antonio, which is the river project, the boats on the river project there, and we also operate the Towers of America for them. So 2 out of the 3 attractions for the city of San Antonio. And then recently, Mr. Fertitta purchased a sports franchise team, the Houston Rockets. I believe at the time it was the most money anybody's ever paid for a sports franchise at $2.2 billion. He's excited. He likes to tell folks that he's been a season ticket holder for 40 years, so he's had the same seats he has today as the owner of the Houston Rockets. So not much has changed, and it's not often that you can get someone that can own a sports franchise team in their home city. So we're excited about this new endeavor as well on that. I put the stats in there. They're their 7th most valuable team, according to Forbes recently there. So apologize for the small print there, but I think they're valued. These actually looks like they're valuing it now at $2.3 million. So Casino Holdings, 5 brick and mortars, 1 online business. We're in Las Vegas, Laughlin, Nevada, Atlantic City, Biloxi, and then we have the New Jersey online division and our most recent project in Lake Charles, Louisiana on that. So you can see on the dates that we opened those up. Here's the slide I was talking about. Interesting enough, we on the next one there, Chet, we have 560 employees in the state of Georgia. So we're excited about that. There are currently 8 restaurants in the state. I added one that I don't know you're aware of yet, but I believe in Buford, we're getting ready to open a new concept called Saltgrass for the state of Georgia, and that's on there. So we estimate that to be in 2020. So we'll be up to 9 restaurants in the state. And we've had tremendous success here, and we appreciate you having us here on that. So I thought it'd also be interesting to look at the brands around Georgia. So 63 restaurants in the states surrounding Georgia. So get a good presence. And this next slide, we'll talk about the importance on it. So this is our restaurant loyalty program right here. So almost 3 million restaurant loyalty members in the program. We average over 6,000 a week signups. And this isn't a free program. You actually have to pay $25 to join the restaurant program. It's a good investment. You were talking about the market here. You get 10% on your dollar. So for every $250 you spend with us, we give you a $25 credit back. We recognize your birthday with a free birthday dessert. It's been very popular. This represents 20% of our business for Landry's on that. So 24,000, just over 24,000 members in Georgia and over 250,000 in the surrounding states. So we think this is a tremendous asset to have. So you can actually take these dollars, if you will, you earn them in a restaurant in your hometown and you can spend them in our casino. So it's an interesting concept. The next slide is our casino loyalty program, just under 2 million members there, averaging around 1,500 a week. 44, almost 45,000 Georgians play with us. So we're excited about that. These are folks that are gambling, that are staying in the hotels, that are paying taxes, gaming taxes in other jurisdictions, and have bought into the entertainment aspect of it, as well as almost 250,000 in our database in the surrounding states and including Georgia. I put some slides up here from the American Gaming Association just to show you sort of the states' rankings, and it'll tie back into my conversation here later. But as you can see, our latest and what we consider one of our most successful endeavor in Louisiana, that Louisiana, for this purpose, is ranked number 5 on the gross gaming revenue by state. Just over $2.5 billion in gross gaming revenue are generated in the state of Louisiana. What I thought interesting is that the population in Louisiana is just under 5 million, and the great state of Georgia is approaching 11, I believe. So you can draw your conclusions from there. The next slide there would be the tax revenue generated. Again, Louisiana ranks number 5th. State gaming taxes of over $600 million a year generated in the state. And then the next slide would be about the employment. Again, looking at direct and indirect jobs, according to the American Gaming Association, the 32,000 jobs and just $1.3 billion in wages, benefits, and tips. So I'm going to talk just in reference on it. I'm not trying to compare by any means Georgia to Louisiana. I think this slide is indicative just to show you what Louisiana does. It is a limited license market. They have 20 licenses, but that's it. They're limited at that. We got the last license in 2014. They break it down in 15 riverboats, 4 racinos, and 1 land-based in New Orleans. And you can see the markets there, and again, it just recaps the gaming revenue and the taxes generated there. There are about 4 casinos in Louisiana. They're considered second-generation boats. So you'll see a picture here soon of the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. It looks nothing like a riverboat. We've come a long way. So, and just recently they've passed new legislation to allow operators to come on land. So after 25 years, they're trying to catch up, and they've done a great job with that. And we've been helping with the legislation in Louisiana. So just really to talk about mostly that it was a limited license market. I wanted this slide in here to sort of demonstrate to you the stability of gaming. So if you look at it here, it's a pretty stable income. It's been gradually growing. We were partially responsible for the growth there, and starting in 14 and really in 15 and 16 on that. What's been interesting in the state, and I'm not sure how the state of Georgia is affected, but as oil prices continue to go down, they've certainly had to rebudget, and I think they had a several $1 billion shortfall when oil hit at the rock bottom there for them. So they've been excited. As a matter of fact, today they bring in more tax dollars from gaming than they do from oil and gas, which is surprising. This slide was sort of a comparison to Georgia, the real purpose here is to show a footprint of Louisiana, but what I wanted to show you and talk about mainly is in 2014, we opened up the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles, and the brands that we put into that resort became so popular that we actually opened up another 6 restaurants in the state of Louisiana on that because of the recognition of the brands we had in the resort. So it leads to other development and other investments in the state. There's the property, just a quick shot. So I'll talk about this property because I think this fits your urban model. I was looking at the population of Lake Charles, just under 80,000 population, a couple hours outside of Houston in a rural area. We built this property, 2 phases. We started with 750 hotel rooms and then added another tower there to the right with another 350. So we have almost 1,100 hotel rooms. Tell you about the tables. This is a resort. This is a full-fledged resort, 18-hole golf course, tons of meeting space. We do a lot of meetings and convention business there. That's important overall to the strategy. 2-acre pool, you'll see some more, but it has complete with water slides and lazy rivers. So we want to attract folks that want to bring their kids. The non-gaming aspect of it, a beachfront, a marina. And as I said, 14 restaurants, 10 retails, even has a barber shop on that that's been very popular in a spa and fitness center. Our total investment there, $900 million on that. So the largest investment so far in the state of Louisiana from a gaming aspect on it. These are some life-to-date statistics here. I'll dive deeper into those on that, so I won't focus on that, but that's another shot of the pool. Very resort experience on there, and like I said, it's a 2-acre pool. This was interesting. This was a project when we took over that was an Ameristar project, and when Pinnacle Gaming purchased Ameristar, there was a FTC problem, so we ended up buying that property, and there was some talk about could we grow the market that was already pretty saturated, and these slides will show you that from 14 to 19 we grew the market by 33.7%. So it's our model, it's what we do. The brands are important. The restaurant brands really drive the people here, and you'll see here in a minute on how much non-gaming revenue we do. So we count for the state visitors. This number is a little misleading in the sense that, you know, we have folks at the casino entrances that have clickers, so we count people multiple times on there, but these are fair comparisons to each other because we all sort of do the same thing. But we account for 40% of the traffic in the Lake Charles market last year. So that's an average of, I would tell you on a weekend that we have anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 folks on our property. Again, a slide to show you just steady growth over the last 2 years in Lake Charles. Again, I think this is your role model here on that. You can see in all aspects from the gaming revenue to the food and beverage revenue to the entertainment revenue and retail that we increased revenues all 2 years there. So 3 years there to continue to grow on that. Just another pie graph to show you that. On the bottom, I think, is the important part. I know you're going to hear from others, and you have heard from folks today that talk about the non-gaming revenue aspect. I think Vegas is an anomaly. I don't know that you can really compare yourself to what happens in Las Vegas. It seems to only work in Las Vegas most of the time. I always find it humorous. Folks come to Las Vegas and see these kids paying, you know, $700, $800 for a bottle of booze and go, well, I'm going to go back to my hometown and open up a club and charge $700 or $800 for a bottle of booze, and they go out of business. So it's, but for us to do 35% of our revenue from non-gaming is tremendous in a regional market on that, and it's achievable. So that continues to grow for us, and has been one of the main reasons for our successes. So. Today, we're not all about gaming. We're about providing a resort-type experience in a destination resort. Some of the things that they thought about in Louisiana, for going for the licenses, you know, they obviously want the money to stay in the state. These are some procurement goals that we set. So in the process of acquiring a license, we set some goals here for them. So you can see our in-state spend. This is purchases, goods and services. 60% was our goal. So last year we spent just over $32 million in goods and services within businesses and within the state of Louisiana. We also have, as you can see there, women-owned businesses. Our goal is 10%. We're hovering right now. Last year at 12.6%, and then they also have a criteria: minority-owned businesses at a 10% goal. We're at 14% on that. So I think it's something to consider if you're looking at this, maybe to keep the dollars within the state and making sure that everybody benefits from the revenue. Taxes. I know this is most people's favorite part. These are real numbers. So last year, Louisiana gaming tax, this is just the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles, paid over $68 million in state taxes on gaming revenue. You can see the sales tax. You can argue that that's a pass-through, but I would say to you that we generate the interest for people to come in and spend the money. So, and we do pay sales tax as well, income tax. So just as a total for last year, $81 million, and since the opening of the property, almost $340 million in taxes paid to the state of Louisiana. Go ahead, Chad. We'll go to the next one there. This is the local component, which I know has been talked about here as well. So the local entities benefit as well. So that is the local piece, that $13 million on the gaming revenue, property tax. That is the hotel tax. That Calcasieu Parish sales tax is in that number. It's 4%, I believe, on that. So what they have done, and which is interesting for me, is that they've taken, even though that the gaming is in Calcasieu Parish, other surrounding parishes benefit from this hotel tax. So they have a Convention and Visitors Bureau that takes in the money, and then you can ask for grants from the Convention and Visitors Bureau Authority. And I'll give you an example for, youth sports is really big in Louisiana and most places in the country, especially in the South. They wanted to turf their ball fields because there was so much rain there, and they got rained out and lost a lot of those opportunities there. So they asked for a grant from the CVB, which is generated from our hotel tax there. And so the CVB put up $1 million to returf the ball field. So we generate a lot of money, tax dollars. I think when we entered the market, the hotel penny, there's 4 pennies, was worth $1 million. Today it's worth $1.75 million. With those funds, they're also able to do, for example, they're going to build a museum to honor Southwest Louisiana. That's being granted money. There are festivals, parades that all get funded by this hotel tax for these other parishes. So everybody in the surrounding parishes benefits from the hotel tax. So employment numbers, I thought you might find this interesting too. So last year, 2,366 employees. Payroll's just shy of 43 million. See the tips, total compensation, benefits, about $95 million almost in total payroll. And then we have some contract labor that we contract as well for about $7 million there. So sizable number. It puts us at the top of the 1 or 2 employers in town with as many people. So I have a breakdown to kind of give you on the slide here. I was asked about this from the legislators in Louisiana. The business seems to be misunderstood a lot of times because I think the general conception is that these are low-paying jobs. And so we went back and said, let's just figure out what our people make on there. So I'll give you this. So minimum wage, obviously, is the federal minimum wage. I looked around. I know there's some municipalities that are going all the way up to 15. I think at some point it's a tiered process, but 12 is about what I could find the highest by state level in California and Washington. So our average non-tipped employees, team members, make $14.04 an hour, and our tipped and hourly team members make $26 an hour. the next slide will give you a breakdown. And this is important, I think, for the state of Georgia, too. 96.8% of our team members live in the state of Louisiana. So I think that will be much the same here in your process here, that we're going to be putting folks in Georgia to work. 54% female, over 50% minority. It breaks down about 11% of the workforce is salaried. Our average salary is about just shy of $60,000. 48% of the workforce is making the $14 an hour, plus benefits, plus health care. And then the average tip is making $26.71. So if I do the numbers right, it's about 52% of the folks are making at least $26 or more an hour of the workforce. This is something I thought I'd throw in for you to talk about. It's different. I know you're not necessarily contemplating this, but we've been on the forefront of legislation in Louisiana. They started 25 years ago. They've done a lot of things right. Times have changed. More states have gotten into the business, into gaming. And some of the things they have done, we've done all this despite the fact that they limit the gaming space floor to 30,000 square feet. So everybody, that's the maximum gaming space you're allowed to have. They actually measure the machines and the footprint around a table to get that number. You could have I think our casino space is really 75,000, but from a gaming space, 30 was the max. They've now gone to what they call positions, 2,365 positions, because in the industry, the machines are getting bigger. So we've gone to the state and said, look, they're building bigger screens, bigger machines. We'll have to take more machines off the floor to abide by this square footage limitation. So we've been in the forefront to help change some of the gaming legislation there. What you can see here in this picture is that we've always been talking to them about putting the gaming where the people are. And so on a Saturday, we'll have 2,000 people out at the pool. And there's a huge demand for people to entertain and gamble as while they're out there in their bathing suits enjoying a cold drink. So we were the first in the state to put gaming out by the pool area. So that's a picture of our outdoor gaming area. We were also the first to take our poker room off the casino floor. And this is something that poker players typically like because they don't really tend to like the casino noise when they're playing poker. They like it quiet. So this has been a great addition for us to move our poker room off. Again, this is new legislation that has allowed us to do that. And then we have a nightlife venue with live entertainment. And people have always asked us, well, why can't I sit here and enjoy music and gamble at the same time? So we actually put a gaming area into the nightlife venue as well. Some pictures of the pool, lazy river, the water slides dump out into another pool next to the lazy river. So sizable endeavor. Again, this was important to us. We've been big on pools. We think this is part of the resort experience you need to have. You know, that property also, it sits on 270 acres. So we have an 18-hole golf course along I mentioned earlier. In 2017, we've always felt that entertainment was a big driver, and I know you mentioned that earlier about that. So that's been a staple for us. There really hasn't been any entertainment in Lake Charles. If you wanted to go to see any kind of entertainment, you were really traveling to Houston. That's changed now with the Golden Nugget. So in 2017, we built an outdoor concert venue that can hold 3,600 people. You can see that we've had some success on the top right there of the amount of folks that showed up for that concert that night. These are typically non-gamers that are coming in, enjoying, filling the restaurants up before and after the concert, having a drink during the concert, before the concert, and after the concert, and enjoying entertainment. Been hugely successful. We had 6 this year, and some of the major acts that we brought into Lake Charles, Louisiana. And I think this is a big opportunity because, it, like I said, for the rural markets, gives them an opportunity to see world-class entertainment in their hometowns. This is our indoor venue. This is something that Tillman did. When we purchased the property, we decided we were going to have the biggest ballroom in the market. It's 18,000 square feet. We use it as an event center on that. What's staggering to me is when we first started off there, I wasn't sure how many concerts we were going to do, but I think the next slide, Chet, talks about capacity, but we did 92 concerts last year. So we have one every Friday and Saturday. By the way, we sell out this property every Friday and Saturday. We run about a 92% occupancy rate at this property. So, and that's again a combination of the free rooms that we give the gamers, but also 35% of our rooms going to the cash customer on that. Just some of the major acts, about 186,000 tickets sold in 2018 for these venues, which is tremendous. A lot of these folks will do these concerts and give away free tickets to gamers, and then they sort of count up the gaming revenue and say, well, that gaming revenue paid for that concert. When we always have argued, Chad and I always have on the same page of this, that how do we know they weren't coming anyway? So how do you really credit all their gaming revenue to the concert? So these are real cash sales here. So we tend to, about 80% of our concerts are paid just with cash tickets. This is just a side note. I thought it was interesting in the sense, I'm really here to help talk about, and I'm not making a statement other than that we are the #1 online casino operator in the United States, in New Jersey. So I think the numbers came out yesterday that our online division did almost as much money as our brick and mortar in Atlantic City. So these are just some of the numbers there for you to look at some point in time. And that's it. I'm here to answer any questions.
Members? Dean of my delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were mentioning payroll and your non-tip, I'm assuming that that's your kitchen personnel, et cetera, those who don't come in contact with the general public.
Yes, sir. Can be as well. Yeah. Also EBS, but yeah, mostly it's the back of the house folks.
Okay. Help me out. I hadn't been in the hotel business since I waited tables. What's an EVS?
Yeah, engineering, so the cleaning and the
All right. Sometime I'd like to tip
environmental
those.
services.
I'll run them off.
Yeah.
But and your numbers. So were these the numbers presented with your minority and women by you, or was it asked for by Louisiana? Is that the norm in all of your operations?
Yes, sir. That's the norm for us. So these numbers are required to be presented at the Gaming Commission.
Yes.
So they're actual goals. They make these numbers available to the public. The goals fluctuate depending on the region of gaming in the state, but we're held to those goals for that particular property.
Enjoyed your testimony. I didn't know that you all owned the Chart House. Last time I was in there, I'd have told them I knew you, even though I didn't.
Thank you.
In
for visiting.
Savannah.
Thank you, sir.
Other members? Jerry, is it fair to say that the non-gaming portion of your business, where you have these destination resorts, would be severely affected, if not at all, unless the gaming portion was part of the mix?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a mix. There are different customers, but they really come together nicely on that. You've got to have both, to be successful on that. I think that what Louisiana did right is they really sort of set a mandate that these would be resort-type experiences, destination resorts. If I'm not mistaken, I think we were required at the time. There was pretty specifics. We even have tennis courts that were required for us to have, so they were really adamant about being a destination resort. But you got to have all of the aspects. I think over time you're seeing in Las Vegas this trend that the gaming revenues are declining to somewhat, but they're being offset by the non-gaming revenue on that. They're offering more, there's more outlets, there's more entertainment. The link, you can zip line now across, right off the strip, so they're being very creative and trying to capture those dollars. And that's, again, been a huge success for us. I think the other side of it is just the brand and the power of Landry's. I think that restaurant component. What's interesting, and I don't think I touched on it, but you can gamble in the casino and earn your casino comps, right? And for those of us that have been in these properties, they tend to be, the food's expensive. It's a resort pricing, and you tend to, probably what most people would think from a local standpoint, overpay for your meal. Well, we give you the option to keep those comp dollars on your wallet, and you can spend them with us. For example, at the Chart House in Savannah, you can bring them back home with you and spend your comp dollars in your restaurant in your hometown. So we think that's a huge advantage to us, and it's paid dividend.
Louisiana is similar to us in that we have, according to our book that we got here and from the national NCSL, tells us that Louisiana also has a lottery.
Yes, sir.
Is there, or has there been a track record where I guess there are two different customers. Has there been has it affected the lottery as far as their revenues that you know of whenever you moved in, as far as lowering the revenues on the lottery side? Or again, are they just two different customers?
Mr. Chairman, I would say there are two different customers. I don't really follow those statistics, unfortunately, on that. I don't see them being a correlation, though, but I don't want to misspeak on how it's affected. I think the lottery's been around for a long time, and I think you're going to lose over time millennials and stuff that just aren't buying into that. So you're going to have to come up with new ways to generate revenue.
Oh, is it on your property, the lottery at all?
No, sir.
Okay.
We do have the ability to do it, though. We just haven't done it yet.
And for me, I've always seen it as a different clientele. Those that play the lottery typically don't come into destination resorts.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I would also say, and we, again, I'm not a proponent one way or another here, but we obviously in Mississippi we have sports wagering. I've spent some time there, and Chet could certainly speak to it. I do see customers, I think, coming in to that property that have never been to that property because of sports wagering, and I think that's their version of the lottery, that they're coming in, and these are low bets, probably an average bet. What would you say, Chet? In the $20 range, and they're coming in there and making their wagers through the kiosks, and they're really walking on the property, making the wagers and walking out. But we're talking thousands. I think in March, during March Madness, that month we had, 30,000 unique visitors that came in and played sports bets just in our one property there in Biloxi, Mississippi. So again, another customer, not a lottery customer.
And before I go to Chairman Houston, were you there whenever Katrina came through in Mississippi?
I was not.
Okay.
But Chet could speak to that if you'd like.
Ted?
Yes, I was there.
You built back real quick, I guess.
No, not real quick. It took a year because there were so many nuances with insurance going on at that time. The property that we're at now did at the Isle of Capri, they were built up at the 23, 24-foot level. So they had part of a structure that was sustainable after the hurricane that allowed them to go into their convention space because they had lost their floating vessel in the storm, as most people did. So due to their height, they were able to come back very quickly. I think they opened in December of 2005 when the storm was in June. But most everyone else, it took a year to reopen.
Good. Chairman Houston?
You talked about the number of members you had of club cards that joined y'all's club.
Yes, ma'am.
On your gambling, what is the average age of people that gamble now?
It's 50 plus.
50 plus.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you look at that? We're above average. I'm above average. Well, I just wondered if do you see a decline in millennials liking to gamble, or?
I do. It's, they're about the experience. There's new technology coming out, skill-based gaming and things they're trying to get them involved in. But it's a difficult to figure out what exactly they want on that. But we do seem that they like to come and still eat and drink and enjoy entertainment. So that's one way we are certainly attracting them. Okay. But it is getting harder and harder for them to game, I think.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Jerry, very much for coming and taking the time and spending some time with us and getting us the opportunity to see what the revenues would be and allowing people to vote on this issue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just echo, this is, again, they're pretty constrained. They're certainly now working and becoming more forward-thinking on that, but this could be a lot different when you have truly land-based casinos. Where you take sort of the gloves off and let people decide how many slot machines or table games or how big their pool is going to be, and let them sort of build what they think they need to build. I think you'll be very delighted with their
I do
the
have one
numbers.
more.
Yes, sir.
That brought about a question that I'd like to ask. Over the years, gaming has been adopted in more states, and now I mean, I think North Carolina, just a few weeks ago, they have the Native American casinos that I think are run by Harrah's. But North Carolina, I believe I'm correct in saying that they adopted sports betting, and they'll roll those out. My point and to get to and to ask is, with us, if this goes forward in Georgia being a late arrival, would you agree that we benefit from that because it's not in places that have been in the past when they adopted gaming where they opened up a strip center and threw slot machines in it because that was all you had to do to get people to come in and play. And I think I heard from you with the Lake Charles property, then in order to, because you can go to Las Vegas, you can go to, Mississippi, and nothing against his property in Gulfport, but you can go to a bunch of people. So if you're building something new, you have to give people a reason to come there. And because of that, just if you have a brief second here, talk about the type of investment if you were going to do one, what you would do something like a Lake Charles type facility. You would see that going someplace in Georgia or not?
No, 100%. I thought that was the correlation, that we
Right.
really thought that it's something we've done. Again, that property makes more money than our downtown Vegas property on that, so it can be successful. But you have to obviously make the right amount of investment. You got to ask them to become a resort type experience, a destination experience, because you don't want to have all, as you say, all your eggs in one basket. Back to I think the sports betting question, the state of Louisiana didn't get it done. They recognize they want to. And I know you've heard testimony. It's a low margin business. It's not a game changer, but when you add the additional spends to some degree, some of the revenue people talk about from a food and beverage aspect and those type of things, it's just another minute that you need to have to be competitive because everybody else is getting in the game. So they do choose, and in this case, everybody in New Orleans is not gambling. Don't want to make any sport wagers at Harrah's, and they're going down to Mississippi and gaming down there because they can make their sports bets down there. So
Well, that was the correlation I was trying to make. You did a better job than I did, but in order to be attractive to have a business, if you're going to make this investment, you have to provide all these other things other than just what people would have thought of in the past to be traditional gaming, if you will. I mean, even Las Vegas is not your grandfather's Las Vegas anymore because of the zip lining and so forth.
Right.
And that's the advantage that if Georgians were to go forward this, that we would get into this. I don't know what this next generation, if this is, you mentioned generation 1, generation 2 boats, but if this is generation next in a resort with gaming type situation, again, understanding that the gaming is an important aspect,
Right.
but there's so much more with it, whether it be golf or other activities.
100%.
That's the correlation I was trying to make.
Yes,
Thank
sir. And I think that what you forget is really that the competition is the other states.
Yep.
So when you need to look at it, if you want to stake, and people have a choice, and when some of your board in Florida is a big gaming market, so to be competitive, Louisiana has lost considerable market share to Oklahoma when these tribal casinos on that, where they've built, I think that they claim the largest casino in the world at 600,000 square feet. I don't know if you can imagine that. So it's just much easier to go up in Oklahoma now than go into Shreveport. And so you got to stay with it and keep up with the times. But I would 100% tell you that the success story is that this is a resort-type experience and a destination resort, and that's the reason for the success.
Co-Chair Powell, thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank y'all for taking time to come over here today to talk to us. We're just trying to do an evaluation. I want to follow up in Representative Houston's question on age prompted me to ask this, and then to further what Chairman Martin has talked about. But one of the things that sort of struck me in my talking to and investigating all of this on the gaming stuff was that somewhere along the way when I was talking to some of these sports betting people, and I think most of us are familiar that you go to brick and mortar to a sports, the sports bet or the sports lounge or whatever, in a brick and mortar structure. But one of the things that struck me in talking to some of these consultants and folks that work in this, they told me, they said, that's old school. Everything's going to app-based technology. betting them on phones.
Right.
And it's all younger people. And in that conversation, it became sort of semi-clear to me in talking to some of these operators in the casinos that attrition is taking care of a lot of the folks that used to sit in the casinos. That's because in the conversation and what it led to was that the gaming square footage in a casino is shrinking because people aren't sitting at tables. And what I was told, and the observation was, the younger people aren't going there to gamble. They go to the entertainment. They want to go to the shows. They want to go to the concerts. They want to go to the swimming pools, all that other magnificence, and never darken the door of the casino because, quite frankly, a lot of the younger ones, that doesn't appeal to them, sitting at a casino table or something, because everything they do, they're betting on a cell phone. So that being said, is that a pretty fair observation, what I just made, that I've been picking up on?
Chairman, that's spot on, absolutely.
So then is that probably the reason that in the gaming business and the casino business and all of that these things are built, but they're built as resorts. The revenue that comes in is not near as high on the gaming because these resorts, that's the reason they rely so much on their bottom line, on the accommodation cost or the hotel cost or the food service or all these magnificent restaurants or the entertainment. Mm-hmm. This is where the bulk of this money comes in, and gaming only seems to me in this part of history, the gaming only seems to be just that little bit of something to draw some of the adults into it. Is that a fair observation?
It is. It's still it's an important piece, I would say. As you can see by the numbers, it's the largest revenue stream, you know. But what we forget, I think, too, is that we speak of these folks that gamble, but they also spend cash, right? Just because you're gaming doesn't mean you're not paying a rate or a discounted rate for your hotel room. Doesn't mean that you're not buying your meals. You know, there's different levels of criteria from a gaming standpoint. Very few of those are fully comped and getting everything for free. So, you know, they are spending also cash dollars, and I think that's important to remember. But you need to have the experience for everybody. And back to what you were saying, they figured it out in Louisiana, and we can certainly testify that we figured it out, that building a true resort-type experience with 14 restaurants and giving people choices and 10 retail stores to spend your dollars on and do the shopping all under one roof has contributed to our success.
Follow up to that.
I want to add one thing to that, sir, but not to contradict anything that Jerry said, but the average person only plays about 2 to 4 hours a day when they stay with us. So the resorts, they're looking for other things to do, whether it's in our resort or whether it's in the restaurants down the road, the golf courses, the deep sea fishing expeditions. So that is correct on the younger folks, but also it's the folks that are over 50 also only average about 2 to 4 hours in the casino a day. So things are built to accommodate their time, no different than Disney World building 5 parks because they stay for 5 days. But one thing not to miss are businesses around these operations will also rise due to the people looking for the local experience, whether it's going kayaking on the river, deep sea fishing, bayou fishing in Louisiana, or just to the local restaurants. Right now in Mississippi, on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, within a mile and a half of my facility, there'd be 5 independent hotels being built. So that's because everything around the boats rise as the water rises, as the saying goes. So that is partly correct on the millennials, but also realize that people don't spend all day in front of a machine. They do. They're looking for other things.
And Mr. Chairman, just to echo, and I apologize, just in Lake Charles, before we entered the market, there were 34 food establishments around the casino. Today there's 81. Since we opened up, 1,000 limited service hotel rooms have been built to accommodate the guests that want to come to the casino but not necessarily could afford to stay at the casino that are staying in these limited service hotels. So Chet is absolutely correct that the business community thrives around these kind of, they're sort of the hub, if you will, and then the development sprawls from there.
Follow-up question. Yesterday, in our first day of this hearing, you know, we had, it appeared to me, a variety of the casinos. We had the Wynn Casino that, to me, quite frankly, exemplifies the Grand Hotel. And it's, you know, they're based about the opulence of this, and it's all the entertainment features that they do. And then we heard from a group out of Iowa. And as I listened to what they were speaking of, a state of the size of Iowa at 3.5 million people, and the success story that they have, but also in their tax rates that affects their give back and how much they give into the communities, either through local tax or the locals getting a portion of that tax, or the property tax that would go to where these are located, or even the other part that struck me that I have some kinfolk via marriage that are from Iowa, and every time I've talked to them, and I've asked them some questions about Iowa and their gaming, and they say, we don't know, but we know one thing: we've got new fire trucks and we've got everything in the world because this money goes back. In the case of a Nugget, do y'all do any of these type of programs in the communities as a give back to the communities that support these type of operations?
Mr. Chairman, yes. I mean, we're great community partners. You know, we raise hundreds of thousands of dollars directly that the casino give on a yearly basis. And then our team members are a tremendous force. When you have 2,300 plus of them, can raise a tremendous amount of money as well. So we sit on a lot of boards in the community. We volunteer. We're very active with United Way, American Cancer. And that's normal, I think, from small business operators to be good business partners with the community. The local community college has recognized the industry so much that they just opened up a new 28,000 square foot facility funded by the local taxes generated by the resort to recognize that we're building a hospitality, gaming, and culinary college. So I think you see today that a lot of these kids, maybe not everybody's cut out for a 4-year degree, and they're giving these folks training in 2 years and giving them real jobs. And they can't keep up with the demand. We're having to outsource the labor with contract just because we can't find enough folks to work in Lake Charles.
Well, now I've got one more question to ask, and I apologize. I sound like Chairman Martin over. I don't want to belabor the point. But just for instance, if the people of Georgia voted through a constitutional amendment to allow gaming in the state, and if they did this, and of course I'm presuming it would take a second referendum by the counties to see if they particularly wanted or to allow a facility to move into their counties. But that being said, the revenue that comes in, if it was divvied up, is based on, quite frankly, the building cost. And, you know, we heard of how much Wynn has spent in Boston, and presumably a lot of that was cleanup cost to a blighted area. But it appears to me that for these, after listening yesterday, the Motor Speedway, already an establishment, but they're looking at $1 billion to go this way. And I'm trying to get a figure, but if this passed, and if the Golden Nugget decided to do business in Georgia at a particular location, could you give me an idea of what kind of price figure are we putting on the building cost? Are we talking about, if it's the criteria was set, that I suspect it would be if it ever came to that it would have to be a resort with rooms and food service? What would be your thoughts about what a cost of investment would be in the state. Are we talking about $500 million? Are we talking about $1 billion? Are we talking about plus? Or are we talking about lower figures? Can you give me a feel about that if y'all decided and if the stars lined up?
It's an interesting question. I think, obviously the Winds and the MGMs and the Caesars of the world are would probably look to spend more money depending on where the location was, right? So obviously Atlanta would be an attractive market. I would think the entry point to build something in Atlanta would be at a, billion, $2 billion price tag, would be my guess. We're interested more in the rules model. We think that that's what we do really well. I would say to you that we're probably looking at $500 million at least, as we construction cost to build a true resort. A lot of it depends on the number of hotel rooms, and it just depends on, again, as you said, where it ends up. I mean, and it also gets phased, and that's an important part to remember, is that there's always a plan B to add additional hotel rooms and our initial investment was $700 million. And as we had success and built up the customers and saw what was happening, we committed another $200 million to build an additional tower and some other amenities. So I think it can also be a phased approach as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, and I appreciate you coming and giving us a perspective on the revenue side and how it all comes together, where one is kind of dependent on the other. But I really appreciate you taking the time very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Moving on to our second presenter today is Wind Creek Hospitality, Robbie McGee. And I must admit that I've seen your facility and amazingly impressed. While a lot of folks might have a perception of what a destination resort might be, this is the first one that I've seen that you had a separate entrance to come from for folks that wanted to bowl or arcade or swim or concert without even going through your gambling area. So I was impressed. So thank you for being here today, and you have the floor.
I appreciate that, sir, and thank you everybody here giving me the opportunity to speak. I don't know if I drew the short stick because I'm not a senior VP of the gaming industry. What I am is a tribal government. I'm the vice chairman of the Porch Bandit Creek Indians, and I have the opportunity to sit next to Heath Jackson, who's the sheriff. And I think it's of the Escambia County, so I think he can provide you some insight, and I think there's some questions that you may have just regarding the impact of gaming has on the area. But one of the things that I'm always proud of is the fact that, just who we are. Many people don't know that, we are just a small tribe of 3,000 people, but we've been able to grow economically across the state of Alabama and worldwide. And that's all happened probably since 2002. We were a very poor tribe. We understand what it means not to have the jobs. We understand what it means not to have the education opportunities. We understand what it means not to have just infrastructure of development or government itself. And so one of the things that we were always proud of was the fact that, in gaming, when the tribe had the opportunity to do gaming, we started out a small bingo hall. And what many people you may not know is just we actually, in the state of Alabama, operate Class II gaming. And so those are bingo-based machines. They are not slot machines. And so we've been very, fortunate. We lead nationwide when it comes to revenue off of Class II gaming devices because we've been able to change with the market. We've been able to change with technology. It's like many of you have pointed out in the past, this, you have this thing that we're strapped to. Before that, early on we had a bag phone, we had a Palm Pilot, we had iTouch, now we have this, and that's what we've been able to do with bingo within the state of Alabama. But like I said, it's just been one of those things that we always knew that we wanted to do our best to try to give back to our government to provide those services that we needed. So we have roughly around 3,000 tribal members, citizens of the tribe, and we probably service another 6,000 Indian descent through education, healthcare services, and such. But the only way that we were able to do that was through our gaming opportunities. And I think that's what you're looking for in the state of Alabama, on how you can give back, I'm here in the state of Georgia, how you can give back to your local communities. I understand that you're having, struggling with the scholarship fund, and you want to look at opportunities, the way that you can enhance that. But I think it's also about what you can do to provide for those local rural communities. We are no Landry's. I mean, I got to admit, I'm very impressed with them. We have their stores, their restaurants in Alabama that I visit and such. But I think it's one of those things we've been able to take a different approach. And that approach is because of the government that we were and how we needed to make sure that we could make those funds go back into the community. As I stated, there's 9 of us on behalf of the tribal chairwoman who wasn't able to make it today. She was going to hope to come. But we just wanted to give this opportunity to tell you who we were. And we served 3-year terms. I've had the opportunity to serve the vice chairman of the Fort Spanish Creek Indians over 15 years now. And we have staggered terms. And because we do that, because we do not want to change abruptly government and the things that we have focused on for a number of years. I can, as you know, you have an executive branch that manages the government. Daily, we have our own health department, our own law enforcement department, our own tribal courts, fire department, social services, and that's overseen by the tribal chairwoman. We have a judicial branch, a tribal court. We have our own civil criminal jurisdiction on our tribal lands, and we also have a drug court. The way we were able to go about and construct gaming within the state of Alabama is we knew that in order to, and this is probably something that you guys deal with, you're trying your best to pass a state initiative, pass legislation for a state initiative vote. Well, one of the things we realized early on is very hard for a tribal council to get involved within the economic development aspect of certain things, because we wanted to make sure that we provided the best opportunities for the tribe and the membership. Well, that's when we decided we had to take the politics out of it. So we created the PCI Gaming Authority. And those are it's a 5-member authority who's elected by the tribal council, and it's their objective to pretty much, develop our gaming opportunities and facilities. That is, the good thing about that is they have an autonomous in nature. They have the ability to spend up to a certain amount, and then after that, it has to come to the tribal government, because anything that we look at, we try to fund. Meaning, we've been very fortunate, and I can go through that with the developments that we have made within the state of Alabama. We've paid off a lot of our debt within 2 years. From our casino developments to our 45,000 square foot Boys and Girls Club to our 65,000 square foot health department. So currently what we have, many of you guys know, is maybe if you've seen it, is our Wind Creek Atmore property. Then we have, and I apologize for the small print, but there's larger ones after this. Our Wind Creek Wetumpka property. We have our Wind Creek Bethlehem property that was just purchased. And then we also have 2 properties in Aruba and in Curacao, Renaissance Marriott Resort properties. Roughly those have over 10,000 rooms, or about 300 and something games. And the amount of the magnitude that we've had the impact on those areas has been great, not only for our tribal government and our people, but the rest of the state and other places we've been able to go. This is just some pictures of what we have. So Wind Creek Wetumpka. One of the things, this was a $45 million development. And one of the things I think the chairman asked was, how much is investments? Well, one of the things I think that you should always have to realize when you're looking at any opportunity to go into a development is you have to make sure that you have done the necessary studies to determine what that market can sustain. That is what this is about. In order for you to get the most revenue to that area, is you have to make sure that that market can sustain what you're looking at developing. And so maybe it is not a $1 billion development. Maybe it is not a $500 million development. But if you're looking at certain areas within the state, you have those studies done and say, okay, hey, this is a $250 million development. This is going to be 20 floors. This is going to have this many opportunities for restaurants or any type of entertainment value. But one of the things that's interesting about this one is that this one was completed, renovations in 2013. I'm going to go forward real quick, but this is our pride and joy. So this is Wind Creek Atmore. And when we had to go to the market to look at, getting $550 million because we were going to build Wind Creek Atmore and Wind Creek Wetumpka together, the market fell out. back in 2009, in the early 2000s. So they were on the road show, our executives, and they had to make a decision right then. What do we do? And this was about providing the opportunities for jobs, for community growth and development. And Wind Creek Atmore is in the heart of our reservation. And so we made the decision then to build there, because that was what this was about. It was about funding our government, and it was about creating jobs. Well, the great thing about this one is then, if you were talking about rural development and things like that, and I think Landry pointed out, and he made some interesting and positive facts about that, is the opportunity, and when you're in rural Alabama, the things that you can do around a property. And so what we knew that all of us, and Heath can account to this, we all had to drive an hour to any movie theater. We had one bowling alley. It closed in 1980 something, I believe. Yeah, right when I was in high school. It was terrible. It hit us hard. But we had no opportunities to do anything. And so what we wanted to make sure that we provided an opportunity anybody who lived within driving distance to have that community environment, to have the opportunity that their kids can go to a safe environment. So here at Wind Creek Atmore, we have a separate facility, a separate entrance that has 8 movie theaters, bowling alleys. I think we have 15 lanes and 2 lanes that for private parties. We have an arcade, a yogurt shop, and it's all for the community because we wanted to provide a safe environment. The other thing about this was in the middle of a cotton field. So over the years, since 2009, now we have roughly 3 other hotels that have been developed there, about 6 to 8 fast food restaurants. Keep in mind, we only had a McDonald's at that time. And so now we've had a lot more opportunities and things like that. One of the things that we have just purchased, and that's our biggest purchase that we've made so far, is a $1.4 billion investment in Pennsylvania for the Sands Bethlehem Casino. It's one of those things, once again, the tribe was like, okay, this is a little, how do we do this? This is scary. Like I said, we've only been at that time had their 3 facilities within the Atmore and Aruba, but it was one of those things that the tribal council got together and said, okay, how can this, how can we provide the benefits to the membership, and how can we create those governmental services and programs? That one, what I said before, what we do believe in constantly is putting back into the community. And so that's an old building there in Bethlehem. It's a machine shop, and it was actually where a lot of jobs were a number of years ago. Well, now we're building one of the largest indoor water parks and another hotel at that property to reinvest within that community. As I pointed out in Aruba and Curacao, I recommend you guys to visit. It's a great facility, and what that actually focuses on, a lot of the just amenities. It is not about the casino there. That's a small venue, but what it is those other extra activities that everybody's allowed to partake in. It's a great family atmosphere, and so it's one of those that we're really proud of, and like I said, I encourage you guys to try to get there. And this is the place within Curacao, the hotel and casino. And that was both inquired in October around that time of 2017. One of the things that we try to do too is we cannot, as a business, as in a company, rely on gaming. It's one of those things so we've have many of the opportunities that we've taken those economic returns and put them not only back into the governmental services and programs, but then when we reinvest it into other businesses and such. And so right now we have hotels throughout the state of Alabama. I don't know if many of you drive down to, not that you would, but if you're driving down to Foley to the beaches or anything like that, there's a new development there called OWA. And that is a $250 million development that we have, and we're actually putting another $100 million development there. But it's an amusement park. It has a hotel on site, and now we're building another additional hotel and indoor water park attached to that hotel at OWA. There we have a sports gaming facility for children. Paula Dean's is opening here in the next month. We have Wahlburgers that is open within this facility. But it's just something that we're actually proud of that we can do and not let the Poarch Creek Indians be about gaming in itself. Many of you already know a lot of these things. You've studied these things, the casino trends within the industry. And it's all about the market potential, what defines that casino resort sizing. I think it's one of those things you're always going to have to look at, you can want to increase the competition within the region, but always, look at, it's not bad to be on a smaller scale operations. It is about what you can have the opportunity to bring within the state of Georgia and how that looks. One of the things that we've made, we've constantly struggled with in the state of Alabama is just regarding, what does the expansion of gaming within the state? And we're dealing with this exactly the way you guys are. I'm sure you hear about it every legislative session too, about what does gaming look like within the state of Alabama. And one of the things that we have always stated that if you're going to do any type of gaming, it needs to be focused on creating those destination resort style places that you can be proud of, that you know that's going to bring that economic return. And then maybe it's on a limited basis. So if it's like, okay, it's a 10-year license or 20-year license, and where does the development go after that? But I think that you always should be taking into the current, into account is what is those industry trends. One of the things that I think Mr. Landry's touched on was the fact that it's all about the tax base too. In order for any type of casino industry to redevelop and to reinvest back into their development, is they have to make sure you have that right balance when it comes to the tax rate. Because you'll go to a lot of places where, okay, they have a high tax rate, but they're not putting no more money back into the casinos themselves. They just want to get the person in the door and out the door. Because it's one of those things of the high tax rate that they're paying, but it's also one of the factors because it's, there's no reason for them to reinvest within that state or within that community. They're trying their best to get them in and get them out. The other thing that is you always want to make sure you have the stable revenue stream, the maximum steady employment opportunities, the attainment of ethical and reliable regulators and neighbors and such. I think you should always look at the income that justifies the investment. And that's one of the things that we were talking about earlier. You want to make sure that you have a stable regulatory environment. One of the things about, especially within the state of Alabama, is, the Poarch Vandy Creek Indians are regulated at our own tribal entity by a separate gaming commission, but we're also regulated by the federal government through the National Indian Gaming Commission. And one of the things I find is interesting, and I think that you should always have a strong regulatory body in place. We filled out our Pennsylvania license, and everyone had to fill it out, all 9 of us, and then every key director. That application packet was this thick of 10 years of my life history of everything that I've ever owned in my life. And I think there's a reason they must do that. And so I think just make sure that you always look at having that stable regulatory body in place. One of the things that, is I think that they were pointing out before, those mistakes that have been made in other places, like in Tunica, Mississippi, and Hammonds, Indiana, and certain places within Louisiana, is because they've had cannibalized those markets. I think Mr. Landry pointed out something before is, those success stories, I think that you already had Boston win in here. Those are the success stories because there's only 3 casinos within Massachusetts. Or if you look at Connecticut, when we were talking about the largest casinos in the United States, the 3 largest casinos in the United States are Native American casinos. The one he was talking about, the WinStar in Oklahoma. The second one is in Foxwoods Resort in Connecticut, and the third one is Mohegan Sun Resort. But always keep in mind, like we were talking about, those are within limited scopes. When I say that, meaning they're not cannibalizing the market, they're not just automatically legalizing gaming and saying it's, everybody has the opportunity to build. Because if it's about coming revenue within the state, then you have to make sure that you do it strategically. This is just, I know that you guys have the opportunity you've been talking about jobs, and this is about the employment opportunities and how you can make sure that the revenue that's coming in from payroll taxes and such and income taxes, all that is going to depend on your tax rate, that you determine what that is. So it's no real reason to go into each of the casino owners here, because it's going to be determined by you. But we roughly, employ throughout the world 5,000 employees, but within the state of Alabama, 3,000. Heath is going to go into the crime rate issue that some of you had questions about. One of the things that we're proud of is how much that we have the opportunity to give back to the state of Alabama and to Pennsylvania. I think that this just proved for itself. We as I pointed out before, as a government, we have our own police protection and fire protection, but that also takes care not only the tribal members, but it takes care of everybody who lives within our vicinity. And we also cover 12 miles of protection of the interstate, because it's one of those things we understand what it means to not have something or not have that protection. And as soon as we were able to have the opportunity to grow and put back into our government, we wanted to make sure that we could take care of everybody who lived within our community. Our community participation, we have educational institutions. We've given money to $75 million in donations since 2013 to various educational institutions, county drug task force, fire departments. One of the things I'd like to point out, and when we built Wetumpka, and you may run into this, when we built Wetumpka, they had a part-time fire department. And so we negotiated agreement with the city and the county that we went in and we paid for, and we pay for the full-time fire department, along with the ladder truck, because if you do build a hotel, you're going to need a ladder truck, and some of these rural fire departments don't have that. We've had the opportunity to donate to hospitals, law enforcement, arts and sciences, city and state projects. Each one of the counties that we are sitting in, they automatically get $1 million a year for any type of projects that they would like to participate in. They just, one of the things we do ask them to do is provide us if they're infrastructure projects, if they're transportation projects, just to have that checks and balance in place within a county commission. I apologize for this, but I think it's once again just regarding the initiatives of what we believe in being good neighbors. We've given tornado relief of $250,000, hurricane relief, Child Cancerhood Initiative, the University of Alabama College of Humanities and Science. This is part of that breakdown of that $75 million that I was talking about. When you look at the employment types, we do offer competitive wages. We only have a 7% of part-time employees. The rest are full-time employees. When you talk about the diversity, when we have supervisory positions, all positions right there, as you can tell from a male and female perspective, they're pretty much even. On the when you look at whites and minorities, there's a split there too. And keep in mind, like I said, we're only 3,000 citizens, and there's probably 97 to 98% of the employment is non-tribal members that work for the casinos. This is just a comparison, and you guys have seen these type of opportunities before between Alabama and Georgia, so I won't go into that, and especially because it's little. But what I'd like to do is just turn over to Heath, if you don't mind, and he can talk about any type of crime initiatives or things like that that's happened within the area, and then I'm open to any questions that you have.
Good. Thank you for bringing the sheriff with us. We asked a question yesterday that I think caught some people off guard. There's perception that there's crime, drugs, prostitution, the whole bit. So can you? I visited there and I didn't look for it, but I didn't see it either. So it's we had, you're in the middle of a cotton field, out in the middle of what might say is the middle of nowhere. But honestly, when I walked in, I came in through a non-gaming portion of the facility, and I saw film where you've got movie theaters. I saw where you had arcades for kids and a spa. And of course, instead of gaming, I went to I had a class in cooking, of all things, in your facility, which was pretty amazing. But I do want to hear about the crime side. That always is the stamp that people say we don't need to go down this path. We got crime and corruption. So would you, Sheriff, kind of tell us?
Sure, and one part that I do want to get into a little bit later is perception on television. It's ruined a lot of industries on how it's perceived, how it actually takes place. Law enforcement is one. Everybody watches TV and thinks we can solve a murder in 30 minutes. Or they watch a casino show and they think that it's all about mobsters and illegal gambling and prostitution, which is not the fact. But I'm Heath Jackson. I'm the sheriff in Escambia County, Alabama. I'm a 20-year lawman. 13 of those years were served on federal task forces working organized crime, drug trafficking, and prostitution, and homicide. So part of the casino in Escambia County, it sits in my county, and it is on sovereign property. It is a Indian tribe on sovereign property. We have limited jurisdiction there, but actually the way the laws are written, the sheriff is one of the only people that actually does have jurisdiction to go out there in civilian law enforcement. In 2009, when the casino opened, there was a lot of speculation on what was going to happen. And the main thing that happened was it helped our county prosper. We watched an area that had no job growth. There was nothing for anybody to do. Pensacola, Florida was the nearest place for people to drive to if you wanted to do something. If you had kids and you wanted to do something special with them, you had to make that drive, you know. And so 2 hours in a car just to go spend time with your family versus being able to drive, 20 minutes across the county to be able to enjoy something that was family oriented. But when the casino opened up, it was great. We started seeing other businesses pop up. We started seeing a better tax revenue come in. It was great for law enforcement because it was giving us money that we could actually do the things that we needed to do. One thing I'll point out that happened after the casino came around was we lost a grant that funded our drug task force. It was a countywide drug task force, and we lost that grant. The officer basically was going to lose his, 2 officers were going to lose their jobs, and we would lose the equipment, and we would not be able to function to take care of the drug problem that we had in our county. They put it in the paper as usual. Somebody from the tribe saw it in the paper, and they called and they said, "Hey, what can we do to help, with this?" We said, "Well, if you know anybody that handles this grant, it'd be nice to put in a good plug for us." And in return, they said, "Well, I'll tell you what we want to do. We just want to fund it. We'll pay for it. We'll pay for it every year to make sure that we're able to stay in the fight." Well, my question is, why? And the answer was, well, your problems are our problems. We live in this community and we're invested. And later on, I would see how invested they were. And not to point out the tornadoes, but 23 people lost their lives in February of 19 in Lee County, Alabama. A lot of people aren't prepared to pass away. Their finances aren't always in order, and it leaves a burden on family members. The tribe paid for all of those funerals. They took care of that and took the burden off them families, or off of those families while they were in, need. Our local fire department had a high insurance rating because their fire truck was in very poor condition. The tribe purchased a new fire truck. Their ISO insurance rating went down. It helped the community because the people that are having to pay for their homeowners insurance were able to get a better rate to do it. So, we were impressed, and I'm impressed at what they've done, how they've been involved with the community. He talked about giving money to the counties. Our county commission receives $1 million a year to pave roads. Now, my county's 952 square miles with a population of 38,000 people. It's very rural, very small. Now, countywide, land-wise, we're huge, but population, we're very small. So we don't really have the income and the tax base that's coming in to fund things that need to be done. Some of the roads that we had prior to them getting involved and helping us, if you were from out of town, you'd be like, "Man, look at that pretty dirt road." And locals would be like, "Man, they just paved it 5 years ago." So, we were in dire need of somebody investing back into our community. The crime part of it, I've always believed you inspect what you expect. And if you stay on top of things, you don't have problems. And I've noticed with the casino, anytime you go in there, there's numerous law enforcement officers standing around, security personnel, but also the tribe. I've deputized every one of the law enforcement officers out there where they can come off the reservation. We're shorthanded. Like I said, we're a small sheriff's office. So they offer to come off the tribe and help us answer calls, around our county to take the burden off of us. They've also deputized all of our folks where we can enforce tribal laws on the casino and on the tribe. So if you have a law enforcement presence, it usually handles any other thing that you would think would start. But you have to be forward thinking with it, and that they've done. I know y'all probably heard a lot about prostitution that goes on in casinos. Unfortunately, over the years, I've had the opportunity to investigate prostitution cases. The good thing about casinos, there are cameras everywhere. Most people that are looking to meet prostitutes or sell drugs are trying to do it where nobody's watching. You're not going to walk into a facility with 1,500, 2,000 cameras and try to work out some kind of transaction, whether it's with a woman or whether it's with a drug dealer. You just don't have that. Those are things that normally take place in dark alleys or locations where nobody's going to see you. When you have 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people in a facility watching movies at the arcade with their family, most of the time your average everyday citizen's not going to go meet a prostitute there. We haven't, I went back through all the way to 2009 through our reports. We've never had a prostitution case that's taken place at our casino, nor was there one in our county of 38,000 people. So, to me, I think a lot of it's generated from Hollywood. A lot of the perception, and perception becomes reality. The more you see things on TV, the more you tend to believe it. I'll be the first to tell you, when in 2008, when they were starting to build the casino, I was a young narcotics guy, and I was like, man, we're going to be so busy, it's going to explode, and I would be bored to death if that's all I had to work right now, because it's just not there. It's not happening. And again, it's management. If things are managed correctly and you have your law enforcement on board, you don't have those problems. But again, we're invested in the tribe and the casino just like they're invested in us. They invite our law enforcement officers in uniform to come to the buffet and eat for free. I didn't understand that. I talked to the manager. He said, man, we like the presence of law enforcement. The more of y'all that are here, the safer we are, the safer we feel, and it keeps the crime out. So, I can't speak on whether you should do something or whether you shouldn't, but what I can speak on is the benefits it's had to the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, to our drug task force, to our county firefighters. Pay raises, we weren't able to give pay raises 3 or 4 years ago. Just the money wasn't there. And the tribe made I think it was right at $1 million donation to give our county workers a Christmas bonus for them to be able to take care of their families. And that's not something that people that aren't invested in your community does. When your schools are suffering and need equipment, and the tribe comes in and buys iPads for every one of the students in the class, that's not something that somebody does because they have to. That's something they do because they care and they want to be a part of a community. And we welcome it. In our county, the tribe has built the casino on the far side of the town I live in, and I wish they would put it on the other side as well, because it's just been a benefit. When you put 1,500 people to work that before it opened didn't know how they were going to make ends meet, that's a big thing. Escambia County went back to work when the casino opened, because it wasn't, you didn't have people out there doing, you had a plethora of jobs that you could, choose from. Somebody's got to run the movie theater. Somebody's got to run the arcade. Somebody has to serve food in the restaurants. It was numerous jobs, and the people were excited. People that didn't have anything to look forward to because they felt like they were going to be stuck in a lumber mill or stuck somewhere they didn't really want to be, they were able to move to something that gave them some hope. It gave them benefits, and it gave them a reason to get up every day and go make some money. And so we were happy to have it. It has not been a burden on us. Our crime rate has not changed. Again, I worked narcotics in that county for a long time before the casino, and the casino has not had a negative impact whatsoever. We're glad to have it. We're proud of it. And, I'd be glad to answer any questions that y'all might have that would pertain to the law enforcement side of it.
Thank you. That's pretty powerful. Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not used to the high sheriff coming in to protect a witness. We're going to be kind to him.
If I need to extradite him home, just let me know.
One thing I just wanted to clarify first, you pay a lot for these licenses. I know that these licenses are not free, and it's expensive to supply the type of law enforcement that's required just by the sheer numbers of people that come in. So some of the things you said, Sheriff, and it's very interesting and encouraging. My big thing is that in rural communities, no, they don't have the ladders. We had a special day in Hinesville when we got our first ladder. I just knew we were in the big time. So the thing is, that is important. I'm concerned, not concerned, but you said you pay competitive salaries. I serve on the Development Authority, and when a company comes, you know, I don't like for them to pay competitive salaries because they cut us down to the bottom when they were paying good salaries where they're trying to come from. I like to see people come in, and you've spoken to this, and make life better. You know, I don't want you to come in to a rural community that had a cut and sew operation some years ago, and that's the competitive salary you use. If life is not going to be better, then those that need it the most end up with the least. I did want to know what tribe you represent, or is that a consortium of tribes, and you are committed to diversity? Because I got to look through the trunk to find my Indian credentials, but I would like to know that it's going to be fair if I can't find them. Because I'm going back to work. See, I can't stand up to 3 or 4 hours anymore, but I can say, hey, go ahead and tell me about, answer some of those that I've talked to you about.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. I want to clarify something when I said competitive salaries. What we were having the problem with, a lot of people, a lot of my cousins, and we would go off to University of Alabama or go to Auburn or to Georgia and things like that, and they wouldn't come back because we didn't have the opportunities for any of our family members or anybody in the city of Atmore or within the county to come back. And so what we had to start, you know, when I said competitive salaries, I understand what you're talking about. You know, we wanted to make sure we paid amazing salaries, but we actually had to pay the ones to get a lot of those people to have the encouragement to be moving back home. You would hear people that in the city of Atmore, which just people I knew, that when their kids now were going off and get finance degrees or accounting degrees or all the criminal justice, they were moving back to Atmore because of the fact of the jobs that were being provided. But I did have somebody send it so that within the Alabama properties, the median income is $73,000 for the salaries and supervisors above, and the mean is 73, and the median is about $50,793. And then for excluding executives, it's roughly around $62,000, and then the non-supervisor, the mean is $28,672, which is where the median is $25,000. And so for that, where we live, I mean, that is above the poverty level by many dollars and such. And it's also not a consortium of tribes, it supports Bandit Creek Indians.
All right, one follow-up.
Yes, sir.
We have a problem in Georgia that we have eluded a long time, and that's pay for rural deputy sheriffs. Now, I would hope that your deputy salaries got considered, because we have some pitiful salaries in Georgia. We keep passing the ball, but they are pitiful. Did your deputies, from a salary standpoint, benefit from their coming?
We did. We were able to, actually just in October, we were able to pass the largest raise that was given to law enforcement for our sheriff's deputies that they have ever received. And a lot of that was because the burden of other things that we were having to cover, that the county was having to cover, we weren't able to give those raises because we were just so overloaded. The road paving projects, anybody that's involved in road paving knows how expensive it is. And then after you get it paved, they come back and tell you, well, you got to stripe it now or you're liable, and then that's more money. Well, those $1 million paving reimbursements that were made through the casino and through the Porch Bandit Creek Indians freed up some money that we had that we were able to try to compensate to get a better wage for those deputy sheriffs, for the people that are out here putting their lives on the line and they had been ignored. So yes, we were able to do that. My fleet of vehicles, we were able to replace them, not to get so deep into it, but our average vehicle had almost 250,000 miles on it to cover a 952 square mile county. It wasn't it wasn't when the sheriff will be there. Is he going to be able to get there? Exactly. So we were able this year to purchase 17 brand new vehicles to put out here on patrol. So the deputies could get to where they needed to go safely. Because at the end of the day, we're here for the safety of our community, but we also have to take care of our people that are doing the job. Because if they never get there, nothing gets solved. So it was great on us. And another thing I wanted to point out too with the crime rate is if we were able to keep our crime rate down, anybody can do it. Because one thing that Escambia County does have is I house 3 major prisons in my county. I have our level 5 max that houses death row. I have a level 3 medium, and then I have a work camp. When those people usually are released from prison, they're released back into our community from that facility. A lot of them have nowhere to go, so they make it home. So if our crime rate isn't going anywhere and it's staying level, obviously there's not a problem with our casino whatsoever. It's part of our community. The Porch Creek Indians are not our neighbors; they're our family because they participate, because they care about us and we care about them. And again, if we can do it in rural South Alabama, anybody can do it. There's not much difference between Georgia and Alabama. Maybe, well, I'm not going to talk about football. So,
Yeah, not this one.
yeah, I'm not going to cause a fight. Long way to come.
Well, no.
Co-Chairman Harrell.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A couple of questions. First, let me see if I heard correctly, Mr. McGee, with regard to the gaming commission that the tribal government established. You did that separate from the political entity, and I heard you say, if I heard correctly, that stable, regulated body, away from as much political influence as possible, was very important to you in the establishment and the operation of the facility. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And tell me a little bit about that relationship with the commission, the gaming commission. And I know you're also regulated federally, you mentioned, but.
Well, let me make sure the clarification between the difference. So when I was talking about the independent authority, I was actually talking about the development authority for all of our gaming entities. So that is not the gaming commission.
Okay.
So the federal law requires us that there's the National Gaming Commission that has the minimum internal control standards, its handbooks, pretty much, and then that the tribes have to establish a tribal gaming commission with TICS, the Tribal Internal Control Standards, who have to exactly mimic the mix or greater. And so the way that works is, we are audited. There's audited by the federal government. They come in and things like that, but then they audit the Gaming Commission, and the Gaming Commission has to turn over their any type of documentation that they've had on the facility itself. And so when you were talking about, say, crime rates and such, like they're the ones who, if there's we've run numbers just for the purpose of, like, say, 100,000 visitors, we probably have 22 incidents. And keep in mind, an incident actually can be, we're a ticket in, ticket out facility. So I don't know if you know what that means. So if your ticket is what you're winning vouchers on. Well, sometimes people leave those in the machines, or they leave them on the machines if they're 30 cents or $1 and things like that. Well, actually, that's against the law for you to come by and pick those up. And so that's an incident. And you will be fined by the Gaming Commission and the tribe itself within the casino itself. But the Tribal Gaming Commission will step in because all of that is labeled within the minimum internal control standards as against the law. And so that's the separate part of the commission itself. But that is an independent regulatory authority, that is a commission that's recognized by the federal government. Then the other one is the Economic Development Authority. And so that's pointedly separately, because we want them to go in and say, this is a $250 million development. This is how that you're going to have to go fund this. This is how the road show and such. When you start looking at this is the money that the tribe, as I am a 9-member governing body who is responsible for the healthcare and social services and every other protection tribal government program of the people, that's a scary decision to make, that you're about to take that, invest $200 million that you don't know about the return. And so that's why when I was talking about, it's hard for you to separate that government, that responsibility to
Right.
go out and make those type of decisions.
Well, I think one of the things we've heard over the last day or so, and it seems evident here too, is that the partnerships with the local communities. We heard Winna talk about that up in Boston, well, on that property. We've heard Elite talk about that in Iowa. And we've heard both of you talk about that partnership as evident with reciprocal deputizing each other's law enforcement efforts. And I think it's gratifying to hear that you've maintained a level crime rate in your county off the tribal property. Although you've testified that the crime rate has not changed, has the type of calls or the calls for service changed in any material way either?
Our calls for service have changed, but it's not because of anything. It's more of a technology base. It's changed it. We answer a lot more online harassing communications, Facebook posts that people are offended by. But as far as true crime, no, sir, it hasn't. Our county averages about 2 murders a year. And before becoming sheriff, I worked in Pensacola, Florida. I was there, where their crime rate was, through the roof. So no, we've pretty much stayed level at all times. A few DUIs here, those 2 murders, and a few thefts and burglaries, things like that. We have a drug problem like anybody else does. That's most of what our calls for service are, is drug related and mental health. Mental health is probably our biggest problem and biggest concern, and I think it's probably the biggest thing that is overlooked and ignored statewide, just because nobody has an answer for it and nobody has the funding to attack it. Our drug problem is how it's always been. We continue to work it and continue to address the problems, but we still have narcotics that come through. We actually sit on I-65, and then we also have a state highway that runs down and hits I-10 in Florida. So we have a lot of courier traffic that comes through there that we address every day, but we don't see a change. We see it staying the same. Nothing has been brought to our attention or has made us worry that something is going on that we're not aware of, if that makes sense.
Yes, sir.
Can I follow up?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that we found out, though, it was about a year and a half ago or something like that, the FBI came and said, we need you to know that they are trying, people within the state, it's because we're at the bottom, and such, and because of the trafficking that was going on with heroin and the opioid epidemic that was occurring throughout the state of Alabama, they're doing their best. They're trying to get in. And the problem that is not about gaming. That is just the world and the environment that we live in today. And so, but it was having to be aware of that, and like he's talking about, the deputization of both of us, both of our law enforcement, to attack that issue and address that issue head on. And so that's one of the things I think that that we've always been able to do with local law enforcement, is we knew that a problem was trying to come, but it wasn't about the casino. It was because this is just the way of the world at the moment, and that's how we were trying to address that. So I think you're always going to have that.
Sure.
You're always going to have the drug issue problems within until that's another discussion.
Thank you very much.
Representative Saines, what's your number? 27. Okay.
Thank you for being here. And Sheriff Jackson, I appreciate your comments on the Drug Task Force partnership and ensuring those deputies stayed on there, and as well as the fire safety rating improvement by the new equipment. That's a pocketbook improvement that all your citizens feel. Is there a regulatory or relationship element that you feel was instrumental in just the characteristics of the communities, either staying the same or enhancing, that you think is worth noting? And that's, I guess, for both of you, Mr. McGee, as well.
I'll let you answer.
The only thing that we did when we first we were talking about that memorandum of agreement, So one of the things that we were able to do to sell other governments, I took the county commission and the city council, and we traveled the southeast to other Native American properties because this is what gaming looks like in your community. And we had those individuals sit down with law enforcement individuals, the other county commissioners, and say, what are the problems? We need to make, and they're like, we don't have any. This has been economic development and growth and things like that. But one of the things that we felt was beneficial is we created memorandum of agreements. And so within the agreements, we stated that if there's any increase within crime, arrest, if there's any negative impacts from the development, this money will cover it. And if you can show us over time that this impact grows, then we will make sure that we provide the funds to the county commission to offset that. Well, to date, they have not been able to ever come back to provide us with a negative impact. However, just because of the relationships that we have, and that started at $100,000. Then it went to $300,000. Then it went to $500,000. Now it's $1 million that we provide. And because it's not about the negative impact, it's about, okay, we need help with roads. We need help with the ditch, bridges and things like that, as he was pointing out. So a lot of the funds that we provide there to Escambia County go to the roads and that infrastructure, or if he can make it for salaries and such. In Montgomery, we have the same $1 million. So what the county commission does is they fund a lot of the Boys and Girls. They actually do a grant recipient project. And so theirs goes out to all those grants within their county commission. And then Elmore County is that $1 million. They actually do transportation and roads and the courthouse. We replaced the courthouse, and a lot of that was just more of the city government opportunities. But that's the only thing I think, if you're talking about from a regulatory that we put in place, we did that. And that was just that agreement between the entities and the counties where we lived.
Thank you. Thank you. Co-Chair Powell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank both of y'all for being here today. I followed the operations of the PCI business model. And, and I know that as we've listened to the business interest that's come through here so far, everybody's got a different business model. But I really do want to thank y'all because I see a common thread, and that's about working in the communities of where they're located and giving back. And y'all have a unique thread by virtue of it being a band, a family, and the proceeds to go. But even more, I'm impressed after listening to Sheriff Jackson. I have a tender spot in my heart after years of chairing Public Safety, Homeland Security, and the committee in the House, and dealing with our local law enforcement officers, and there's never enough to get things done. The sheriff talked about being a transit corridor. I'm very familiar. I live on the interstate. It runs right through my district, and we see things that run from Georgia up into the Carolinas and back and forth. So I know the problems that law enforcement has of being able to. But I want to thank y'all for what y'all do with working with the entire county and those offices. Sheriff, I want to thank you for your commentary about a lot of folks is exactly right when they say that perception is reality. Too many people still remember the old movies. I think they must get up and they must watch this movie, Casino. When they talk about this type of stuff, I've heard questions that's being asked about prostitution or sex trafficking, all of this. The least likely place that this happens is where security is as tight as it is on these resorts and these destinations. The facial recognition of the cameras, where they can tell you who you are when you forgot who you are. And but I want to thank you so very much for your testimony and what this process has meant to law enforcement. And I thank y'all for being here today.
Jay, are you 17?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I just want to reiterate what Chairman Powell said. I come from local government, and I have a love for local government. And coming from a community that grew real quickly because of urban growth, I think that's very important that as you know, the organization grows, they give back to those local governments because you're right there on the front lines day in and day out. But I was curious about one thing. Where you're over in Wetumpka, where this casino is located, that's a city inside of City Anna County as well.
Yes.
Okay. Have there been any growing pains where the intergovernmental agreements between the city and the county have they been able to mesh and get along and play nice with each other?
Yes, sir. But the biggest reason is because of that separate county agreement that we have. You know, that goes to the county. But then within Wetumpka, we also do like $100,000 for the drug task force. We provide the full-time fire department for the city. And so that's when the full-time fire department and the equipment that we pay for, that's for the city itself. And so that's pretty much the give and take there between the two. And the county, though, we've asked many times if the city comes in with a request. I'm like, I know the economic development director at the county. Hey, have you guys used all your money here? You know, is there any opportunities that we can help the city here? And if not, then a lot of times it's us going in. Keep in mind, we don't have the agreements with the city, only the fire protection agreement that we have with the city. The rest of those is pure charitable giving that we provide. We give a lot of money. In Atmore, the hospital, we're giving them the land to build a new hospital. We've done that in areas such as Wetumpka. But Wetumpka is right in a city, and that's a small, very boutique city. It's a beautiful place, but the growth of it's really difficult because of the fact that it has to go out and not downtown.
Yes, sir.
One more question. How many sworn deputies do you have?
I have 38 sworn deputies that covers us. The Porch Creek Indians, they have 47 sworn law enforcement officers. So as you can see, it's a big help to us, to have those extra numbers. And one thing I will say, when you're talking about the other agencies that they deal with, they have a property in Montgomery, Alabama as well. There's 3,081 sheriffs in the United States, which is a small number. 67 of them are in Alabama. And I know the Montgomery County Sheriff, which is the state capital of Alabama, where that property sits, he is very pleased. We talk back and forth a lot, and he brags about how good of a working relationship they have too. So,
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, I'm from a relatively rural county also, and my sheriff knows everybody in it, and he knows everything that's going on. I think our population's about 48,000. Have you, and we've heard about the different kind of calls, prostitution, drugs, things like that, but what about domestic disputes? Have you seen an increase in that because of gambling addiction, or anything that Daddy went and spent all the money? Have you seen a rise in your domestic dispute calls?
No, sir. If you look at the past trends of domestic violence, the most of the time when it changes with us is when they enact new laws. When a law adds another person to it that falls under the domestic violence. I know a lot of states are different, but when you add say if you add a married child that's not living there and that becomes illegal in your state and it's domestic violence, well then, on a holiday, if you have a argument or a football game, you have an argument, somebody gets in a fight, then that's no longer coded as just a disturbance. It would be coded as domestic violence. But to answer your question, no, sir. I've went through all of our reports. It's all computerized, and we don't have that. Again, a lot of the people at our casinos, they're not causing problems. I don't know why, but I'm glad of it. We're proud of it, but no. To answer your question, no, sir. We haven't seen an increase in that because of anything that's casino related.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions of committee? Robbie, I want to thank you for, at some point you've got to say, look, we're all in. And as I mentioned earlier, about 2008 and 2009, it was not a pretty time for the country, and especially those of us in the Southeast. But, you know, Georgia was in a similar scenario too, and we had to say, are we all in? And we just heard Louisiana and some of their successes, you know, with gaming. But we had to make a decision back in 2008 whether we're going to compete in the film business. And while other states were deciding that they're going to cap or sunset some of their provisions, Louisiana comes to mind, along with North Carolina and others. And they lost out on the back end because that's where the credit on these states were given. Georgia was all in. And today, because we made that decision, we're a $12 billion industry. We do more films and movies than California. So, and of course, we did something no other state did, and we did a short-term incentive on housing because there was no housing being sold. It was all essentially being done. Everybody was upside down, and of course, the banks felt that as well. But, you know, it's all about that decision, whether we're all in. And I just wanted to thank you because that took a lot of courage to make that decision back then whenever we weren't sure what the future was going to be. So you made the right decision. You were all in, and of course, the citizens in your area have benefited.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'd like to follow up on a question that was raised earlier, if you don't mind, though. Just
Sure.
for 1 minute. When we were talking, I think the age of the players, and you are correct. Regarding it's the older population, and it's mostly women within our facilities too, because they're very protected and they feel they're very safe, because we do provide a lot of, our focus is hospitality, Southern hospitality and such. But one of the things I've realized is I don't think that's going to change. I don't think that's, you know, millennials, you know, they were never the individuals who came into our facilities anyway. They want to go do, you know, they want to play on their phone and things like that, but it's about the table game or those type of operations and such. But you have to realize when it comes to talking about revenue and things like that, table games and having that ability to attract that group, you know, it also costs a lot more overhead. I mean, now you've got, you know, round-the-clock dealers, you've got overhead security for every table and such, and then sometimes the tax difference is different on tables compared to bingo or slot machines. But I think one of the things that, you know, people say, if you feel that going away, no, because it's my dad loves to go for the social environment of just having the opportunity to see others. And so I just don't know if it's, you know, when people talk about sportsbook and sports bet, we've done those studies. I serve on the American Gaming Association Sportsbook Task Force. It's an amenity, but it's not one of those things that can provide the revenue that I think a lot of people believe. I think you want to do it for the purposes of if you want to offer an amenity to a generation of individuals to come in. But I recently was out in Albuquerque for a conference, and one of the tribal casinos, their sports book was in that corner, and it was just a machine for the opportunity. It was no longer about the whole, having the club that you experience in Vegas, because when we used to go to Vegas for sports book, it was just for March Madness. So I think it's one of those things of, always keep that in perspective, that I think it's about the entertainment value that you're providing to the people who, want something to have that social environment, and it does help having those other destination opportunities there too. If it's a cooking school, if it's movie theaters, or if it's, you want to create destination style resorts that your people, your attendees can feel safe.
Thank you both for coming. This is very enlightening, and thank you for telling us that crime is not rampant in the areas where you've opened. So really appreciate that very much to both of you. Thank you. Is MGM here? Thank you. Yeah, there you are in the corner over here. Aisha Molino with MGM. And this is our last presentation before lunch. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Please, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Aisha Molino, and I'm Senior Vice President of Government Affairs for MGM Resorts International. I manage MGM's public policy portfolio across the country, and I've been spending a lot of my time recently working on legalization of sports betting in various states. MGM is one of the oldest and largest sportsbook operators in the country. We took our first sports wager at MGM Grand in 1979, and we now process more than $1 billion of sports wagers each year. We operate 10 physical sports books at each of our properties in Las Vegas, as well as at our properties in New Jersey and Mississippi. And we operate mobile sports books in Nevada and New Jersey. In addition to the aforementioned states, we operate properties in Michigan, Maryland, Massachusetts, New York, and Ohio. In each of these states, we have long histories of community engagement, local employment, and we generate billions of dollars of direct and indirect investment and economic growth. Thank you to Chairman Harrell, Powell, Stevens, and members of the committee for considering these important topics today and for giving me the opportunity to testify. I'm going to be focusing mostly on sports wagering, but I'll also be happy to answer any other questions that the committee might have. As this committee knows, until recently, federal law prohibited legalized sports wagering outside of Nevada and a handful of other states. Yet illegal sports wagering has continued to flourish across all mediums, in person, over the internet, and most recently through sophisticated mobile applications. Some estimates put the illegal U.S. sports wagering market at upward of $100 billion annually. This illegal market has capitalized on enormous consumer demand while offering no protections to consumers, athletes, or sporting events, and providing no revenue to state taxpayers. Georgia now has a chance to fix this, and today's hearing is an important step in that direction. MGM is committed to providing a cutting-edge sports wagering product that protects integrity and gives consumers a compelling reason to move from the black market to a safe, regulated environment. The following principles are key to our success. First, integrity is the bedrock of our business. As a highly regulated gaming company, we must prove that we are suitable for the privilege of holding a gaming license. Our gaming license in any jurisdiction is dependent not only on the integrity with which we conduct our business in that jurisdiction, but in all markets. As a company with over 20 properties in the United States alone, we have billions of dollars of investment that depend on our ability to conduct our business consistent with the strongest regulatory standards to which we are subject. To put it simply, we are engaged in a race to the top. This race to the top is evident in every aspect of our business, including sports wagering, and we incorporate the following principles into our products. We know our customer. We have a sports wagering joint venture with GVC, one of Europe's largest sports wagering operators, that allows us to create all of our technology in-house and in a manner that reflects the regulatory requirements of each jurisdiction in which we operate. As a result, our mobile sports wagering product incorporates sophisticated multi-factor identity verification. Our internal protocols use a customer's name, social security number, and date of birth to confirm identity across different databases and confirm that the customer is as purported and of legal age, and we do this while taking significant steps to protect the security of this personal information. We also ensure that the better wager remains within state lines. We use an industry-standard geolocation technology that can verify that a customer is within state lines. Moreover, we locate our servers within the state in which we operate to ensure that the better wager originates and is processed in state. We constantly, directly and indirectly, monitor our betting transactions for aberrant betting patterns. GVC has over 400 traders that are watching bet flows and setting lines. When they see something off, they say something and raise internal flags to assess whether an aberrant betting pattern can be explained by an externality or whether it indicates a problem. We also use third-party data companies such as Sportradar that incorporate integrity monitoring into their business models. When we become aware of an integrity issue, we share that information with our regulators and, where appropriate, with the relevant leagues. We also invest heavily in responsible gaming. MGM has been an industry leader in responsible gaming in the brick-and-mortar environment, and we are carrying that expertise into the mobile environment. We, along with GVC, are working on protocols that encourage responsible gaming on the front end and use a series of markers to identify when a player may be exhibiting signs of problem gaming. We offer messaging and interaction with players, self-exclusion lists, and wager limits as examples of ways that players may limit their engagement. The second principle is that mobile is essential. Georgia residents currently have convenient access to illegal, unregulated mobile sports wagering sites, but they lack a legal, properly regulated alternative. And restricting a legal mobile market will not compel people into brick and mortar facilities or prevent them from wagering on sports. It will merely keep people on the existing black market. The numbers speak for themselves. A recent estimate by the respected gaming analytics firm Eilers & Krejcik finds that total sports wagering revenues in Georgia will more than double if the state decides to adopt mobile. We are aware that some have raised concerns about whether the Federal Wire Act restricts Georgia's ability to legalize mobile. After extensive analysis, we do not believe this to be the case. Gaming within the four corners of a state is intrastate commerce, pure and simple. The Wire Act does not govern intrastate commerce. It specifically applies only to those bets or wagers made in interstate or foreign commerce. Moreover, since the Justice Department issued a revised interpretation of the Wire Act earlier this year, several states, including Iowa, Indiana, Tennessee, Illinois, and Pennsylvania, have legalized mobile sports wagering, with several others considering it. There has been no effort to stop this legalization. Our third principle, regulatory decisions should be left up to the discretion of regulators. Gaming regulators have deep expertise governing bets and wagers, including by deciding what types of bets and wagers a gaming operator may offer. This is true in poker or blackjack, and should be true for sports wagering as well. In some jurisdictions, there has been discussion of legislatively limiting the types of bets that may be offered. We do not believe that such limitations work for the following reasons. One, customers already have access to all bet types on a robust black market with little repercussion. To be competitive against this market, regulated gaming operators must be able to provide customers with the product that they want. There is no question that collegiate athletics is extremely popular, and in-play wagering is increasingly so. If regulated operators cannot provide these products legally, customers will go where they can get them. And as a result, such wagers will not have the benefit of regulatory oversight, integrity monitoring, or information sharing that can help detect potential integrity risks. Two, each bet or wager is a distinct product with distinct odds and distinct integrity risks. As regulated operators that are responsible for paying out on bets, we have no interest in booking bets that can be easily manipulated or that raise questions about the integrity of our gaming operations. But we recognize that no batter can guarantee a home run in the seventh inning, no basketball player can guarantee a game-winning three-pointer, and no quarterback can guarantee a 60-yard pass completion. As such, overbroad legislation that would restrict categories of wagers is not grounded in a meaningful analysis of integrity risk. We support models recently passed, including in Indiana, that would permit regulators to assess and restrict certain wagers if they determine that doing so is essential to preserving the integrity of the bet or wager. Again, thank you very much for offering me the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Members? Yes, sir. Dean?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. I do have a couple of questions for you. The first one is, have you, even though it's online and it's booking, how do you address, I've seen some models where there's some funding for counseling, addiction, etc. How does MGM as a company address this?
Absolutely. Thank you for that question. So we have been one of the industry leaders in responsible gaming, and we invest a lot of money in that set of issues. We partner with a company called GameSense. It's a Canadian company, and they are a cutting-edge research firm around issues that involve responsible gaming. What they ultimately have found is that problem gaming is a mental health issue. And it really, in order to really properly treat it, it needs to be identified and addressed as such. And so we work closely with them on two different things. First, in the brick and mortar environment, surprisingly, identifying and addressing responsible gaming can be a little bit trickier. And that's because you don't necessarily immediately know the customer that you're dealing with. If you think about a Las Vegas casino, for example, a person can walk onto the casino, and once they've ascertained that they are of proper legal age, they can place a bet or wager. You don't know the customer's name, you don't necessarily know who they are. In those sort of circumstances, we offer a few different tools. One of those is self-exclusion lists. So basically, you can put yourself on a list and say that you do not want to be permitted to gamble. What that ultimately means is that, and one of the ways that we can really enforce that, is that when a person goes to collect their winnings, if they win more than a certain amount, then we're required under federal law to collect information about that individual in order to make sure that there's no money laundering or other nefarious action going on. So if that person is on a self-exclusion list, we can actually prevent them from collecting on a bet. In the online environment, the tools are even more sophisticated. And the reason for that is because we are able to more directly and immediately track betting patterns. So if you get in New Jersey, we have an online sports wagering application. If you log on to that, once you're logged on, we know who you are, and we know how much you're betting. We can also track, if you're normally the kind of person that puts $50 on a game every Sunday, and all of a sudden you're putting $500 on a game 3 times a week, we immediately identify that as an aberrant betting pattern. At that point, we will engage with the customer to identify what's going on and why that customer's betting pattern has changed. We do that for a number of reasons. We do that for responsible gaming purposes, but we also do it for business reasons because we need to know if that aberrant betting pattern is indicative of an integrity risk that's ongoing. And so once we've identified why that activity is happening, then we engage in an increasing set of protocols. So we'll engage directly with the customer and basically say, hey, what's going on? And we have gone up to the steps, and our partner GVC has done this in Europe, where they have actually they've basically cut off a customer from being able to access a better wager if they think that it's indicative of a serious problem gaming issue. That's obviously a draconian step and not one that's taken lightly, but it is a serious issue, and so those sorts of tools do exist.
Thank you, and that's one of the issues that, of course, if this goes forward, is healthcare, mental health specifically, and some other areas. And that's one of the things that we missed in Georgia when we did the lottery years ago, is we put nothing towards compulsive gambling. Jay, is that you?
Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here with us today. Is it a fair assumption to say that today, right here on the edge of the Capitol, that if you wanted to get on your phone and you wanted to do some online sports betting or doing something, you can do that, but you're breaking the law, and there are ways around these geo platforms that keep you from doing that. Is that correct? I mean, can you do that?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And those people that are conducting that business, they really have no care whatsoever if one of our constituents who has a gambling problem or addiction, they don't care about that, do they?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, sir.
Okay.
So what we have found is these are mostly offshore operators. So
Right.
there are a lot of sites that are located, particularly in the Caribbean, and they do offer very robust online betting platforms.
Right.
And as you know, they're not subject to any sort of regulatory standards,
Right.
problem gaming requirements, or any sort of U.S. law whatsoever. So they're violating federal and, depending on the state, generally both state law as well.
Sure. Okay. Thank you very much.
Representative Gamble, is that you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm curious to know, were you involved in the Tennessee effort to pass the legislation that they passed recently?
We were not directly involved in advocating for that legislation. We did track it closely, and we are monitoring whether there's going to be an opportunity for us to participate in that market.
Are you familiar enough to speak to that legislation, or do you have an opinion about that legislation?
So generally, yes. I am generally familiar with the legislation. I don't know it as much detail as some other states, but I'm happy to answer any specific questions. Generally, it was an interesting and thoughtful approach. Tennessee made a very particular decision that they did not want any sort of physical sports wagering operations, so they limited it to the mobile environment only. We're a little unclear on how the licensing process will work. I know that the governor recently appointed members to the oversight board, and ultimately we expect that regulations will be issued shortly that will define how they'll choose who the licensees are. And beyond that, I think that they did a lot of homework to try to get a bill that they thought would work for their jurisdiction. But happy to answer any specific questions.
Thank you.
Representative Earhart.
Being here. And forgive my ignorance on the nuances of the technology, but I'm interested. You said $100 billion estimate on illegal mobile betting currently in the country?
That's correct. The very nature of an illegal market is that it's hard to know exactly what the size of it is. But yes, there have been estimates that have suggested north of $100 billion. And some recent estimates in May, one of the respected gaming analytics firms actually said that they thought that estimate was too low.
Right, and clearly no parameters or protections in place, obviously, to prevent minors. I'm very curious and kind of fascinated, though, by the algorithm you were talking about, that where you can sort of, for lack of a better word, an algorithm where you can sort of identify and clarify and verify the identity of people who are doing that. I'm wondering about the minors, clearly with brick and mortar. Any brick and mortar location, just as in bars or establishments where we can check ID for folks coming in, our young folk who are clearly most definitely more adept at technology than I will ever be, I'm sure find ways around those sorts of things in terms of the illegality and the ability to participate in the black market. I don't know, is this attractive to our young people? Or are you finding that any statistics here on what percentage of these participants in this illegal market are kids under the age of 18?
I unfortunately don't have that level of empirical evidence. And what I'll say is, generally speaking, we only have a mature mobile market in Nevada. New Jersey is a nascent mobile market. They're doing very, very well, but we don't have yet enough states that have implemented mobile that we have really meaningful empirical numbers on what our particular market looks like. In terms of the protocols that we use to identify age, they are very sophisticated. We understand and share the concerns that many policymakers have about underage gambling. And so it really is a multi-step process. You have to provide several types of different information that are then pinged against 2 different databases to verify identity. If there is any discrepancy between the information that you've provided and the information that database is returning, then at that point there will actually be engagement by a real physical person who will engage directly to ask you for even additional ways to verify your identity and age. So it is, for us at least, it's a very sophisticated, exhaustive process to make sure that people are of the age that they purport to be.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Representative Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I assume that, of course, if all this illegal betting is going on, and I'm sure it is, so why would they come to you just because you have a better product? And obviously there's hopefully more integrity there, but could you comment on that about why they would choose to come to you other than their deep desire not to be involved in illegal activity anymore?
Yes, sir. It's a really important question, and we are actually, several analytics firms are doing a lot of research around that very question, which is how do you attract a person who's been on the black market, likely successfully so for a number of years, to the legal market? And I can speak a little bit about how MGM is approaching that. And first, there are a couple of principles that we think are really critical, which is, and I spoke a little bit to this in my testimony, but we think it's really important to be able to offer customers a product that is commensurate with what they can get on the black market. College sports, it's no secret, enormously popular in Georgia. If we don't have the ability to provide our customers with the ability to bet on college sports, they're going to go where they can. And once they're there, that's where they're going to do all of their betting, because it's easier that way. So that's one of the principles. Second is making sure that the economics really work so that we can constantly invest in the technology and keep up with the black market. That's another important principle to us. But one of the things that we have that a lot of the illegal folks don't is that we have a very strong brand. We have, as I noted, we are in several states. We have more than 20 properties here in the United States alone. What we can do is provide people with incentives that they can then use at those properties. We can offer weekends in Vegas. We can offer that sort of brand recognition and brand redemption that you see in a lot of other environments. You see it in, airlines, hotels, etc. We have that ability as well. That's something that's really attractive. So we have the ability to reach our existing database of customers that exists across the country and provide them with that. And then we also have the ability to engage with new customers in a different and meaningful way by leveraging our brand.
Well, thank you very much. And it seems to me that with all the lost revenue that is out there, then this is a good indicator that if we did pass this, the folks would choose to gamble with you rather than illegally now.
Oh, we believe so. And again, it's really only Nevada and New Jersey that have mature mobile markets at this point. What I think the most recent analysis that I saw was that the inroads are happening. The shift from the black market to the legal market is happening. It's happening slowly because you only have a couple of states that really offer the product. But we think that as the product becomes more widely available, you'll start to see that migration in really meaningful numbers.
Thank you. Chairman Martin.
Thank you. I had a question, but an observation to follow up on Representative Washburn's. It would seem to me that people that are doing this are maybe doing this for fun, the interest, to pique the interest in sport. But obviously, if one bets and one wins, one wants to get paid. It would seem that if you're a regulated entity, known entity, if someone places a wager with you and they win, they're going to get paid. If they place a long shot wager with somebody out of, you pick at the islands, and they win the 10,000 to one shot, so somebody owes them $100,000, they might not in fact get the money. That would be the reason I think you would come to a legitimate platform. To my question, help me about, I understand in some places the electronics are gated. I believe somebody down there mentioned the geo platform. In Nevada, how are you? Are you state gated, or are you gated geo gated within so many miles of your property, or is it statewide?
Absolutely. So on your first point, I do think that's a very important point, which is the ability to get paid and the trust in the brand and the platform. And in a slightly different context, about almost a decade ago now, there were a number of illegal offshore sites that were offering internet poker illegally here in the United States, and they went bust overnight. And so that potential for that, with no recourse for the customers that are on those illegal sites, is a very real risk. To your second point about geofencing, so the technology is such that they can now actually provide that sort of geofencing within a number of feet. I think it's down to just a couple of feet. The certainty with which they can determine where exactly the customer is. In our Nevada examples, it's actually changed as the market has changed. So previously, and I'm talking almost a decade ago now, we were actually only able to offer mobile applications in a very limited geographic area. So it was really restricted to just the Strip. And so we were able to provide it to geolocate down to that limited area. And now it's statewide. And so in Nevada and New Jersey, we geofence within the state. Correct.
Okay, so that was a question. And just a brief follow-up, because I understand in some states where they have authorized sports betting within places where they have gaming, traditional casinos gaming, they geofence that to the gaming floor. Literally the gaming floor, not the property, to get around the age limitations, because one has to be of age to get on the gaming floor. Is that something you've had? Again, you don't have to do it in your place now, but in other places, is that something you've had success with, I guess, and I think you answered that question earlier. If you can do it within a number of feet, you can do it within a specific area, within a resort, not simply, by what we would look at as tower placement, a geocode that is a geocode that goes with an address, but simply by the geometrics of where you see them on site.
That's absolutely correct. So in Mississippi, for example, where we have two properties, we are limited in our ability to provide mobile to very strict geographic areas within the casino, and we are able to comply with those requirements.
Okay. Dean Williams.
Thank you, sir. A statement came up while I was waiting to ask this question about why would you, Representative asked, why would you go to an illegal or leave them to go? Well, I thought about my uncle and a few others, and when the moonshine trade got put out of business by Seal Liquor, just a better product. Mm-hmm. And Even Cosmo in Economic Times said folk went from the Gerber 50-cent shot to a real fifth. But I don't know how I knew that. I'd heard that. But let me say, when we talk about the technology of online betting, I did a contract unpaid with a very sophisticated polling firm that's very seldom wrong, whether it's politics or anything. And it's called my Saturday Morning Barbershop. And it is amazing how in the discussion of football this time of the year, fantasy football is more popular than what the real scores were, because everybody declares they are better than Saban or Belichick. So they do the fantasy football, and the payout is huge. Another Liberty County guy won $14,000 last week. I know Georgia could have used him Saturday.
Yes, they could have. That's a good point. Co-Chair Powell.
Thank you, Ms. Molino. And I appreciate you being the first up yesterday when we were getting organized. Made a comment. We've got people through all that are going to be testifying across all the venues of gaming, whether it's the brick and mortar casinos or the horse racing or the sports betting. And it struck me as I was sitting here listening to you that a question that all of my explorations into this, I still haven't got my hands wrapped around this. I know that if, from what we've heard so far, that brick and mortar casinos, if they're allowed by the people of Georgia to build and operate, that's economic development. That's jobs. That's taxable property bases. That's those type of things. We know that we heard from the horse racing folks yesterday the real input of what would happen if the people of Georgia operate or legalized horse racing in the state. It shifts as a $1 billion plus economic incentive to the agricultural community. But the one thing that I keep looking at, and don't get me wrong, I'm not opposed to this new day of electronic gaming. I don't see any jobs. I don't see any economic development being produced by this as opposed to everything else. But what I see is, and I'm certainly not a hypocrite about this, because I remember as far back as we used to bet parlays at our local Sunday school class used to pool for parlays. Not that that was illegal or we thought it was illegal, but it's a fact of life. It's just like, as you heard the testimony, people's questions, people sports bet. People are going to bet. That's human nature. But my question is, since I have a particular issue in my mind about where revenue should go, and I've made it no problem. I have not hid the fact that I think it needs to go to health care in the state. But my question to y'all is, how do you tax sports betting? Nobody's ever really been able to tell me, how do you tax it? How would the state get revenue? We turn around, we hear from the professional sports teams. They all want to have sports betting. We hear from this one and that one. But I still don't know, I've been told that revenue-wise, in the form of gaming taxes, that we'd be looking at $7,500 million. But I still want to, how do you tax this? How would the government tax sports betting? How is that taxed?
Sure, absolutely, sir. So the way that it generally works is that when you walk into a casino, or if you got on a mobile app and you placed a bet, the amount of money that you are wagering, that's called your handle amount. And so ultimately, if you bet on Georgia and Georgia wins, and say if you bet 100, you get $110 back. So the difference between the $100 that you bet and the $110 that you win, that ultimately that delta, what you're really winning there is $10, right? Now think of it a little bit differently. If you were to bet $110 on another team, and that team ultimately, well, I'm going to take a step back and actually, I'm going to change my example a little bit because it is confusing. So generally the way that this works is, say you bet $110 on, the odds are really good on Georgia. You bet $110 to win 100, right? So ultimately what happens there is you pay us $110. If Georgia wins, you get $210 back, right? So that's what you walk away with. Now, on the other side of that bet is somebody who bet and lost. Ultimately, the difference between what is bet and what is paid out is the amount that the house keeps. So if you have people that have bet a total of $220, say $110 to lose, $110 to win, and what we ultimately pay you back is $210 because you bet $110 to win 100. The net difference between all of that money that was bet, which is called the handle, and what the house keeps is $10, right? So on a total of $210 bet, we ultimately end up keeping $10. So that is what's called our gross gaming revenue. So that's the amount of gross profit that we keep from that bet. And generally, in most jurisdictions, it's that $10 that is subject to taxation. So whatever tax rate the legislature ultimately would choose to impose would be imposed on that delta, on that gross gaming revenue. And say it's a 10% tax, then that means on that $10, the state would keep $1.
And is this tax, is it on the individual's bet, on the individual bets, or is it on the bigger picture of the accumulation of bets?
So that's a really good question. So the way that we are generally taxed is we are taxed on our gross sports betting revenue. So ultimately, the accumulation of all of our net profit from sports betting, that difference between what we take in as handle and what we pay out, that gross gaming revenue, we are taxed from a sports betting perspective on the totality of that revenue. Now that's our corporate tax. Individuals, I mean, generally, when an individual wins in any sort of gambling, whether it's on poker, sports betting, or anything else, that's income that customer is receiving. And then ultimately, I mean, I think it varies by jurisdiction, but that's classified as a type of income that's also generally taxed by the state. So the individual is subject to individual income taxes on any sort of gaming wins, and the gaming operator is subject to corporate taxes on our gross gaming revenue.
Interesting.
Yes.
Is that helpful?
I'm not sure it is or not. I just know that I wish I had took South Carolina and took the points last week.
Yeah, I am happy. We will. I will work with my colleagues, and we will get you a chart that that lays this out in a really simple way, and how we get gross gaming revenue, and then ultimately how that is taxed, so you can see how it works in other jurisdictions. I'm afraid my example wasn't as clean as it should have been, and so I'll be sure to get you that
No need to
information.
apologize, because this is kind of difficult for me to figure out how this is taxed.
Yeah.
I know that illegal sports betting goes on today. It always has. It's just part of human nature. But how is it taxed? And that's what I'd like to try to get a feel. What are we talking about?
If I could just give you a simpler example, if you'll indulge me for a minute. So if you're going to go in and make a $100 bet, that bet actually costs you $105, right? That's ultimately what you actually pay. And so the difference between that $100 bet and the $105 you pay, that $5, that's what we keep. That's what you tax us on.
Handling charge.
Good.
All right. And that's what would be taxed. All right.
Thank you. That's clear. Chairman?
I think you got it back to me, but isn't it fair to say that the reason the lines move in sporting events is your idea is to get the same amount bet on both sides?
That's right.
And at the end of the day, you're charging a 10% or 5% or a 7% commission to the losers.
That's exactly right.
And so somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. Your idea is to keep the amount of money wagered exactly the same, so you come out with your commission, and then the state would get whatever the revenue, state or locals, how it would be decided, would get a percentage of of your fee for doing that.
That's general.
And in an ideal world, you net out zero and keep your handling fee, and we get a piece of that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And there are weeks when we end up winners, there are weeks when we end up losers, but generally, yes, that's the principle.
Representative Washburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for the explanation about that. So it does seem that the revenue to the state comes mostly from the House, based on your, given your assumptions on the illegal betting that's going on now, and you being able to move that to you. And I did hear it, I think, but would you confirm again what you would estimate revenue to be to the state?
Absolutely, sir. It depends a little bit on a couple of policy questions. So first of all, it depends on whether it's just brick and mortar sports betting or mobile as well. And on the mobile side, it depends on how widely available the application is. Assuming the most robust, which is that sports betting is legalized in both a retail and a mobile environment, and that customers can sign up for the mobile applications online and don't have to go into a physical property to do so. The most recent estimate that we have suggests that it's about a little under $500 million in gross gaming revenue, so a little under $500 million in taxable operating revenue that the operators would have in this market. And so then the state's cut of that would be whatever the tax rate is.
Can you break that down if there was nothing but electronic gambling, just generally?
I can. I want to confirm these numbers, but I think it would be just mobile would be around $350 million.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Collins, do you have another follow-up? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming, and we had a lot of questions, a bunch of them answered, and I think we've opened a whole lot more questions. So before the members go to lunch, which is going to be in 5:05, can we get a head count? If you'll see, where's Donna? Donna, see her if you're coming to dinner tonight. We need a head count of folks that are coming so we can get an appropriate room. After lunch, and of course, those of you that are here, as the quantities, we've ordered a lot extra. So if as long as supplies last, please help yourself. Now, after lunch, we're going to start with Boyd Gaming, and we're going to hear both sides after lunch about why we should or why we should not allow the folks in Georgia to vote. We'll see you in 1 hour. Committee's in 5:14. Back here again as we crank things up for the second half. For those of you that had lunch, please don't go to sleep on us. I'll do my best not to snore. For the members, I'd like to point your attention, and for those of you that have not told Donna, and she'll be back here in a minute, please let her know so we got a head count of those that are going to be there tonight for dinner. Want to draw your attention to your yellow folder that was placed on your desk. It's got actually a public opinion. We did a public opinion strategies that did a poll that'll tell you exactly the latest numbers on the poll. That was of February 19. There'll be a visual in your packet that's color-coded for the poll. Also in your packet is, as I get down to the next one, got an orange folder, good. There's also a letter from the Georgia Chamber of Commerce that's here requesting that we allow the people to vote. Yes or no, just allow them to vote. And so those are the three things I wanted to bring to your attention. The other, for those of you that have books, I looked around, this little white book is the all-inclusive, every state, what everybody does. If you'll notice on page 9, it's got a list of all the states, all their tax rates, all the licenses that are allowed. When you go over to page 12, you've got a real good flow chart of which states have casino, racinos, tribal casinos, lottery, and everything that's in between. So it's a real good flow chart of every single thing for states that do gaming, and Georgia's one of them. Of course, we do the lottery. But we're going to start our second half, and we're going to bring up, let's see, Ryan Soltz, where are you? And this is Boyd Gaming, and you have the floor, and thank you for coming.
Thank you. I think one of the toughest assignments is either to be the person right before the meal or right after. So I'll do my best to keep everyone entertained. I'm not going to do jumping jacks. But as part of that, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee, I hope that you'll feel free that we'll just engage in a discussion. I'll talk a little bit about our company's history and background, some of our unique experiences. But at any time, if it's okay with the chairman, I'd hope that he'd allow you all to kind of chime in, and we'll just have a conversation if that's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ryan Soltz. I'm Vice President of Governmental Affairs for Boyd Gaming Corporation. I know that a few of you are familiar with our company, but many of you may not be. So I thought that we would kind of walk through our company's history, kind of give you a sense of who we are, and it'll help give you some background as to why we have our perceptions and ideas, and quite frankly, the experience we have when it comes to casino gaming and gaming entertainment facilities. So our company's roots really go back to 1941 when Sam Boyd moved his young family to Las Vegas. Sam went to work as a dealer. And he had a brief 2-year stint, though, where he was actually here in Georgia. He was drafted during World War II, was stationed at Camp Wheeler as a surgeon's technician. And his son, Bill Boyd, who is a co-founder of our company and still our executive chairman, actually spent 2 years here at Macon and went to Sidney Lanier Junior High School from 1944 to 1946. Anyway, after that interruption in being in Las Vegas, the family moved back for good shortly after the war, and Sam went back to work as a dealer at the Sahara. For a period of time, he worked his way up into different management positions. He was an innovator. He was viewed as someone that had a lot of integrity and a go-getter, and eventually owned a piece of the Mint. So over the next 25 years, he invested in and out of different properties, but eventually wanted to strike out on his own. And so what Sam did, he and his son Sam and his son Bill, they decided to open the California Hotel Casino in downtown Las Vegas in 1975. That was really the beginning of when our company was born. Over the course of the next 45 years, the company has grown. We've built a strong reputation as, again, an innovator, an experienced operator, and a community partner. We've also been at the forefront of introducing new concepts in the gaming business. Today, there's an entire industry in Las Vegas called the Las Vegas Locals Market. That's one of the segments we operate in. In 1979, that did not exist. Sam and Bill Boyd, Boyd Gaming, opened the first property, Samstown, out on Boulder Highway. It was built specifically for having a place for the local residents to come and have a good time in the casino, see a show, have a good meal. Then during the 90s, as casino gaming moved into states like Iowa and Indiana, we were at the forefront of developing properties in Tunica, Mississippi, Kenner, Louisiana, East Peoria, Illinois, and Michigan City, Indiana. So as the industry evolved, we evolved with it. And in 2003, we totally reinvented the market in Atlantic City with a $1 billion investment. We were a partner with MGM. MGM provided some capital, but we were the operating partner and the developer of what was the Borgata, or is the Borgata. We ran that for a number of years, and eventually MGM bought our portion of that property out. But I share that with you because today we're a company that has 29 properties in 10 states. We've developed a wealth of knowledge and experience. We can do everything from a development in a small rural area to a $1 billion property in a tourist market, if you will. And notably, over the course of time, I've been with the company 17 years. And it's kind of funny, I was looking at a little business card the other day. We used to print the names of all the properties in all the states that we were in on the back of the cards. We can't do that anymore. We have 29 of these properties now that really span most of the legal gaming states in the country. And today we operate in 18 distinct communities, and we employ 25,000 people. Now, we'll get into some discussion. I'm sure you may have some questions about retention. We have a number of day one employees, a number of 20-year employees. We joke in our company that until you've been with the company for 20 years, you're on probation. So I'm still a probationary employee at 17 years. But I think that speaks volumes to when people go to work for our company, and I think this is the case in the industry as a whole, they may go for a job and they find that they get invested in a career. So we talk about the job impact in the communities we operate in, but we also have a culture, and I think you heard that from the folks with Elite yesterday. You heard it from Wynn. You heard it this morning from the Porch Creek. We give back to our communities. It's something that Sam Boyd felt was very important. In fact, he helped bring the United Way to Southern Nevada back in the 50s, helped bring the Boys and Girls Club to Southern Nevada back in the 1950s. It's part of our corporate culture. It's who we are. In fact, Bill Boyd couldn't go to law school in Nevada. When he went to law school in the 50s, he had to go to Utah. And this was something he viewed as a negative. He thought that folks that grew up in Nevada should have an opportunity to go to law school in Nevada. So he provided funding for what is now the William S. Boyd School of Law. And over the course of the last 20 years, it has quickly developed into one of the top 60 law schools in the country. I share this with you because that shows the community partnerships that we have. Our 25,000 team members, our company, we literally give millions of dollars each year to thousands of non-for-profits all across the country. And it's not just the investment of financial resources, it's the giving of time. I think you heard some conversation about how folks may serve on local boards and things of that sort. That's something that we definitely encourage all of our management to do, but more importantly, our hourly employees, others in the community, get engaged in these endeavors. And that commitment is something that, again, it's a part of our culture. Our company's publicly traded, but we still are owned for the most part by the Boyd family. And Mr. Boyd and his children are very actively engaged in the day-to-day operation of our company. The other part of this that I want to share with you is a commitment to integrity, and I know that there's been lots of discussions about organized crime. Chairman Powell, you brought up the movie Casino this morning, and it's interesting. I didn't even know the story till after I joined the company. So the movie Casino is loosely based upon the story of the Stardust in the 1980s. Well, when the Stardust was being operated by those associated with organized crime, the Nevada regulators came to Bill and Sam Boyd and asked if they would step in and run the property. They wanted to make sure the regulators wanted to eradicate the mob, but to do so, they had to find someone to step in and run the property. And Bill and Sam Boyd said yes. Now, a lot of folks would have viewed that as a distraction, something that, quite frankly, may not be worth the inconvenience or hassle. But for Bill and Sam Boyd, this was about making sure 2,000 Nevadans kept their jobs. This was their way of giving back. And so the company ran the property for a period of time with a relatively modest management fee, and then eventually bought the property. But again, I think this, we heard a lot of that discussion this morning. That shows how the regulatory structure works, but also how reputable operators, such as the Boyd, and there are others in the industry, can help take care of those issues. The other thing I just want to kind of share with you too is an important issue is responsible and problem gambling, and I've heard many of the conversations you had here today. Boyd Gaming was at the forefront of helping found what's called the National Center for Responsible Gaming. The National Center for Responsible Gaming is the only research organization that's solely focused on the mental health disorder that's problem gambling, or it's categorized by the clinicians as gambling disorder. In understanding the disorder, but also understanding different methods of treatment. So it's not only the study of the disorder, but providing clinicians and those in the mental health community with resources to put people into treatment. And with that, the company is also engaged in various state-level activities. A lot of the states that we operate in have what they call a Council on Problem Gambling or Council for Responsible Gambling. I sit on the board of the Indiana Council. We work, as an industry, we work with the mental health community, clinicians, folks in the recovery community to raise awareness of the issue surrounding problem gambling. A lot of folks just aren't aware of it, but also to help educate people on resources that may be available in their particular state. So people that do need treatment or want to learn more can do so. I just wanted to share that background with you because I think it gives you a little bit of a perspective as to who we are. And if you would indulge me, I'd like to take a few minutes to kind of talk a little bit about, how we go about developing a property. Again, we operate properties in 10 states, 18 distinct communities, and even there are different markets within some of those communities, such as Las Vegas. We don't take a one-size-fits-all approach to what we develop. I think that you've heard that from different operators here today. Obviously, what Wynn and an MGM or a Caesars develops is completely different than what Elite Resorts or someone else may develop. It's really a function of the market. It's a function of the regulatory and tax structure that's in place. But we take a view too, and I think other operators do this as well, as to what are the unique assets of the community. So for instance, I know you'll spend a lot of time talking about golf courses and non-gaming amenities. Those are very important. But if there's a community that's well known or that has a large number of golf courses, it wouldn't make sense for us to come in and build a golf course. Instead, we want to add something that's missing to the community as an asset. We don't want to duplicate an existing resource that's already there. And we operate in jurisdictions too that have different models. I mean, you've heard some discussion this morning about the model in Nevada and Mississippi and New Jersey, where you have a low tax rate, somewhere between 7 and 12%, but you have an unlimited number of licenses. Essentially, if you're reputable, you can pass the background check, you can show that you have the financing and you have an approved site, go forward. Well, that model is one that creates a lot of jobs, no question at all, and it creates a lot of investment. That's a matter of whether you want to look at the job potential and the revenue side from the investment and the folks that are spending money in the economy, or do you want to look solely at the gaming tax rate, where you have a limited model with maybe a handful of licenses. We've seen anything from some states it's 3, other states it's as many as 15, or even Louisiana with 15 licenses or 20 commercial licenses when you include the racinos and the land-based, is still a limited license jurisdiction. What you see, though, is the states that have the unlimited licenses and the lower tax rates, they have more jobs. Nevada, Mississippi, and New Jersey have very large employment numbers. I think you may have seen one of the charts today. But understand that this is an industry on the whole that has about 1.8 million jobs across the country. That's nothing to sneeze at. And the other thing I'd share with you is this. When you get to look into some of these states where you have a limited number of licenses or high tax rates, such as Pennsylvania, and we operate in Pennsylvania, you don't get the same investment in the non-gaming amenities because it's hard to make that investment pencil. So what happens as a result is the states with the lower tax rate, even if they have fewer casinos and maybe even less gaming win, have more employees. And if you were to compare Pennsylvania and New Jersey, it's a prime example. New Jersey has about 6,000 more employees in the gaming industry compared to Pennsylvania, even though Pennsylvania has 3 more casinos, even though the casinos in Pennsylvania generate more gaming revenue, there's more that's been invested in New Jersey on the non-gaming side as a result, and that's where the job growth is. I just wanted to share all that with you because, when you look at this industry, it's a $261 billion industry. It has a huge economic impact in our country. The charge of this committee, as I understand it, is to look at economic development and economic growth opportunities. And so you really have a host of models to look at. Each state that we operate in, and we operate in 10, they're all unique. Some have similarities with others, but they all have unique structures in terms of maybe the exact number of licenses, tax rate, so on and so forth. The other thing that I think is important for this committee to understand is that you have these facilities all across the country. We saw the map today, yesterday, that MGM put up. You have 1,000 casinos, give or take, in 43 states. This is something that's not just this rare, exotic business that you would find just in Las Vegas or Atlantic City. In fact, this isn't something that you just find in larger communities, such as New York or Boston or Chicago. You find it in places like Mulvane, Kansas, Dubuque, Iowa, Vinton, Louisiana, and Florence, Indiana. In fact, a lot of these communities that we operate in, whether they're the large metro areas or more of the small regional markets, have a lot of similarities with the communities you all have in Georgia. And so, as you consider this and the strategy you want, keep in mind that you really kind of have an open book. And we've heard some discussion previously, and I'll share this with you too. You have a chance to put your own Georgia-specific sort of stamp on this industry, depending upon what it is you desire, whether you desire a long-term economic development strategy or just a lot of tax revenue up front. But one thing that I think, and I'm glad it came up this morning, it hadn't came up really much yesterday, is this is a very investment-driven industry. There's a lot of focus on the initial jobs, and again, depending upon the market, the property, you're going to have hundreds to thousands of people working in construction on an initial project, hundreds to thousands of people that will open the doors and work at the casino facility once it opens. But you have to look at it from an investment standpoint of what you want to see in 10, 15, 20 years from now. And I just want to give 2 quick examples. One is our Delta Downs property. It's in Vinton, Louisiana. Vinton, Louisiana has 3,200 people. It's in the Lake Charles area, and that metro area is about 200,000, give or take. Well, Delta decided to add a 167-room hotel tower there a couple years ago. This was a 15-month project, $45 million investment, and during that 15-month project, we supported 200 construction jobs on site. Again, this is a town of 3,200 people, a region of 200,000 people. So this is an opportunity where you see constant investment and the economic growth that comes from it. Another example, and I think some of you may be familiar with our blue chip property in Michigan City, Indiana. It's about 90 minutes, from Chicago. And so we're the furthest property from Chicago in the Indiana, Northwest Indiana market. Just this week, we'll be cutting the ribbon on an $11 million expansion there. And $11 million may not sound significant when you talk about projects that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Bear in mind, this $11 million investment will make our meeting and event space something that it'll take us from about 30,000 square feet to 45,000 square feet. That's meeting and event space that we use to bring in regional business meetings, conventions, weddings, other things that keep our property dynamic. These are examples of the types of non-gaming amenities you see and the type of non-gaming reinvestment you see in these properties. And I mention that because Blue Chip's one property where we've invested over $300 million over the last decade or so. That's a property that opened its doors first in 1997. So think about that economic engine and how those dollars have been reinvested and the additional capital expenditure just over the last 10 years or so there. I mean, it's pretty phenomenal. And I think that you did hear a lot of the discussion this morning too, that what customers want and what they prefer. It's not the old days of, I think of my grandparents would have seen in Las Vegas where they would go to play at the slot machine. They'd have a low-cost hotel room and they'd sit and hang out at the buffet for a meal. Today's customers want upscale hotel rooms. They want spas. They want upscale restaurants. They want unique dining experiences. They want a plethora of both gaming and non-gaming activity. To your point, Mr. Chairman, and what I think I've heard this committee discussing, where this becomes an entertainment complex that's driven and anchored by the gaming facility, but you have these other amenities that are all part of that. And, our company, over the course of the last several years, has invested to upscale and change our hotel inventory to meet that demand, to offer unique and innovative hotel and dining experiences, and to add even new concepts. I mean, the beauty of this industry is that people can be innovative within it. You can try new dining concepts. You can try new things to try to make your property attractive. And if it succeeds, you'll see others replicate it. And we are a very competitive industry. We compete very well with one another, but we thrive on innovation. And I think if you just look at the evolution even of the Las Vegas Strip over the last 20, 30 years and what the resorts have become there, it's a lot different than what people probably saw on the show Las Vegas back in the 1970s or 80s. I just wanted to share some of that with you to give you a better understanding of kind of how the business works, our perspective. I know that you all have some questions about things regarding the impact on the local community. Again, I think that it's important you hear from the folks that live and work in those places. And I've actually pulled some quotes from some folks that are in some of these markets that we operate in. And one of the big questions that you all have is the impact on crime. And I can tell you that State Senator Jim Arnold, Jim's now retired, Jim spent his career in law enforcement. Jim happened to be elected sheriff of LaPorte County. That's where our Blue Chip property is in northern Indiana, right when the casino opened. And I included in your packet, but I'm just going to read a quote from Jim when he was asked about the issue of crime in Blue Chip. And this was his response when he asked about the impact of the Blue Chip on crime. He said, quote, "Without hesitation, none. Blue Chip opened just before I took office as LaPorte County Sheriff. I heard fears about thefts, robberies, prostitution, and other crimes that were going to occur because of a casino. None of these concerns have ever become a reality. The Blue Chip is one of the most crime-free areas in the community. The relationship between Blue Chip security and law enforcement agencies is second to none. You heard a lot this morning about the interaction between local law enforcement and the casino security teams. You heard about the thousands of cameras that are on site. It's 100% reality. The state demands that of us. Our shareholders demand that of us. And we are in a business that is a cash-heavy and a cash-intensive business. You want to make sure you're secure. So we have our own security teams, we have surveillance, and the state demands that too, so they can make sure that every dollar that goes into that machine and what we win at the end of the day is reported accurately and we pay the tax on that. I think there was also maybe some thought for a while that the areas impacted were really just immediately around the casino. And I thought that this comment from the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Dubuque was pretty telling. Brian Meyer is the executive director there. And he was asked, and we can get you this information, it was in an AGA packet, but he was asked about the impact of the casino industry on the community, and he said, and I quote, "I would tell any executive director from a Boys and Girls Club that if you can get gaming in your community, they are good. I think that overall, they're employing more people, and they're providing more educated people with positions. They're having a positive impact." And he went on to add that the impact wasn't just in Dubuque. He went on to say, "Gaming has a tremendously positive impact on our community. And when I say community, I don't mean Dubuque. I mean 30 to 50 miles from Dubuque." So you talk about that reach and that stretch. Think about this as an economic engine that has a ripple effect outside of the area. And I figure at some point you'll hear these things, that if you don't, you will. You'll hear how gaming will just take away from small business, and small businesses will close. I thought that it was pretty telling. A few weeks ago, we had an event, the American Gaming Association. We have this thing called Getting to Know Gaming, and we hosted it at our IP property in Biloxi, Mississippi. And 2 small business owners were there. I don't know if you've been to Biloxi, but if you've ever heard of Mary Mahoney's old French house, it was there for a long, long time before the casinos were there, and it's going to be there for a long, long time. Bobby Mahoney, whose family has operated that and owned that business for years, was asked about the impact of casinos on his business. And he said that his business has tripled. Now, Bobby's business is not in the casino. It's separate. He said his business has tripled since the casinos came to Biloxi. The other thing he said, though, from his perspective was, quote, "Casino money goes in and it splashes all over. Every business in this area has prospered." That was his read. But to take it one step further, and you think about the goods and services that we procure, and the folks that we buy, all sorts of things from. Michael Lease and his wife Christy, they own a company called Gulf Coast Produce. They're a food distributor. They started their business back in '95 when the casinos were just starting to come online in Biloxi. And they've grown from just being concentrated in that area to covering parts of Louisiana. And Mike was saying just last month, that he's now grown to have 23 trucks, 70 employees, and they've become a $40 million company. He never in his wildest dreams thought that he would grow to be that large. And it's because of the presence of the casinos, and he's grown to be in business in other states. So I just wanted to, kind of share those things with you. Don't take my word for it. Talk to your colleagues in the states that we operate in. I really encourage you to do that. But this is just a glimpse of the impact our business has in these communities, and there are countless others that can tell the same story. And you also have to think through, too, whether it's worth having a study done. I know that, Chairman, a while back, y'all had looked at a study. The reality is, we've seen estimates as much as, $400 million a year is leaving the state of Georgia to go to casinos in surrounding states. That's a lot of money that could stay here and create a lot of jobs. And the other thing that you could do is you could do sort of like Iowa and Indiana did, and you could, again, assuming that the people vote and you all decide to bring this here, you could build your properties in some strategic locations where you can bring in folks from South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, North Florida. So not only keep money here that's leaving the state, but import money in and create jobs through that. So with that, I just want to spend just a brief moment. I think the folks at MGM did a really good job. I think you heard a little bit different example this morning, too, from Golden Nugget on the regulatory structure. We operate in 10 different states, like I said. We expect a robust regulatory climate. That's something that we want. It's something that you should demand. It's something that we're very used to. And I think that, when you look at our business and the way we've grown, it's because we have a good reputation with those that regulate us. I think you heard from MGM yesterday, there is a clear distinction between the regulated and the regulator. But we've really sort of seen this development over time where regulators encourage us, and it should be this way, to self-report mistakes. Mistakes will happen. I promise you mistakes will happen. People will miscount something with a machine. Someone will go and there might be an internal control process that was violated on movement of a device or something like that. But if that's self-reported to the regulators, there will be some sort of penalty for it. But you want to encourage that climate of discussion, self-regulation, self-reporting. That way you have a good working relationship here. I know we've covered a lot the last few days, but I thought that maybe if it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman, we could get into some question and answer if that's okay.
It is, and thank you again for coming. I know you're in a lot of states and a lot of regulation. We have, and something we hadn't hit on yet, we've got some of the folks in the arts that see you perception-wise as a loss leader competitor. And we've had conversations in the past where some of the folks feel like their own venue would suffer if a large competitor, if you will, would come in. We heard the exact opposite from yesterday when Wynn told us that it was that just was not the case. In all your states, have you run into butted heads, if you will, with the other venues that are out there?
This does become an issue in some markets. I can tell you that it's not all hunky-dory everywhere. I will say this, again, it depends on the facility you build and building it to the assets that are already in the community. So for instance, if there's a large arena that seats 10 to 12,000 people, you're not going to look to replicate that. It just doesn't make sense from an economic standpoint to go and spend that money. But maybe there's something that's missing in that market. Maybe it's a smaller, more intimate venue that, maybe it's a 2,000-seat venue that makes some sense. So instead, you would build something that would complement an existing asset. You don't want to compete and invest money to have a duplicative product. Instead, you'd have something smaller.
Members, you know what? You can see the after lunch.
Yeah, I know. And I didn't have any pretty pictures.
Yeah,
I didn't bring any pretty pictures or anything like that.
There's got to be some for questions, Mr. Chair.
Well, that's all right. I'll say something. Ryan, I want to thank you for coming up. The way these meetings were set up was to try to deal with all three venues that deal with the gaming. Mm-hmm. The brick and mortar casinos and the horse racing and the sports betting. And, I think you're the last one on the program for the 3 days that'll actually be representing those companies. Mm-hmm. But you kind of summed it up. It was almost like, as I sat there, you almost lulled me to sleep between that and the ham sandwich I had at lunch. But that, you were kind of summing up what everybody had said. It's about the investment. It's about the jobs. It's about the infrastructure. It's about a tight regulatory system. And everybody that I have spoke with that's in the business, they actually don't just want, but they demand a strong regulatory system. Because of the nature of the business, this is a good way to be sure there's no problems. And that creates stability in this industry. So for that, I want to thank you for stepping up and kind of putting the final polish onto this. And I'll thank all the others again that are still here. And, there's one thing that, I realized early on, of all the different testimony, there's no one size fits all. You got the large palace hotels. You've got the smaller rural, like in the state of Iowa. Everybody's got a different business model. Mm-hmm. But it appears to me that at the end of the day, if and when the people of Georgia have a chance to operate or a chance to vote on this issue, which is bottom line to what it takes, then they're going to have to hear this story, that this is what they'll be entitled to, and that's about destination tourism, which is a great indicator in Georgia. And, the thing that I'm more impressed about is the fact that we don't have another industry that's got their hand out wanting something free or a tax credit. If something's willing to shape it up and get on with it and and let their business model prevail. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Collins.
A question just to follow up. You may be able to answer this for everybody, but is there any kind of organized labor involved in the casinos?
Yes, and it varies from market to market and state to state.
Okay.
So, for instance, in Las Vegas, it's been called the Culinary Union for a long time, but Unite here has organized a number of the properties. And as you kind of move through different markets, it's more just a situation with whatever that particular labor market is like. So you have organized labor in properties in Indiana, Michigan, some in Illinois, some are not.
Okay.
And so it's more of a matter of kind of however a particular state tends to be or what other market conditions are there.
Okay. Thank you.
Earhart.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I noticed on your website something I hadn't even thought of, that you offer up your casinos as film locations. Can you tell me a little bit about that? We have a robust film industry here in Georgia we're very proud of.
Sure. Well, and I noticed that when I was walking over yesterday, I walked over from my hotel and I saw the film permits everywhere, and I immediately thought of Representative Stevens. I thought they should have had his name on them somewhere, but we do, and in fact, I mean, just during my tenure with the company, in fact, the movie Casino scenes were filmed at the Stardust for that movie, Chairman. And recently, we've had things from like NCIS New Orleans come and film at our Treasure Chest Casino in Kenner, which is near the New Orleans airport. A couple years ago, a sitcom was on CBS, was based in Chicago. And they came over and actually did some filming at our Blue Chip property. The couple was supposed to go on like a weekend getaway, and so they used the Blue Chip as the backdrop for the weekend getaway. So yes, I mean, I think going to your question, yeah, these are opportunities that are there because people, again, this has kind of become part of the fabric of American life. You know, you have these properties in 43 states today. You know, you look at polling numbers and you look at our surveys of customers. It's unbelievable. I mean, 44% of Americans say that they're going to go visit a casino this year. So, yes, there is an opportunity to especially piggyback on what you all do for filming here.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit about non-gaming pieces on the properties that you have.
Sure. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach. So we do have properties that have golf courses because there was a need for a golf course in the area. We have properties that have spas because there was something missing there. That was a niche that we thought would make some sense. That doesn't mean that other properties have that, just based upon the market location or maybe, there's something else in that area. Movie theaters. Movie theaters is something that you see in a number of properties. So, for instance, our Ameristar property in Kansas City has a large 16-screen movie theater. One of our properties in Las Vegas has the same. But we don't have others in our portfolio that have that. It's market-driven. Bowling alleys, the same way. So, Chairman, you see everything. We have properties that are four-diamond hotels. We have properties that don't have hotels based upon what was existing around the area when it was built. You have properties that have restaurants that have been recognized by Wine Spectator for excellence. But you also have unique concepts. Like we just opened a new concept in East Peoria, Illinois a few weeks ago called the Tin Lizard. It's an upscale casual bar and grill sort of vibe, and it's just completely different than what we've seen elsewhere in our portfolio. We have sports bars that have kind of given way to sports books in places like Mississippi and northern Indiana at Blue Chip. So there's a wide array of amenities. Meeting and event space is huge, absolutely huge. I'll just share this with you. When the Bulldogs came up to South Bend in 2017, they stayed there. We had the team and we had the boosters and everyone was there.
That worked out good for us, too. It did.
Yeah, I apologize. I was telling Lewis, we probably should have sent our food and beverage team from Blue Chip down to take care of the team this week. Might have been a different outcome. But I digress. But anyhow, it's a wide array of amenities. And I know there was a question asked yesterday about building large convention centers that may compete with other assets you have here. You're not going to see that. Instead, what you're going to see is something that fits a niche. It might be that a property in some portion of the state sees that there's a need for meeting and event space, and 20,000 square feet of meeting and event space makes sense. They may get in and run that for a while and do like we did at Blue Chip and add another 15,000 square feet, and next thing you know, you've almost doubled it. So it adapts over time, but it's a wide array of amenities, Chairman. And when you look at the total square footage that's developed on site, the casino is the hub of what makes all the other investment. But when you look at the total square footage, the casino is just a portion of it. When you consider that I'll just give this example just because it's prevalent. Blue Chip will have 45,000 square feet of meeting and event space when we cut the ribbon tomorrow morning. The gaming floor there is about 60,000 square feet. That doesn't include the 500 hotel rooms that we have. That doesn't include the restaurants and the spa and all those other things that we have on site. So that gives you some perspective too as to what's going on. If you don't mind, I'd like to touch on one other thing that came up today. I know we talked a little bit about millennials, and I think the millennial equation has been one that this industry has been trying to chase for a while. It's one that everyone wants to try to get ahead of, and being a Gen Xer, I kind of laughed that millennials get all the attention, and we were just the latchkey kids that found a way to get on. But the reality is that what the millennial wants, they want an experience. They've had an experience their whole life. They've been able to find things that were tailored to them, whether it's through phone apps or video games or whatever. Strikingly, the game that they like to play blackjack and craps. They like roulette. They like table games because they like the social experience. It's something that they don't feel like they get maybe from the video games they grew up with, or maybe something that's lacking with the slot machine. But they also like to have a nice night out. They like to have a good unique meal, a good cocktail, and have a good time.
Since there's no other on the table, don't leave for one more. I'm looking at our chart here. It looks like Philadelphia that you operate in has a tax rate of 54%. Mm-hmm. Out of all the states that you operate in, which state, maybe Nevada, the one that allows you to invest back in your property to keep it fresh?
Well, obviously Nevada with a 6.75% tax rate has seen the most investment. It's no accident. That's why the bulk of the jobs in this industry are in Nevada. It's no accident why you see billions of dollars of investment constantly on the Las Vegas Strip. And a lot of people don't realize the investment. If you've not been to Las Vegas lately, I encourage you to go to downtown Las Vegas. There is a lot of investment going on in downtown Las Vegas. We operate 3 properties there. The folks from Golden Nugget have a property there. There's a lot of things going on there. And quite frankly, if you were at that 55% tax rate, you wouldn't see the dynamic industry that you see in Nevada today. The 55% tax rate in Pennsylvania is a challenge. It's a real challenge. And that's why you see properties that tend to do a little bit better in terms of offering a few more non-gaming amenities are clustered really in the urban markets, because you just have a large population to draw from. Whereas in the more rural markets or the smaller markets, you don't see nearly as much in terms of investment and jobs. We've invested in a lot of places. We've invested in Louisiana. Mississippi's been fantastic to invest in with a 12% tax rate and a real stable environment. I would encourage you to look at stability. Once you decide on a structure, have stability in that. Whether you decide to set the tax rate at 7 or 20, have stability in that if you decide to go forward. If you decide to have a limited number of licenses, keep that number in place. Because if there's a notion that you all may come back and revisit and put more licenses out for bid after the initial investments are made, it will have a chilling effect on reinvestment. So the $45 million hotel at Delta, you may not see that reinvestment come down 10 years after the property first opens, if there's some thought that there's going to be a competitor that can go into the market and cut off part of your business.
Point taken. Other members? Thank you. I think we're back awake again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, Ron. Next, we'll hear from the other side. Mike Griffin and Randy. Okay, oh, good. We're going to have them together? No. We're going to start with Mike Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have some handouts I'd like to give to your staff here to kind of distribute to you.
Yeah, move them in front. Ladies and gentlemen, we put Mike in front. He's got to get back home, and Penn could not make it, so we're moving Mike in front of everybody else.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for this opportunity. And my name is Mike Griffin. I'm the Public Affairs Representative for the Georgia Baptist Mission Board. And Georgia Baptist represent 1.4 million Georgians. We represent close to 3,600 Southern Baptist churches in our state. I've been working down here at the Capitol for 12 years. Me and Alan kind of ran into each other in 2006, but Chairman Powell will tell you I'm his #1 constituent now. And he's one of my closest friends in the legislature. Well, I've been in Hartwell 27 years, and so a long time there, pastoring for 35 years in the state of Georgia. Miss Penny used to come hear me preach some down in South Georgia every now and then. So anyway, we've been doing this for a while, 5 years of doing this. And I want to thank you for letting me come and share. And I thank you, this is a study committee. Now, I know everybody has their opinion, has their moral convictions, whatever their economic convictions. But really, if you're on this committee, it does not mean you're for gambling. It doesn't mean you're necessarily against gambling. And I appreciate, the speaker allowing this opportunity to be able to study this issue. And so I want to thank you. And also realize this, Chairman, you and I are friends. One of the nicest men I know is Chairman Stevens down here. Seriously, good people can disagree with each other. So, and I just want you to know that's how I see this issue here today. But I'm asking you today to consider what I've heard shot down for 2 days here. And that is pretty much the social costs that are involved in this industry that has been proven over decades now. We have seen, I'm good friends with Professor John Kent at the University of Illinois. I also have some information from also Dr. Grennels, who has written a book in 2011. He and Professor Kent have testified before Congress. The last time they did this was in 2015. And in it, they shared, and I have the stats here, but others are going to be giving you more packets with other information about this. But I'll just pass it and then move on. But there's like a 1-to-3 ratio, meaning for every dollar you raise in tax revenue, there's another 3 that it costs you in social expense, even right on down to individual cost that happens. And so that's something to take into consideration. The second thing I would ask you to do as well, not just the social costs that are out there, but also the impact on families and children. And I know that we've heard people say that doesn't really matter, but I think it really does matter. And there's no doubt that this can have a negative impact. Years ago we had a famous saying that said, families that pray together stay together. You ever heard that? It's almost as I've heard today, we've changed that. The families that gamble together stay together. And I really do not believe that this type of industry is a positive promotion of family and financial stability today. And yet we claim today that most of what we do down here we do, and correct in that we do that, and that is that it's for the children. But I will tell you today that the people who are suffering the most from the legalization of social vices are children. Now, years ago, we heard this thing, the all sin tax is regressive, meaning You can tax as much as you want and pour as much money out of it, but it still doesn't change the nature and the character of what you're talking about. And I mean, we're hearing a lot of good things here today, but now let me just say something. No offense to these guys, but you're talking to the foxes in charge of the hen house here. I mean, they're going to be saying all these things. They're not going to tell you the bad things. This is not Iowa. This is not Alabama. Maybe it should be in football, but I mean, I'm just saying it's not, and it's different. And so when we talk about the impact on children, here are the three areas that I'm concerned about. One would be on the area of sex trafficking. I've hosted and been a part of 6 unholy tours. And I had to tell my wife, hey, I'm going around strip clubs tonight, me and Renee Unterman and, Tim Eccles. But we're not getting out of the bus. We're just riding around. But seriously, we've had 6 of the unholy tours where we put activists on there. We have legislators. I've seen some of y'all on those. And we ride around Atlanta, and there's nobody here would disagree, whether it's 1 or 2, or maybe it's that way because we do a better job of trying to enforce, whatever. But we're at 1 or 2 of the sex trafficking capital in the United States of America. Atlanta is not Alabama. I mean, this is a big hub here, a lot of activity going on. And I was on one of those tours one night, and I stood up, and they asked me to speak. I said, how many of you here believe if we could get some casinos in Atlanta, it would decrease sex trafficking? And they just went bananas. Absolutely not. It would absolutely increase it here. And so those types of things that I'm concerned about. I mean, Senator Unterman had testified years ago that it cost up to $80,000 a year to rescue one child. And our Lord said this: if we were to cause one child to stumble, it'd be better that a millstone be tied about our neck and cast into the deepest part of the sea. With Jesus, it doesn't take but one. And so when we talk about the impact on children, we're talking about sex trafficking. How about the increase in underage gambling? I've given you a sheet that goes back, again, the stats are a few years old, but there was a snapshot taken at Daily Fantasy Sport that out of 51 million players, 10 million were underage. And you see this little kid, they're doing this. And you and I know today that one of the greatest detriments on what's happening today among our young people is that 3 clicks you can watch whatever you want to watch here. What I would have to look 3 months walking down the road, try to find something that would look like, the pornography is fueling. And I know this is not a committee about pornography, but I'm saying this makes it even more risky. And I know you're saying they're already doing it. Now, folks, if we use that as the standard for what we're going to use to raise tax revenue, then there would be nothing that we wouldn't go ahead and justify, because God knows there's a lot of things we can make money off of, but I don't think we ought to do it. I mean, I said 5 years ago. Now, I've sat for 5 years on the House and the Senate in these hearings, and I said, man, what are y'all going to call it? Horses for Hope? And it's going to be cash from casinos? Is it going to be one day money from marijuana? And then God forbid that one day it would be pennies from prostitutes. Because everything I've heard here of in 5 years, I could justify prostitution because you could do it better. They're already doing it. You could make sure their health is taken care of. I mean, and I'm just saying, I know that's not where any of you are thinking. You absolutely believe none of that. I know that. I'm just saying, when you get on that roller coaster heading that direction, it's almost as if we're not careful, we'll put money over morality. It really doesn't matter what it is, just as long as we can raise some more tax revenue. And I'm not here to tell you it's not important that we raise it. I'm just saying there's something to be careful of. That's all I'm saying. So there's the sex trafficking, there's the youth gambling, and then the foster care crisis. 14,000 children just in the state of Georgia, typically over a year, are in foster care, or we're already looking for homes to try to figure out where we can help put these kids. And why is that? Why is that? Seriously, do we think if we would gamble more, that would help our foster care system? I know we think, well, it's just going to raise some more money for them too. Well, that's like me saying, I'm going to beat you up, but I'm going to pay for you to go to the hospital. Well, if you wouldn't beat me up, I wouldn't have to go to the hospital. And at some point, we have to look as a legislature, what are some of the social vices that are creating the economic problems that we're having to go raise tax money for? And wouldn't an ounce of prevention be worth a pound of cure somewhere in this process? So as we look at the end, that that justifies the means. At Georgia Baptist, we're trying to do something about that. We have about 8 campuses in our state. We treat, on average, about 1,000 children a year. We deal with the homeless, the abused, neglected, human trafficking, mental health, and developmental disabilities. We deal with all those, trying to deal with this crisis that we're dealing with. Somewhere down the line, we have to look and say, we see a lot of people out here drowning in the river. Could we go upstream, maybe find out where some of them are coming in at and where it's happening? Listen, all that glitters is not gold. I mean, I've heard everything promised here, but the second coming of Jesus in the last 2 days. I mean, it's been unbelievable. And my good friend, Chairman Powell, has taught me years ago, if it smells like a rat, it probably is a rat. Well, it smells like you're almost making it sound too good. That scares me, because it's going against a lot of data that shows that this has not been the case, that it does have an impact on crime, that it does have an impact on other jobs. There are other studies that show that it does have an impact on savings, addiction goes up, buying and selling on other things. Folks, our economy is a pie, and there's only so many slices. And what you're doing is you're just moving the pie around to somewhere else, to another place, to another one over here. You know, they're talking about, well, we got plenty of law enforcement. Well, you know, you don't have to do that at Walmart, do you? Why do you have to have so much law enforcement there? Because everybody knows there's problems. And could it be that in some of these cases you are cherry picking some places that are not having what has been the national trend? Could very well be, because, man, they're just pigeonholing that thing and really watching it because they know it is a dangerous industry that comes in here. And I know, here's what you'll say about me. Mike, we don't need you down here trying to legislate morality. Well, that's not what we're doing. The purpose of government and our police force is not to legislate morality, but to restrain evil. In other words, you can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I mean, right out here on 85, they're speeding like crazy. But I'm not for taking down speed limit signs and getting law enforcement off the road out there. It just would make it worse. And so a lot of these things are happening. And if we use the rationale, I'm concerned about, well, they're already doing it kind of thing. And I do understand there may be some legitimacy on certain other issues like that. I just appreciate you letting me share. I'm just here just for some thinking, and just throw this in with everything else that you're putting into your decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Dean Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate.
Is it working?
Is that number 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Uh-oh. I hope you hadn't laid a curse on him. I can't talk.
No, I don't have that kind of power. Wrong one for that.
Okay, I'm afraid, but I'm always interested in hearing all sides, and I personally appreciate you coming, because I got a chance to hear you, because you've been here 12 years and you've never had a conversation with me about any issue. So I'm so glad to hear you, and I enjoyed some of the things you said. And I've been a deacon for 45 years in the Baptist Church, so we could have had some things we could have talked about. But I'm glad to see you, glad to hear you, and I have been down this road before as a Baptist deacon. I did not get out and beat the bushes for the Hope Scholarship for 2 reasons. I thought everybody, would make their own choice. But secondly, a friend of mine told me something I never forgot during that campaign. He said, "Al, don't you think every man got a right to go to hell if he chose?" And I always kind of rolled that with me. But I appreciate hearing you. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk one day.
Well, we probably have talked, we just didn't remember it. I've talked to a lot of folks, but I have a different recollection, but that's all right. I'm not as young as I used to be.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. God bless you.
Gretchen, have you got 10 extra minutes to get one person? Where did she go? I'm right here. There you go. Sir, absolutely. Let me get one person if you've got a chance to hang around. Randy Brill? Bill. Sorry. Yep. Sorry, Randy.
No worries. Hey, how are you? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 85% of battery life left on this iPad. I promise you I will not use it, all right? First of all, just thank you for letting me be here today. I do want to address one thing that Representative Collins asked about unionizing workers in the casinos. A lot of the casinos' jobs are lower paid. However, in the organized casinos, they do make a very good livable wage, which I think should be a focus of this committee as well, or as we move forward. But it's an honor to be here today. My name is Randy Bill. I'm the business manager, financial secretary, treasurer of the Atlanta and North Georgia Building Trades. I represent the 19 local union affiliates that are associated with the building trades and their respective training programs. The unions under our affiliation have many locations throughout the state. In fact, we have a presence everywhere in this state, every county, every city around this state. I'm also the president of a 501c3 training academy, the Building Trades Academy. The academy, this is all important because it's going to tie together, but the academy had been dormant for several years before I took office in 2016. I wrote a curriculum for the academy, went out into the community and began to show underrepresented, poverty-stricken communities the ability to earn good wages in the building trades, things they had never heard before. And we have been able to change many people's lives throughout that, and I'm happy about that and thrilled to be able to have that success story under our belt as well. I'm here to specifically speak about the impact that casinos would have on the construction industry and why we support this measure. Now, I'm a sheet metal worker by trade, 31 years, second generation. In fact, my entire family, obviously my dad, my two brothers, uncle, sister-in-law, shall I keep going, all are sheet metal workers, and we all depend on construction and sheet metal work to meet our needs. If this state adopts casinos or moves it on down the road where the citizens can actually vote on it, that's what we're talking about. Eventually, that's what was happened. It could really not come at a better time. Right down the road, just 2.5 hours away, we have 4,000 construction men and women who are the most highly skilled in this country, building one of the most important, I believe it is the most important construction job going on in this country today, and that's Plant Vogtle. My question is, where will these people go to work when that job's completed? It will get done, I promise you that. And it will be done right, it will be done safely, and it will operate. We need big projects like these casinos in this state for these men and women to come work to. Casinos will bring more people into our apprenticeship programs, which leads to more skilled workers. We always hear we have a skilled worker shortage, and it is so true. One way we solve that is by bringing more people bring more people to get trained, and jobs like this can do that. I called my counterpart out in Vegas from the building trades and asked him for some information on, the kind of numbers I could look at if we were to be so fortunate to have this opportunity in Georgia. And he said that speaking of one single casino development, he said that project took place over multiple years, had 3 different phases. The construction provided $1.5 billion in construction wages and $84 million in taxes while employing several thousands of workers. Once open, the property would account for 8,500 direct jobs, 3,300 indirect jobs. The development was projected and did generate over $155 million in annual tax revenue. Those sound like pretty good deals to me from where I sit. With these kinds of results, I can see great opportunities for the state of Georgia and the construction sector, as well as many other benefits for the state of Georgia as well. We need to replenish our depleting skilled workforce. Our apprenticeship programs that are regulated by the Department of Labor are the best across the country at training within all sectors of construction. The building trade spends over $1 billion a year in training our apprentices. That's great. We can't do it without jobs. Learning from a book is great, but I don't know about you, but I learn better with my hands. And that learning on the job cannot be replaced. We can lift people up out of poverty. I've proven it right there at the building trades right down the street. We've done it before. We've got them off government assistance. We've lessened the burden from the tax rate and payers in this state by getting people off of benefits and off peach care and providing good insurance. All those are good things. And again, we can't do it without jobs. The apprenticeship programs I'm speaking of start around $15 an hour with paid insurance and pensions by the contractor themselves. Through the 4 and 5 year apprenticeship programs, you get raises every year, topping out currently at around $32 to $34 an hour, plus benefits. They also receive skilled training that will last a lifetime. But again, we can't do it without jobs. We've got to have jobs. So these proposed casinos offer those opportunities. We're talking about thousands of jobs across this state, multiple locations, in areas that haven't experienced those kind of jobs before, and a learning experience that will last a lifetime. It will stimulate growth in our economy and in our people. And what do I mean by that? Well, when you lift up a class of people and you put them into the growing middle class or the middle class, and they have more money to spend, being a representative of people, they spend money, and we want them to spend money because that's how you keep the economy going. So I can only see great benefits concerning construction jobs related to building casinos, and I encourage all of you, as you continue to investigate this, to move it on forward to the people of this state to vote on.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to get a little bit on a tangent here, and I know there's a lot of people that are for it and against it down at Vogel, but I've been there 3 or 4 times since construction started, and I appreciate the work that's being done there. There's a lot of people working real hard. I saw the hole in the ground when it was just a hole in the ground, and the big tractors down there look like Tonka trucks. They, relative to the size of that, and I've been down there just earlier this spring where there was a lot done. And quite frankly, last fall when I was down there and it hadn't rained in a while, and it was probably about 105 degrees and dust was 3 inches deep, and there were people out there working in it. And I know that many of those folks, while they get paid well, they're away from their home for a long period of time. They actually move down there and live in temporary housing, and again, they get paid for it. That's what they do for a living. But when that gets up and spinning and providing Georgia with clean, reliable, affordable energy, we appreciate what you're doing. Back to your point, Mr. Chair. So in so doing that, not only this project, but can you talk about in general around Georgia right now? There's a lot of cranes. There's a lot of cranes out there. A lot of things going on. In the integration of all of this, can you touch with me on the needs of additional workers in that area? I guess I'm going a little bit with perhaps where maybe some of the money would go, Mr. Chairman, of this toward training people in those skilled trades that make a good living out there. Where sometimes there's 4-year degrees getting out of college, not finding employment in tough times, and in work like it's being done in Vogel might be done here and with these cranes around. If now is not the time to take the chair's time in this committee, I would love to hear from you in my role at Higher Ed to talk to your folks and folks on the ground about how we can help make more folks to make a good living in Georgia and build these economic projects or other ones. So sorry to bother your committee's time with that, but I think what the gentleman and the folks he works with do is very important to the state of Georgia and our economy long term, and I appreciate him.
Yeah, very much.
I can address that fairly quickly and love to get with you and do more, but if it's okay, Mr.
Sure.
Chairman. So you asked what are the specific needs. We all know welders. We hear that everywhere we go, welders, but also plumbers, pipe fitters, and HVACR technicians are of a great need right now. There's another job going up the road up here, the battery, SK Battery, up the road, up your way, right? And the thing about that job is it's going to take 400 insulators to do that job. If it comes our way or goes another way, an open shop, either way, it takes a lot of people. And so that's just one craft. We're hearing multiple things around different jobs. It seems like that everybody wants everything done tomorrow. So just like the SK Battery, they're talking 3 shifts, 30 hours a day, even though there's not 30 hours in a day. But they're just. So I would tell you overall, there's not a single trade that I represent, and if it's in construction, we represent them all. I don't know of any trade that is not looking for apprentices, helpers, or journey persons with that already have experience. And I didn't say this, but I'd be remiss if I did not. Our training is also tuition free. So you mentioned college and degrees. We know what happens. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Co-Chairman Harrell.
Thank you. Mr. Bill, thank you so much for being here and sharing your testimony. And this is really just a couple of comments. I want to thank you for your comment about giving people lifelong skills and helping get them out of poverty. One of our early presenters, Wynn, testified about a project in Boston where they did training, the same, and trained their employees for both that construction project and long-term. And that's, again, giving people an opportunity to pull themselves up. And to make great careers, and that's life-changing. This state has had a great recent history on being strong on business year after year. In just the last day or two, we've made a couple of announcements: 180 new jobs, $200 million investment. What we've heard discussed here over the last couple of days, and every job is important, every job. But we're not talking about the potential of 180 jobs. Or even 1,800 jobs. We're talking about thousands and thousands of construction jobs and thousands of permanent jobs. And we're not talking about a $200 million single-time investment, which is huge and tremendously important to those communities. But we're talking about potentially billions of dollars in capital investment. So, you're changing lives with what your group is doing with this training and this education to give people down a path. And I just want us, as we consider these issues, to realize that the importance to that individual when they have an opportunity. We talked earlier about, instead of having to, if they're in rural Georgia, maybe their only opportunity today is to pick up their family and move. And they might prefer to stay closer to home, or the gentleman that talked about horse racing. Some people just have, an affinity for agriculture or animals, but if the opportunity's not there, they may have to find a job that's not quite to their liking. So it's, again, these are life-changing opportunities for citizens, and I think at the end of the day, that's a key point for us all to try to keep in mind. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. We look forward to working with everyone on building careers for people in Georgia.
Thank you. Anyone else? Randy, thank you so much. This is a very big deal, and it's what essentially this committee was, the core of it was about the job. So thank you for coming and talking to us.
Sure, thank you.
And our Chief Executive Officer for our lottery, Gretchen Corbin. And your background, of course, is in economic development, period. So this is good stuff.
Absolutely.
Thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to all members of the committee, it's good to see you today. Mr. Chairman, my name's Gretchen Corbin. I'm President and CEO of the Georgia Lottery Corporation, and it's an honor to be with you. Chairman Powell, Chairman Harrell, thank you very much for your time today and continuing to hear from the Georgia Lottery. I hope you're not getting too bored of the same presentation, so spice up the questions if I can answer any. I can't wait. Thank you so much. And so it's an honor to be with you today. And very quickly, as always, want to do a quick history of the Georgia Lottery. This is a look at our past and current logo and games. As you can see, and as you have experienced, a lot has changed in 26 years. We sold the first ticket June 29th, 1993, and on that day we sold more than 13 million tickets. When the lottery began, 70% of our sales were from the draw games like the Powerballs, the Cash 3, Cash 4, Lotto Georgia, and 26 years later, our instant games now represent 70% of our sales. And Mr. Chairman, as you know, Chairman Powell, from the oversight, or from being in the legislature at that time, and being on the initial oversight committee of the Georgia Lottery, we were created to provide students with a high-quality start to their education via pre-K, and then to give the best and brightest students in Georgia a reason to stay for college and university on hope. And the hope was that they would remain here, they would study here, they would then come back to their communities, work here, create jobs, and be economic drivers of the next Georgia generation. And just as a side note, when I go out and talk to groups, every single time I ask the question, how many of you are in this room our Hope Scholars, parents, graduates, or grandparents of Hope Scholars. We always get the big raise of the hand. But I really love asking the question of how many of you are Hope Scholars and have come back to your community, because that's when you know this has really worked. Your vision, the vision of Governor Miller, the legislature at the time, and everybody who has supported since then, it has worked. And so as you go into your communities, you're there daily and you're talking to groups, I would encourage you to ask that question, because it's really exciting to see that a lot of our Hope Scholars have not just stayed in Georgia, but have come back to their communities and are that next business generation. We operate under several areas of oversight, including our Board of Directors, a Legislative Oversight Committee, the House Regulated Industries Committee, chaired by Chairman Powell, and our Senate Economic Development Committee. We also receive direction to provide a series of quarterly and annual reports and audits to many, including the chairman of the oversight committees in the House and Senate. And as we were set up by Governor Miller and the legislature at the time, the lottery does not receive state appropriations, and 100% of our proceeds are transferred quarterly to the Lottery for Education account. Governor Kemp and you as members of the General Assembly appropriate those lottery funds annually. And then again, of course, our colleagues at the Georgia Student Finance Commission and the Department of Early Care and Learning allocate the dollars that you appropriate. You probably know this, but if not, you may be interested to know that we did not receive any startup money when we started as a corporation with the state. We took out a loan, like most small businesses. It was a pretty big loan of $15 million, and it was repaid in the first week of operation. Through this vision and the framework that was created, the Georgia Lottery has now transferred over $21 billion to Hope and Pre-K. And that number includes the most recent record year transfer of $1.207 billion, which was our 8th consecutive year of return and our 4th consecutive year over $1 billion. Those dollars have resulted in 1.8 million Hope Scholarship recipients and over 1.6 million funded pre-K students. So approximately we have 171,000 Hope students and 80,000 pre-K students which benefit each year from the Georgia Lottery. And I think, as you know, on an average, we generate approximately $3.3 million per day for Hope and Pre-K. We like to keep up with our rankings. We like to make sure that we're number one. You will see that we're number 2 out of domestic lotteries, and we're perfectly proud and fine with that because it works for this great state. As well, you can see that in providing $21 billion to education, this is a trend of our transfers annually since 1994. In fiscal year 19, our annual transfer to the Georgia Lottery for Education account equaled almost $1.21 billion, which was an increase of $63.9 million from the previous year. And that was an increase of 5.6% over fiscal year 18. And from 2012 to 2019, our returns have increased by 34%. One industry standard measured for success is our per capita sales, which factors in our population growth, and our per capita returns are up 22.6% from fiscal year 14. This slide speaks to product development. And in fiscal year 19, our returns were inclusive of increases from several products, including draw games, instant games, which we also know as scratchers, obviously, and our COAM industry. We introduce approximately 60 games each year through our draw and our instant, which range in product from $1 to $30. And each game is evaluated for prize structure, top prizes, game themes, license themes, and shelf appeal. On the draw side, the Georgia Lottery has one of the largest draw portfolios in the country. There's a mix of multi-state games like Powerball, Mega Millions, regional games, daily games. We had a big Fantasy 5 this past week, and games that are unique only to Georgia, like Cash 3, Cash 4, and Fantasy 5. We had a very exciting Cash 4 day as well last week. We are also one of only several states that sell lottery products by the internet. We have our Georgia Lottery app, and we also have our iLottery product online. In 2012, we started this after the Department of Justice provided a decision that lotteries would be afforded the ability to sell online. The iLottery is our fastest growing channel, and it's going to be very important for the future, as we have discussed. Our fiscal year 19 iLottery sales increased 63% over fiscal year 18 to almost $82 million. And the online channel has meant more than $67 million to Hope and Pre-K. We've had more than 1.2 million app downloads and over 1.4 million players join the Players Club loyalty program, and our iLottery players have won over $144 million in prizes. And probably more importantly in that conversation is that our brick and mortar stores, our retailers have increased every year since the introduction of our iLottery channel. Our COAM system and licensing. To this point, I've covered draw and instant and online sales. And as I mentioned, we have the responsibility and the pleasure of conducting the business for the state in regards to COAM licensing in our system. COAM is our coin-operated amusement machines in Georgia, and as you know, in 2013, the legislature transferred the responsibility of COAM from the Department of Revenue to the Georgia Lottery. Our responsibility includes licensing, permitting, collections, and compliance, and we also enjoy partnering as well. In partnering with the COAM industry, we license over 22,000 machines statewide, all connected to a centralized accounting system. And the revenue share through COAM meant $66 million last year to the bottom line of education. The relationship and communication with our COAM advisory board and our COAM industry are integral to the success and the future of our lottery. So this next slide is our recent returns, and I really broke it down by traditional and COAM so you could see the components of both, and then of course the total. And you will see in fiscal year 19 that again we had another strong year at $1.2 billion of returns to the state, and you can see here where again 65.9 million of that came from the COAM industry and 1.14 billion from our traditional lottery piece. So to recap and summarize, the Georgia Lottery has raised approximately $21 billion for educational programs in Georgia. In fiscal year 19, our profit was $63.9 million, or 5.6% higher than 2018. In fiscal year 19, we saw the largest quarterly transfer, Q2 in 2019, in Georgia Lottery history of $323.6 million, followed by the second largest Q3 transfer in Georgia Lottery history. And Mr. Chairman, we have just announced today, as we do annually, how our returns have been, and we will be returning $291.61 million back to the state for Q1, and it is another, I get to say, record Q1 for the Georgia Lottery. This is $6.23 million over last year, so we continue to look very strong in our returns. Our growth projections. Projected return for next year of $1,212 million. And then for this committee, in regards to economic development, this is our bottom line. Approximately 8,600 retail partners statewide, $281 million to retailers, which are small businesses in each one of our communities. Over 1,000 new millionaires and $46 billion paid in prizes since inception. And I will tell you, one of those in the early 2000s was one of my neighbors, but they didn't tell me. Told my husband later, though. And we have 8 offices and employees across the state, a skilled and educated workforce in business recruiting. And as I do come from economic development, my favorite part about the Georgia Lottery is going out into our communities and after asking them the question of how many of you are Hope Scholars, to also then look at the amount that a specific community has received from the Georgia Lottery in giving back to that economy over our time frame. And when you look at it, whether it is 20 million or it's literally 90 million, what you see from an old economic developer is a 20-year project with multiple employees that are sometimes in the area, definite retailers that are in the industry. The money that is coming back for education through our retailers, you realize this has the economic impact of a 20-year investment company, large manufacturer to the state of Georgia. And so we're thrilled to be a part of that economic development growth and we look forward to continuing that success and contributing in our own way to the state of Georgia as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Grayson. Co-Chairman Harrell.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing the presentation. You guys do an outstanding job. I want to share just a quick story. You mentioned the handheld iGames or the iLottery. We've heard some talk over the last couple of days about new online gaming products and how you would geofence or keep them in a particular area, whether it be on a gaming floor or in a particular jurisdiction. I think I saw Brad walk in with you. I was at a event, and Brad was sitting next to me telling me when y'all were launching the new games, and it happened to be outside the state of Georgia. So I downloaded the lottery game and put it on my phone. Brad started sweating. And I filled out my information, and he was fidgeting, and so then I got it to load up and come up, and he's thinking, he's just sitting there saying, please don't work, because you're not supposed to be able to play it outside the state.
Not.
So
Absolutely
I tried to play, and it would not let me.
Great, we were doing
play.
our job.
Yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
said, I'm sorry, you're outside the jurisdiction. You can't play the game. So that was kind of my first experience with geocache and or geofencing, and seeing that this technology really is advancing. And some of our testimony over the last day or two too about the differences of online and in-person play. You really, in most cases, know a lot more about your players if they're playing online. I mean, you can, whether it be in a gaming, like a casino, or at a racetrack, or at the lottery, because that online information identifies a specific person each and every time, and when they're online, and what games they're playing, and how much they're investing, and how much they're winning. If you just walk into a casino and walk up to a table, as someone testified before, you don't have as much information on that particular player. So I appreciate what you and your staff have done. Year after year, continuing to put money into education has been an incredible benefit for the young people of the state of Georgia. And I know y'all work very hard every day to keep that number going up.
Thank you, Mr.
So
Chairman.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dean Williams.
Thank you, sir. Richard, thank you for coming. I appreciate your information. There have been some concerns about if resort destinations are brought to Georgia, that it would bite into the lottery. I know that, this is your field. What are your thoughts on it, and tell me what you found out.
Thank you for the question. So the state of Georgia has not provided a formal study, and what we have found is probably a lot of what you have found over the past couple of days. When you look at different models and all of the state models, it really depends on the variables. So I apologize for saying it depends, but it depends based on the variables that would be considered. What we have found when we have looked at other states that had lotteries and then received casinos, that the lottery sales did dip like 3 to 5% in some instances, and then leveled out. But again, those were different states, all different variables, and so it really again would depend.
One follow-up.
Yes, sir.
I don't play the lottery, and I'm not against it. I just, it's a personal choice, and I chose not to, but I don't have a problem if you drop off a lucky ticket by my house.
Really?
You might be a little lucky than me. I'm glad to give it a try. I might change my mind.
Representative Williams, I think both of us might just get in trouble with that. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that. The great thing about Georgia, isn't it incredible with the lottery that that you really do get to have fun and you get to invest in the students as well. So we do know that we have winners, but we know that every time that our Georgian plays, that a student does win. So thank you for those remarks.
That's a good. Her neighbors win, all right?
And he moved out, so there's room.
Was it Chairman Houston? Are you next?
Thank you so much for the job you're doing and what the lottery's meant to so much. One thing that I think one reason we're all so proud of the lottery and can overlook things, we have complete control over that money. And we feel like it's our money and that you're doing a great job of looking after our money.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And with all the oversight we have. And so I think one way we're much more comfortable with that. And tell me again now, if we put in casino gambling, what percentage did you say was different? Would we want to protect this lottery money before anything?
Yes, ma'am.
Say that to me again. What?
So when we have looked at other states, and not Georgia because we wouldn't know what those variables would be, and we've looked at other states and they've been through other years, we've seen different studies that have shown a 3 to 5% decrease, and we're more than happy to provide those studies. And we also realize that that is not a Georgia-specific study, but that's what we've seen when we've looked at others.
Okay, but could we do a study in?
We could. It costs a little. Yes, ma'am. It costs a little money.
Well, okay. All right. Thank you.
Good question. Representative Earhart, are you next? No?
I did not, but actually I do have
press your button.
I've made no secret of my thoughts about the Georgia Lottery. I'm a
25.
I'm such a fan, and I often say, look no further than a family that has benefited from what the Georgia Lottery has provided. I mean, I am the mother of 4 young students who attended Georgia universities. The only requirement I gave my kids when they were coming out of high school is you have to stay in state. And that was the reality at the time, having been a single mom. My 4th and final child will graduate from Georgia Tech this December, my 4th and final HOPE recipient, and they've kept the HOPE all the way through. A little incentive to encouraging our children to keep that 3.0 and keep that HOPE scholarship. I find it's very effective to say that the alternative is coming home and letting mom homeschool for college.
There you go.
Absolutely.
I like it.
They'll study.
BS degree from Earnhardt.
That's right. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Gamble.
Hey, Commissioners, good to see you today. Thank you for coming to speak to us. And I appreciate you coming to speak to our Rotary in Cartersville the other day. It was a good program. You did a good job, and I know they enjoyed you handing out those lottery tickets when you got done. But it may be premature at this point because I don't know exactly where we're going with any of the framework for what may or may not happen. But I do know at that time I'd like to talk to you more about kind of your thoughts on this and just make sure that we're looking at all the options and considering the HOPE scholarship program and protecting that too throughout whatever we do. So thank you for being with us today.
Our pleasure. Any research and data we can provide, that's what we're here for. Mr. Chair, if I can just say thank y'all for those kind compliments. But as you were saying that, I was thinking it's an honor to be with the team executing, but isn't it cool that at the end of the day, the beginning of the day, legislators like all of you and some of you really made this happen. So I've enjoyed partnering with the legislature and the governor on the success, but it's all of us. So thank you for your kind remarks.
Representative Saines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I did not have the pleasure to attend Earhart University, so I'm still trying to clarify a few things in my own mind. I think I've gotten this clarified. iLottery is the mobile app, and then COAM is the machines in your small businesses who are vendors. Is there, and it doesn't seem like we have much pathway going up if we're already number 2, are there self-imposed restrictions or just venues that Georgia Lottery hasn't explored that have expanded the revenue source and other lottery systems that are possibilities going forward, or do you feel all the angles are being approached at this point?
I think we're always open to all of the angles, right? And we want to make sure that we're looking at those. So we look at those very carefully, and so we're continuing to do that. On the COAM front, I think that Georgia's done a great job in looking across the nation. We're one of the few lotteries that already have COAM, and some of are just beginning to look at them. And so we're proud to be a part of that group, and we're excited where we are with COAM, and we are also very excited to continue the discussion on how we will continue to grow. So we're always looking at ways to continue to grow, always be as business friendly as we can to our partners, and make sure that we are doing everything to maximize those dollars.
Thank you.
Representative Williams, you have another one?
Just wanted to say that thank you. It's been a good run. And when Moses left, he asked to make sure that Alan and Representative Calvin Smiley stay. So they'll be here when he comes again.
Wonderful. That'll be good for all of us.
Co-Chairman Powell.
Thank you, Brother Williams. Gretchen, I want to thank y'all for the job you do, and also the past directors of the commissioners of the lottery. It started out with Rebecca Paul, and she set a standard.
Yes, sir.
Over there. But the lottery as itself has done a great job.
Thank you.
Y'all are in fact the benefactor to the Hope in the university system. There's two distinct different groups. One raises the money and the other one spends it.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just very grateful to the job that y'all do. The question earlier, the effects of if the people of Georgia have a referendum and they pass this. It's not up to us, but it's up to the people of Georgia. I think you said that historically it shows across the nation that most lotteries will take a slight drop. But you didn't say that it also bounces back after a period of a couple of years. In most casino states, when it goes in, it'll take a slight drop and then it comes back, and a lot of times more than before. Mm-hmm. Is that not pretty well true?
Again, those studies show dip down 3 to 5% and then level out. And so I think that what you're saying is accurate. I think it comes back. But at the end of the day, Ms. Chairman, I apologize, but because those have been old numbers, they've been different variables, that's not something I'm comfortable saying would definitely or definitely not happen in Georgia.
We have some numbers that's come from some of the casino states that show that, yes, it does drop in the first year or two, mm-hmm. Takes a slight decrease, but then invariably it always bounces back more. We'll be glad to share that with you.
That's great.
The thing that the lottery has, though, in that case, if the people of Georgia decide to go this route, the lottery has got some distinctive tools they can use. You mentioned the COAM. And as you know, I've been an advocate
yes, sir.
About
Absolutely.
Gift cards. It could possibly be $100 million extra a year to help butter the nest. Also, the lottery also has the ability to get into this new day of sports betting. Now, as the caveat is drawn here from the discussion yesterday from Leg Council, when we did the lottery, more years than I like to remember, I've been here probably, but I knew that was that unknown secret that was left there. But it could only do it in its duty or under the cloak of the lottery. So that makes a lot of the professional sports teams pretty unhappy. So they don't want to deal with the lottery. You know, they want what they want. And hopefully we'll hear a little bit about that in the next day's hearings and all. But y'all also, if the people of Georgia, and under the recommendation of Leg Council, that yes, you can, but the advice is to have it on the ballot so that it clarifies that so as to prevent years of litigation
yes,
in that case. So, you know, y'all will certainly have the tools regardless to what. And again, I appreciate that. We got a lot of folks, and I guess maybe I've been here long enough that I think a little bit different than some. Lottery has been such a tremendous success in providing money to the Hope Scholarship and to the university system. And that's how I look at that. And that continues to grow. That's the reason I continue to think that as long as that stays up and we give and provide the tools for that, then if the people of Georgia legislate and legalize brick and mortar casinos or horse racing or the bulk of sports betting, that's something that could go to another vital area of the state's needs.
Mr. Chairman, we will execute to your will, the legislature, and the governor's will.
Well, thank you for doing such a good job.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Gretchen. Before we take a break, I think everybody's getting a little bit ready for a break now that we're getting our attention back. I want to thank you, Gretchen, for coming and telling us about the lottery and all the phenomenal successes. I would like to take a minute. I see the Dean of the House in the back, and he and this co-chairman to the left are the only two members that were here whenever they took the leap, if you will, to give our higher education and pre-K the opportunity to really prosper. I really appreciate you being. I hope you'll join us after the break. Also, there's one other former House member here that I want to recognize, and it was back whenever all these discussions on what are we going to do with gambling? Is it going to be which way are we going? Wesley Dunn is here. Former chairman of the commission, the insurance committee way back when, but he was a big leader, and I still got your notebook of all the things that were talked about then, and they're applicable today. So as we look at this big umbrella, as we get a little bit closer, I just wanted to recognize you, and especially those that were in the trenches down the road. We're going to be back in 15 minutes, so at 3:45, please join us as we finish up the day. ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long day, and we're all heading towards the finish line. Really appreciate everybody staying as long as they can. We're going to move ahead for our next presenter. Mike Little, are you here? Yes. And Mike is with MGM National Harbor, Washington, D.C., and he's going to tell us about their phenomenal facility there. And you can either, whichever you prefer, Mike.
Sit here, I think. What was the name of the file? GA PowerPoint. Might say GA Final. I think it would be appropriate for me to give some clarification. I'm not actually with MGM, nor have I ever been, other than as a consultant. When MGM was looking at Maryland, when it was looking at adding its 6th license, I was contacted by the chairman of the board, CEO of MGM, because of my community involvement. I am a business owner. I've lived in Prince George's County for 40 years, federal contractor primarily, but I've also been involved and engaged in politics in the county and the state for the last 30 years. My involvement with MGM, originally I was a consultant to the National Harbor Project, which is a 360-acre project that's on the Potomac River right at the foot of the Woodrow Wilson Bridge, 15 minutes from downtown D.C. Since that time, I've been involved and engaged in development all over the county, primarily in affordable and market rate housing. Is there a clicker here that I can use?
Yes, sir.
Pretty much I just gave my introduction as to who I am and why I'm here. Actually, it was my involvement with my community that got me involved with the project. I was not necessarily a pro-gaming supporter. In fact, I had several concerns. But when it was going to be put to a vote, I believed that it would pass in Maryland. And I believe that the only way to be involved and look out for my community's best interest was to be involved. MGM had already expressed an interest in coming specifically to the National Harbor Project. I think there are a couple of maps I'm going to go through very quickly if you can, to give you some idea and concept of who we are and where we are. You see Washington, D.C. in the center, purple. Prince George's County is immediately to the east. It's about a 500 square mile county with 912,000 residents. We are a part of the Washington metro area. To people who think of our area, they think of Washington, D.C. To Marylanders, though, we are Maryland, not Washington, D.C. This shows what, from a census tract, is largely considered. I grabbed this slide quickly just to give you some context as to where we fit. The blue, the Potomac River, comes up into Maryland and kind of divides Virginia from Maryland. This is Prince George's County just to the east. Now, we're a county of 912,000 people, but we have 26 municipalities, but they're all very small cities. We have no large city that you would probably be familiar with. We have a beltway around Washington, D.C. that comes through Prince George's County, just as you have around the Atlanta area. In those ways, we're very similar. Most of our cities are very small cities that are inner beltway, that are older communities, smaller houses. As the workforce expanded, Prince George's County was originally an agricultural county, mostly tobacco farms. As Washington, D.C. grew, so did Prince George's County, and those farms became housing communities to a large degree over the next 40 years, or during the last 40 years. I think in looking at some of the statistical data, it'll give you some concept in what we have in common with Georgia as a whole and with your metropolitan area. Maryland has a little over 6 million people. You have 10 million in Georgia. I don't know if you can see those or if it really makes that much difference in terms of median household incomes and property values and so forth. But if you look at Washington metro area and where Prince George's fits within that, you can see that we have about 912,000 people out of the 622 that make up our metro area. That to some degree is similar for how Atlanta fits in relationship to the overall Atlanta area. You have 486,000 people in the city and almost 6 million people in your Atlanta metro area. Our two metro areas are very similar. We have 6.22 million people in ours, and you have 5.88 million in yours. And I refer to that metro area because when you think of where I'm from, it's not Washington, D.C. I live in Prince George's County, but Virginia is 10 minutes from my house. Downtown D.C. is 15 minutes from my house. So we are very much a region, not a specific geographical location that has from a governance perspective. I think it's important to understand, or it will help you to have some insight into what you're looking at based on what we've been through. In 2008, Maryland approved gaming going onto the ballot in 2008. Those were for casinos, no table games. It did pass, and in 2010, the first casino began operating in Cecil County, which is a very rural area near the mountains, near the Pennsylvania-West Virginia line. Between 11 and 14, 4 more casinos opened. One is in Baltimore City. I don't know if you're familiar, but it's near the baseball stadium, that area. Just south of the stadiums, like going back to the BWI airport. The other one of the other ones is very near Baltimore Airport. Those two casinos are not 30 miles apart, but they both do very well. In fact, the one closest to the airport is the second largest revenue-wise. I think airport has something to do with that. It also has to do with what kind of facility and what kind of amenities you have. In 2012, it went back to the ballot, and this was to see about adding a 6th license, and it was known at that time that that license would be in Prince George's County. Prince George's County had kind of opted out, and the state got the support of the representatives from Prince George's County with a commitment that no license would be approved in Prince George's County at that time. Prince George's seemingly wanted to wait and see how it went in other places and see what the fit was. Now, I don't know if you're familiar or not with National Harbor that I referred to, but National Harbor is a project that started about 21 years ago, 360 acres. We have a Gaylord Hotel that's 2,000 rooms, several restaurants. I don't know if you may be familiar with the Gaylord product as they are in Texas and Florida and Tennessee. There are, besides the Gaylord in those 2,000 rooms, there are 4 other hotels on the National Harbor property that were already there before MGM came to bring its facility. Right now under construction is another hotel because the demand is exceeding what's already there. Now, MGM opted not to build a large hotel, and I think that came from some degree, and this is my opinion, that building a huge hotel would eat into the other hotels that had already made the investment and were already there. A lot of the restaurants, there are probably 40 restaurants in National Harbor that were also very concerned that MGM coming would eat into their business. So while they weren't vocally opposed to them coming, certainly those conversations were being had as some of the concerns. In 2016, December of 2016 is when MGM opened, becoming the 6th casino. And in the first year, it became the highest revenue casino in the state. At the same time that MGM passed on referendum, the state also passed table games. So table games were introduced at the already existing facilities, and table games was coming online in MGM as it came on. In here somewhere, there's a slide that also talks about racinos in Ocean Downs, which is the eastern shore of Maryland. We also have a racetrack that gaming was added to that facility. Not all horse tracks got it. We have other horse facilities in the state that did not get slots or table games. In 17, there had been a total of over $3 billion generated from the casinos. I think I heard somebody here earlier talk about the other business besides the casino revenue, from property tax to income tax. There are a number of other revenue streams for the state and for the local jurisdiction that are not just the gaming revenue. Our gaming commission monitors gaming revenue. For example, in MGM, there is a spa. There are 6 or 7 restaurants that do tremendous business that is not counted in what the gaming commission counts. I would say one of the things I would advise is in 2008, when it was going to referendum, that's when Maryland created its first gaming commission at that time, because there's a significant learning curve and detail from the state perspective, as well as any local jurisdictions that may end up with a casino. So having a body that becomes well-versed in all of those issues is important for your decision-making, as well as for the communities that may be impacted decision-making. Again, initial referendum, and this is the history again. The referendum started in 2008. There was a gaming commission. In 2012 was when the referendum to add table games and a 6th license came to the table. That licensing process, even though our county executive had came out and said he was in support of it, he was in support of it being at National Harbor, there still was a state competitive process for where that license would be awarded. Now, MGM had been courting National Harbor at Prince George's County and the state of Maryland since August of 2012. So while there was support from the county that was for it, and politically support for it, it was still a competitive process. I think as a resident and a business owner, that competitive process was pretty interesting. There were a lot of red herrings. There were a lot of people throwing rocks. In the end, MGM did win that license and spent about $1.4 billion on 23-acre property to build what we consider to be a world-class project. One of the things that was in the legislation in Maryland, when this license was awarded, within the legislation, it required whomever was going to be awarded that license to put a community benefits agreement in place with the local jurisdiction. So that was kind of separate and apart from the tax rate. If you're looking at multiple locations, the impact and the needs of the various communities would vary, and that local community certainly would want to participate in the details of that agreement. For Prince George's County, things that were important were the number of residents from the county that would be employed out of the numbers of people that would be employed. Some people were afraid they would move all of their people from Las Vegas to Prince George's County and take all the jobs. That was not true at all. Certainly experience was important, but they're at half of the employees. I think they were required to be at 40% county residents at opening. And by the 5th year, they're to be at 50%, and December of this year will be the 3rd year, and they're at 49% already. Some things about the county that I shared, I think, with a couple of people earlier today, things that we were not aware of. In Maryland, liquor licenses are regulated at the local level. in Prince George's County, we didn't have a liquor license that existed that would meet the need of an MGM and the kind of entertainment resort facility that they were bringing. As there were multiple restaurants and multiple bars within the facility, we didn't have a license that met that environment, because that really was one entity in some ways, but several different entities in other ways. So the point of sale and being on one system versus multiple sales and the kinds of license we have. So one of the things I would recommend is that you review all of the things regulatory-wise that exist already and look at how you might be impacted by this kind of facility coming. Things that were important to the community and politically were local and MBE participation in the project. This project was built, I think grading started in early 2013, and it opened in December 2016. The site, once it was out of the ground, averaged more than 3,000 people a day on site, all the way through to opening. As I say, MGM has published $1.4 billion as being the number that they spent to build the project. Things that the community were concerned about, local impact, local business impact, and how they would fare with this kind of facility coming. National Harbor was doing okay. It was a project that had been under development for 16, 15 years before MGM came. The restaurant's revenues at National Harbor have gone up between 40 and 60%. Those businesses were afraid their employees would be poached, and some of that may have happened. There may be some employees that, if they could do better, move to a better paying job. But the labor force that's in our area, there was enough people there to meet the demand. The restaurants have gone up. My personal opinion is that their quality has also improved. They actually got better, and they were able to bring in higher quality employees as a result of MGM coming. And the surrounding jurisdiction was pretty much a community. We've been able to attract products like Topgolf. I don't know if you're familiar. Topgolf opened in March of this year, about a quarter of a mile away from the facility. I mentioned there's a new hotel already being built. In my opinion, yeah, I'm sure you have it on your list, Maryland is one of the higher taxing states. In some ways, that cost us. There is still land developable around where MGM is. But at the tax rate, I believe that probably contributes heavily to MGM being willing to invest more. In fact, one of the other properties that I mentioned was the second largest revenue property. It's called Maryland Live. Maryland Live was a casino-only facility. It added table games, and since that time, earlier this year, they opened their hotel and convention center as well. Now, they were able to get, I don't know if you call them TIFs or pilots here, but tax incentive financing. They were able to get that from Anne Arundel County that helped with the project. Without that kind of help, they probably would not have made that kind of investment because of the high tax rate. But because the local jurisdiction has done so well as a result of having a facility in it, they were willing to do the tax incentive financing to help make the project a reality. Gaming preconceptions. Well, you know, politics is in everything when there's a lot of money being spent, right? So politically, everybody from the council members to the county executive to we call our House of Representatives delegates and senators, everybody has an interest that they're protecting and want to try and take care of people who they represent. That becomes quite a challenge in a project of this magnitude, where everybody wants something. In fact, to get it out of the legislature to go to referendum, in my opinion, there were some less than good faith giveaways that got done in order to get it just to referendum that were not necessarily good for the state as a whole. And it wasn't good for some, since Prince George's County was the last jurisdiction to get a facility. It was like everybody was trying to take a piece out of it on the way. So if you're looking at multiple locations, timing certainly will be relevant in terms of having a strategic plan of execution and how it impacts pre-existing locations. As you can imagine, the 5 facilities that existed already, even though one is 160 miles away, everybody says we're going to be hurt by this. We got to have some break. So they ended up getting some discounts on the tax rate, basically. In the legislation, there were a lot of things and a lot of circumstances that were addressed financially that started cutting into the revenue increase that would come. And it was to create pots of money for loaning, for minority business development, for problem gaming, for the education system. Some of that was actually in the legislation that made commitments to do certain things along with passing the legislation. Managing expectations. My community was very skeptical of MGM coming. There was talk about crime and prostitution and some of the things that I heard mentioned earlier, and I think that may be true in every jurisdiction where there's no experience or no knowledge of seeing this firsthand. In my community, crime has actually gone down. MGM has significant support of its own. In addition to that, when they have special events and special programs from the entire county police force, they bring in the additional support if they need it. I think because we have that many more visitors coming to our community, that has increased the police presence. The number of police officers that are on board has gone up countywide and also has in our area. Some of the ability to raise those levels was because of the additional revenue that came as a result. The crime hasn't gone up. There hasn't been any prostitution. There hasn't been any problem with cars that go to the casino parking in the neighborhood. None of that exists. I was one of those people who was concerned that that might happen. But the reality is, and I haven't become a fan of gaming, but the reality is from an economic perspective, it was one of the best things that could have happened to our community. We had long complained about not having nice restaurants and some things in our community that were in other places not that far away. With MGM coming, all of that came with it. Not just at National Harbor, which in some ways is still a new project, 20 years old, but for the rest of the community. We have some stores that have, when their leases ran out, they didn't get renewed, and nicer things are coming in throughout the community, backfilling. The employment numbers, I think we're going to get to in just a minute here. Wow, if you can see that, that's good. I'm not sure I can. For the casino itself, there were over 3,000 employees, but there are about 4,800 people that actually work at the facility. In the gaming operation, there's about 3,000 employees, about 4,800 overall. Half of those people are, or 49% at present, are from Prince George's County, which was very important to the county. They also built a 24-story, 308-room hotel. For the most part, that hotel is not being used by the community at all. Much of that hotel goes to MGM taking care of its customers. We have on the property at National Harbor probably about 3,800 additional hotel rooms, and there's another one being built right now. If you're familiar with Gaylord, it is a convention-type hotel. Gaylord is sold out all the time except holidays. A little bit slower in the summer, but so are all of the other hotels that are at the harbor. Now, National Harbor was designated as a resort entertainment destination that had never existed before in Prince George's County. Before MGM was coming, it had already been designated as that. So that was one of the things that zoning-wise traffic-wise had already been addressed. The Woodrow Wilson Bridge was replaced about 20 years ago, and we got new infrastructure that our traffic is actually better at my house, a mile and a half away from MGM. It's better there now than it was before MGM came, which is pretty amazing to me. I don't know if there are other things in there that are necessarily critical to you, but in the process of the license being awarded, MGM was reaching out to everybody in our community, from the Historical Society, relationships with our community college, with the Builders Association, with University of Maryland, with Bowie State, which is an HBCU in Prince George's County. They were engaging everybody in the process in terms of not just what was going to be at the harbor, but what the relationship would look like and be like. And all of that was fed into developing that community benefits agreement between MGM and Prince George's County. The economic impact there, I don't know if you can see that very well. I didn't. Yeah, is that right? Let me see what I. During construction, MGM achieved 31% minority and local participation. That's the best we've ever had in our county, I believe in our state. To put up those kinds of numbers, we didn't know we had that capacity. But if the builder or the developer or the entity that's coming in is committed to honoring what it signs up to, besides building the facility, they built a program and an environment that accommodated and made sure that local businesses did well and grew, that minority businesses did well and grew, unlike anything we've ever seen in our county or state. From identifying them to tracking the dollars, to helping some businesses grow. There were businesses that started out that were fairly small that are now doing business MGM-wide nationally from our community. This was highlights from the CBA report, January through March of 2016. They had spent $149 million with MBE certified companies. Now, I don't know what the Georgia program is like, but in Maryland, only certified minority companies get to be counted on projects. So that means they've been certified with our Department of Transportation or with our county specifically in order for the dollars to count. There are a lot of companies that got certified during this project because they had capacity, but they had never bothered to get certified. Well, if you're certified, that gives a little more weight to your participation. $103 million had been paid to Prince George's County and local business enterprises. 79 Prince George's County local business enterprises had been awarded contracts. Over 850 Prince George's County residents were registered into MGM worked directly with our workforce management group to start lining up and identifying people potentially to hire from the local jurisdiction. Okay. In 17, the actual number was employment was 50% county residents and veterans. Actual MBE participation was 37%. Actual local business enterprise, separate category, was 23%. Actual county MBEs was at 20%. Now in Prince George's County, you don't have to be a local MBE to be certified. You can be from Washington, D.C. or Montgomery County or Anne Arundel County and be certified as an MBE in Prince George's County. These categories didn't all exist prior to this project in our county. We had MBEs, but that local business and making sure that everybody had an opportunity to participate these 5 categories got created, from the county local business to a county-based business to the county MBE. Those were a way of the county's government and oversight to be able to track exactly who all was getting the money, because legislators wanted businesses in their district to be able to participate. Well, you can put up big numbers over here, but if nobody in my community is benefiting, that wouldn't work so well. Gaming impact to date, as I say, 6 casinos, really is 5 casinos and 1 racino. 962 million in taxes, 15,000 plus jobs supported, 713 million in annual wages supported, $3 billion in total economic impact to, that's the tax revenue through the state, not the property tax, income tax, other sources of revenue that come about because of that. For Prince George's County, there are a total of 4,833 employees at the facility. 2,379 of them are county residents, are veterans. While there had been an effort on veterans, veterans do pretty well in our area. As I say, we are the Washington metropolitan area, and you know, federal government is a big part of our employment base in the Washington area. MGM contributed $500,000 to the regional nonprofits, $250,000 to Prince George's County organizations. This is in addition to the monies that are carved out legislatively to come back to Prince George's County through a local development council that is coordinated by the county government. In-kind contributions, they have very much become a part of our community. As you can see, they have volunteered, over 700 employees, 7,700 hours volunteered in the community. While all of that is not in Prince George's County, the majority of it has been in our county. It ranges from Habitat to Humanity to anything that serves the local community. Here you can see that this is directly from our commission's website. September of 2019 was the 4th largest month since inception that the Maryland gaming has generated, 142 million. 143 million a year ago, so it was down just a little. But for the fiscal year, for us, started 1 July of 2020, we're up to 445 million plus. In comparison to 2019 was 436 million. So the revenue continues to rise. I heard some conversation earlier. Our lottery numbers dropped a little when gaming first came online, but quickly was back up and growing. MGM averages about $2 million, about $60 million a month, about $2 million a day. More days than not, there's between 15 and 20,000 people that go through the building. We very much are a part of the tourists that visit the Washington, D.C. market. From MGM, you can look at the Capitol and the Washington Monument. It's that close geographically. The facility at BWI Airport is about 45 minutes away, and the one in Baltimore is right at an hour, if traffic is reasonable for both of those. The one on Eastern Shore from MGM, it takes 3 hours to drive over there. The one in Cecil County and Rocky Gap probably takes an hour and 45 minutes to get to. And there's one Perryville that's just northeast of Baltimore that's in more of a suburban setting. But from the other facility, it's probably an hour away. Okay, well, this is the last slide here, about $9 billion, and most of it goes to our education trust fund. About half of it, a little over half of it, went back to the operators. There was some money that was carved out for horse racing, which is an important industry in Maryland, local support, lottery and gaming received funding, small minority business, that's a loan fund for small minority businesses in the state, and $15 million to the general fund. This gives you some idea of how that slice looks of where most of it went to. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
You said, Mike, that the restaurants got better?
They got better. Well, it certainly was to their surprise. Now, MGM was saying that it would, that when they brought in that magnitude of a facility to an area, everything around them rises up because they're bringing in as many people as they are. These other restaurants aren't that far away. They're literally a quarter of a mile in the same complex.
What about other entertainment venues like, the concerts and things?
Everybody has actually done better. When MGM was initially coming, they were going to build a 750-seat theater. I implored them to make a bigger investment, that our community is hungry for entertainment, and we spend big entertainment dollars in the Washington metro area. They spent $100,000 and did a study and looked at the theaters downtown, and about 3,000 seats was typical. They ended up building a 3,000-seat arena, and every show there is sold out. It has been more of a revenue generator than they anticipated. We also have a different entertainment tax.
Gotcha. Representative Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, quit, I'm gonna sit in another seat tomorrow.
There you go.
All right. Listen, I listen to you now. You mentioned the traffic. Now, I know the location. I've been there. I would not have gotten there if I had not stressed the truth and told them I knew Haley Barber. My car would have never got through the traffic. It's the only way I got there. But now you had me until you said the traffic at your house got better.
Yes.
You lost me there, Mike. Get me back.
Let me explain. If you're familiar with the Washington area, coming from downtown Washington, D.C., we have an expressway, 295. 295. Now, 295 is still bad. It was bad before. It's not any worse than it used to be. But it's not worse as a result. It's rush hour traffic. It's not any worse as a result of MGM coming. The Woodrow Wilson Bridge is immediately exiting the property of National Harbor and MGM. That's 95 north-south between Virginia and Maryland.
All right, get me to your house now, Mike.
I'm on the other side of MGM.
All right.
A mile and a half, mile and a quarter on Oxon Hill Road, if you're familiar with the area. Oxon Hill Road sits between MGM and Tanger Outlets.
Okay.
Down that road, the traffic is actually better now than it was then. And the reason it's better is because the improvements that did to the intersections around Tanger and at the top of the hill at MGM, there's some widening and some lane turns that were put in.
Okay.
That it actually improved the overall flow. But coming up the hill from MGM and in the mornings going down the hill, that traffic actually moves much better since those roads were finished to where they were than it was before MGM came. So the overall traffic flow is actually better in our environment for our immediate community.
All right, sir.
Thank you, Mike. Co-Chairman Harold.
Thank you, Mr. Little, for taking the time to come and share, and it was very helpful information. You mentioned in your opening remarks in your own business, unrelated to MGM, you've done work over the years in affordable housing.
Yes.
And you live a mile and a half from the property.
Yes, and the house I live in now I've lived in for 20 years.
And a lot of times we hear about a so-called halo effect with a major investment and how it affects other neighborhoods and older neighborhoods, and so what? My question is, what has been the impact? Has it helped or hurt affordable housing in the area around this, or distances away? And if you just share with us a little bit about that.
Well, I can say in the community where I am, we are pretty built out. Some of those houses have been built in the last 25 years, but the majority of the community that's there is older. It was built in the 50s and 60s. even the late 40s. The property values have certainly gone up. Over the last 5 years, we have outtrended the rest of the county in terms of property value growth. In terms of affordable housing, we need a lot more of it in Prince George's County. A lot is taking place in redeveloping our inner beltway, the older cities. Much of the land there is getting recycled and affordable housing is being built. Pretty consistent right now. I can think of probably half a dozen projects. The one that I'm involved in right now, we're doing 498 units, all but 97 of the units. 99 of 100 units, 15 of them are affordable townhouses. The rest are market rate. Of the apartment complex, it's half and half. And we are also doing a 100-unit senior facility.
And the new construction there is, or some of this construction, is it being encouraged or driven in any way by the job creation and the expansion of the new businesses around? You've mentioned a number of new hotels, a number of new restaurants that are even unrelated to the casino property itself. I mean, is that driving also demand for this type of housing?
I think so. Not just MGM, but National Harbor as a whole also has an impact. It has a small housing, just townhouses and condos that are a part of the National Harbor project. So that is a new set of residents moving into the community. But in addition to that, right now, we're in very much a building mode for housing. We can't get enough housing quick enough, it seems, for the demand. And certainly for some of that to be affordable is critical. The jobs at MGM, I think they minimally pay $15 an hour. We don't have a minimum wage yet in Maryland, but I think that's probably coming. Their jobs basically started above that. And, you know, there were 3,000 job classifications from managers of major programs within the environment, gaming and non-gaming.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Mike, I appreciate you coming and giving us a perspective from a community leader instead of those that have a vested interest in the facilities themselves, but they're actually giving us a perspective on the other side. And can't thank you enough.
Sure.
Sure. Dean Smyrie, what is your number on your 15? I'm going to take the prerogative of the chair since you know Bob very, very well and long years to introduce our next speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Bob Wright. Dr. Wright is going to be coming before the committee, and Bob, Dr. Wright is a lifelong friend of mine from Columbus. I've known him all of my life, and he was a former city councilman and optometrist professionally, and was elected to our city council, and then was appointed by President Reagan as associate minister of the Small Business Administration in D.C., and then was appointed by President George W. Bush to chair the commission that led to the building of the $500 million National Museum on African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. And in addition, he's a well-noted businessman, having run a business with 1,500 employees in 30 countries with $250 million annually revenues. And he's one of our greatest and finest citizens in Columbus and well-respected community leaders. It's an honor for me to introduce him before this committee. And so thank you for giving me that honor. And one of my constituents, it's always good to welcome you to the state capitol.
Thank you, Bob. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. With that introduction, I can say thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can get up and go. But I want to thank you for opportunity to be here, and obviously thank my lifelong friend, the Dean, for that introduction. You don't have many friends in the world like Calvin Smyrie, and I value and honor that friendship and that relationship. And I say he's done more for Columbus, Georgia, in the legislature than anybody I know. So we appreciate him, what he does up here, and we appreciate your working with Calvin as you work with others. I want to, where's my little clicker here? I want to take you all on a trip down the Chattahoochee River. That's sort of how I frame this presentation. From what we call uptown, I'm old school. It's hard for me to say uptown when I grew up saying downtown, but it's the central business area of our city, and we have this river walk that goes 22 miles down to Chattahoochee all the way out to Fort Benning. And if you will indulge me a little bit, I'd like to take you on a little journey down the river so I can show you how much development is taking place along the river. As a result of our Chattahoochee River, Columbus has positioned itself as a very vibrant, growing city that has numerous attractions along the river. Last year, we had over 2 million tourists that left about $364 million in revenue to our city. And we're ranked in one of the top 100 cities in our nation. Most of the attractions are located along this 22-mile Chattahoochee River. And that's why I built this presentation, because as I tell people, God's not gonna make any more river. So if you got some river, you should use it to its highest and best use, and that's what we're trying to do. The next slide shows some of the construction that has been and been taking place along the river. You can see the crane on one side, and we have the rapids on the Chattahoochee, which is a part of a development called Riverfront Place. Now, you're looking at one of our main attractions, our whitewater raftings. People are coming from all over the country to ride the rapids. I hadn't gone down there, and I don't think I will. Maybe Representative Smyre has, I don't know. But it's the longest urban whitewater raftings in the world through an urban area, because most whitewater raftings are out in the Colorados and places like that. But this comes right down through our heart of town, right across from Phoenix City, Alabama. The next slide shows our zip line. We zip across, they zip across the river. We're the only zip line that zips from one state to another state. And then they zip back. But I agree with you. Our Riverwalk, as I said before, on the next slide, just above the water line, that's the Riverwalk, and it continues on right out to Fort Benning. A lot of people will bike on the Riverwalk. They skate on the Riverwalk, but it really has become a major asset to Columbus, and as we have continued to develop our river. The next is our River Center for Performing Arts. We have entertainment there like Fiddler on the Roof, Gladys Knight's coming in a couple of weeks, Nutcracker, Earth, Wind and Fire, and many others. We can thank Representative Calvin Smyre for having a big hand in making this river center happen, and it serves a vital use to our city. Now, if you look at Uptown, you see all the people, the crowds, a lot of restaurants, and this is right off of the river. And what has happened is Columbus State University has created a downtown campus. So we'll have students that go to school down there, and then a lot of them work in the restaurants down there, and a lot of them live in loft apartments downtown. And that's been a major attraction. The Liberty Theater is an old historical theater. Pretty much was, back in those days, African Americans, the only theater we could go to. I went there plenty of times. Only cost 9 cents to get in. But we had this very historic Cab Calloway, Lena Horne, people of that caliber performed there at the Liberty Theater. The next place that we're looking at now is our Trade and Convention Center. As you see on the right, there again, it's right on the river. We have a place for conventions. Many other activities occur at the Trade and Convention Center. I was a member of the City Council when we created the Trade and Convention Center, and it is a fantastic facility. The Marriott Hotel right across the street is expanding rooms, and they're going to build a sky bridge to go from the hotel over to the Trade and Convention Center. And at the same time, there are 3 more hotels that have been built within 2 blocks of the Trade Center. Columbus is really making a push for conventions. So once that happens, we'll have between 700 to 900 rooms in that area for tourists and conventions, hopefully. The next slide is our historic district, which is right off of the river, a couple blocks. Historic preservation has really been big in Columbus. We have preserved a lot of those historic houses, and it really adds to the charm and to and get that history feel of our city. When I was young, I used to, growing up, I used to work at a grocery store not far from this historic district, and I used to deliver groceries to some of the people in that area. The next slide is Golden Park. It's a minor league ballpark. We don't have a minor league team, but I can tell you Hank Aaron, when he was in the minor leagues, played in that ballpark. And we're real proud of that. Stan Musial did too. The next slide is the Civic Center, where we have sports, ice skating rink, and entertainment. And if you look beyond that, again, you can see a glimpse. You can see a glimpse of our Chattahoochee River. So I'm walking you down the river bit by bit. The next site is what we call our South Commons. The building, it was the site of Olympic softball. And they still have international softball tournaments on that, in that facility. The next, as we go further down the river, is our Naval Museum. When I was on City Council, we found an old Civil War gunboat, and we raised that gunboat, what was left of it, and we made a museum out of it, made a museum for it, and it's there in the Civil War Naval Museum. Now, our newest attraction is historic Westfield, that was further down in South Georgia. I think it was down in Lumpkin. Didn't get much tourist attraction down there, so basically what has happened is that those old buildings were dismantled piece by piece, and there's over 25 buildings. And this little Westfield town is being recreated further down in South Columbus, right at the foot of Fort Benning. And it's another tourist attraction. Then our Infantry Museum is one of a kind. That's a $100 million museum that's built right outside the gates of Fort Benning. You have a lot of preservation of military history, and this is a tribute to the infantrymen if you ever come to the area, it's worth visiting that infantry museum. Further down, or in the area of the infantry museum is Oxbow Meadows, which basically is a natural history display. We have a variety of snakes, turtles, fish, alligators, walking trails, and wildlife. It's also it was created in conjunction with Columbus State University. The next slide just give a glimpse of Fort Benning and some of the troops and soldiers there. Fort Benning is very valuable to Columbus, very valuable to our defense. It's one of the largest bases in the world. I was privileged to have dinner about 3 weeks ago with the commanding general, and I happened to mention to him that we would like to get a destination resort down in that area. And he said that the first thing came out of his mouth, that it would provide a lot of jobs for my dependents. And he felt pretty good about that. Now, the next slide is a map. I don't know whether you can make it out what it is, but it goes from Whitewater. Now I'm gonna have to change glasses. Whitewater, Uptown, some of these things I've showed you already. Liberty Theater, the Trade Center, Historic District, Golden Park, our Civic Center, ice rink, South Commons Ballpark, softball, Navy Museum, and the number 10 is a proposed site for a destination resort. Still taking advantage of the river. It's about a mile of riverfront. My son and I bought the property about 4 years ago. And this is basically where we would like to locate if it reaches that, ever get to that point, a destination resort that would impact our whole area. The next page is sort of a design concept of what we would like a destination resort to look like on our river. Also, we'll like to run what we call river taxis from the Trade Center, which is probably 2 or 3 miles away, down to the resort. And when one of the young ladies putting this presentation together, when I mentioned river taxi, she's one of these young ladies, she said, no, you call it Uber on the river. So that's another name for it, but Uber on the river. As far as the economic impact of what we're talking about, we would anticipate projected revenues in excess of $200 million, 3,500 jobs, about 1,000 of those actually on site. Then you have construction jobs, but more importantly, the area we're looking at, if there's any area in Columbus that needs an economic engine to drive it, it's in that part of town. It is somewhat of a depressed area. Walmart just built not far from there, but this would create a lot of jobs for those people in that area, and it also create development of other housing, which we plan to do. It'll create other commercial activities, which hopefully some other developers will come out and look at. But we look at between 250, almost $500 million in addition to development, just by having this destination resort located in that area. We know we're losing revenues from other, to other states. Certainly, you go over into Alabama, I see a lot of Muscogee County tags over there, and we would like to keep that money home. Fort Benning has 42,000 active civilian and training population on any given day. The payroll at Fort Benning is $200 million a month. And we have another $225 million that goes to contractors that work on the base. So as we look at what this destination resort would do, along with all the development on the upper side of the river, with Fort Benning on the south side, and this destination resort dropping right in the middle, we think we'll create something special. On a personal note, I've been fortunate enough to be able to be successful in my businesses. But you always have to be prepared to give back. And I gave $2 million to Columbus Technical College, and they developed a health science center back during Governor Perdue's days. We train registered nurses, dental hygienists. We train people to work in the operating room, and we train x-ray technology, among others. The John Amos Cancer Center just had a major expansion and renovation, and we donated to the John B. Amos Cancer Center, and we named it the June R. Wright Community Conference Room at the John B. Amos Cancer Center in honor of my late wife. And so it's not all about making money personally, it's about what can I do for my community to make it a better place. And that's why we're here, and I appreciate the opportunity to be in here. Finally, our mayor left a message. He talked about the viability of the river, being an economic driver, and if the state were to move forward with destination resorts, Columbus would like to be considered. The Columbus City Council voted last week to recommend to our legislative delegation, this will be the third time they've done this, to our legislative delegation to support a constitutional amendment that would allow these activities in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any questions?
Bob, for one, I want to help you. So it's I've seen where Columbus has come in what seems to be a short period of time, but it's a pretty amazing place to go to, and I'm with you. Dean Williams, do you have
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good to have you here, Doctor. It's taken me a long time. I've sent invitations through the dean down there, but for some reason he's been hiding you out from Southeast Georgia, but I finally got to you.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you're the only one that hadn't brought a big name that you're sponsoring or talking for, so I assume you're doing the heavy lifting on this right here. That's pretty heavy, but that's good lifting.
Well, we're doing the heavy lifting, but I think it'll be worthwhile.
Yes, sir. I just want you to know I know you probably mailed it and got lost in the mail, my invitation to your birthday party a few months back. I know you meant for me to be there. And for some reason, Calvin and Carolyn didn't talk about it until it had happened. They never said a word the Friday they were leaving, but on Monday they told me a lot, and I ran home. It was not in the mailbox, but you're going to have another one.
That's true.
Thank you so much for your presentation. All right.
Thank you very much.
Representative Washburn?
Dr. Wright, thank you for being with us today, and thank you for your presentation. I'm privileged to have a number of friends in Columbus, and have been over there to speak a few times in the past, and I've always admired what y'all do there.
Thank you.
I did have a question for you about your site, and this is just a
Sure.
curiosity. How many acres is your site?
150.
150 acres?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for letting us know ahead of time that the site belonged to you, because most people wouldn't have said that.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
Absolutely.
And I'm real impressed with your presentation.
Well, thank you very much. We certainly appreciate it.
Very much. Thank you, Dean Smyrie, for the introduction. That goes very well. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Onward. We're going to hear now from Alan Vila, the president of the CEO of the Fox Theater. Good to see you again, Alan. You can have either one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having me here today. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long day or a long 2 days for everybody. So thank you. I'll try to keep it moving, keep it swift, and try to keep everybody awake for this one.
Thank you.
I'm Alan Vela. I'm the president and CEO of the Fox Theater here in Atlanta. But I also represent the Georgia Arts and Culture Venues Coalition. We're about 50 different organizations throughout the state. Arts and culture in Georgia has been a tremendous asset to attract businesses and corporations to Georgia for decades. We continue to have a significant impact on economic development and quality of life for Georgia citizens through entertainment, arts education, philanthropic efforts, and by anchoring downtowns throughout the state. Today, I'd like to share our concerns with the proposed casino gaming legislation, give you some background on the realities of our business, share some industry research and surveys that were conducted, and I'll be ready to answer any questions at the end that you may have. I recognize that you have Georgia's best interests in mind as you consider this opportunity. I also appreciate your willingness to get all the facts so that you can make an educated decision moving forward. However, as I explained to Chairman Stevens several years ago, I believe there's some unintended consequences that would need to be addressed to protect the communities that you represent. Let me be clear, our coalition does not object to gaming or pari-mutuel betting or even sports betting. We do object, though, however, to legislation that would mandate that a casino construct and operate large entertainment facilities, and that this mandate would provide them with inherent competitive advantages. As you can see by this slide, our coalition represents arts and culture venues from across the state, not merely Atlanta, and we're united in our opposition to casino-owned entertainment venues, as they'll have a severe impact on all of us. Casinos use entertainment as a loss leader to drive traffic. Research conducted by independent and national organizations show that casinos with entertainment facilities threaten existing local venues. The proposed legislation that would legalize casino gaming also mandates that the casinos and their operators construct large entertainment facilities. These casino-owned facilities, in this mandate, would undermine local arts and culture venues in an already vibrant entertainment market throughout the state. Why is this a problem? In order to understand our concern, please allow me first to explain some realities to our industry and our business model. Venues and promoters bid and purchase for talent from the same sources as casinos. Venues pay a guaranteed fee versus a percentage of profits to the artist, whichever is greater, and venues are at risk for the guarantee, advertising, labor, and other related show expenses before making $1. If an event is profitable, the artist generally receives 85 to 90% of those net ticket proceeds. The venue only makes a modest amount of the ticket proceeds, between 5 and probably 15% on average. Today, all Georgia venues play on the same level playing field as it relates to operating. So we all work with the same ancillary income streams. Venues rely on that modest ticket sales revenue, ancillary sale, and other ancillary sales such as sponsorship, ticketing fees, and concessions revenue. So, entertainment for Georgia's venues is our lifeblood, not our loss leader. So I tell a lot of my friends we're really in the popcorn business. So it's really the ancillary income and it's the popcorn that we make our money from. So, venues need shows to generate patrons, to generate ancillary income, and ancillary income is crucial to our survival. So, what does this give you today? All of Georgia's venues in this current competitive market in Georgia gives you great civic assets that support tourism and economic development, venues that offer classical music, opera, education, children's programs, senior programs, downtown anchors whose patrons keep local restaurants and businesses thriving, highly revered sources of community pride, nonprofit institutions that are longstanding organizations with historical significance, and investment in taxpayer-owned and operated venues. As we know, a substantial amount of the revenue will be generated by casino resorts through gambling. The gentleman from Wynn today said, I believe, 70% of their revenue is generated by gaming, and the gentleman from Golden Nugget said a large degree of their revenue, or the largest source of their revenue, is from gaming itself. Entertainment is merely a way to attract new audiences for casinos. Earlier I asked, why is this a problem? Fueled by gaming revenue, casinos pay significantly above market rates for talent, which local venues cannot afford to do. The result will be artist fees will increase for all facilities in Georgia, and casinos will set the bar on price. Other venues in the state will not be able to compete. Besides having the ability to pay more, casinos have other tools in their toolbox that Georgia facilities do not have. They often offer vouchers for gameplay with tickets. They offer free admission to performances, free food and drink, and free hotel accommodations. In addition, casinos hurt local venues and businesses that they rely on them by imposing other restrictions. These restrictions are exclusivity clauses in which talent performs only at facilities owned by casino operators, radius clauses in which talent cannot perform at other venues, and duration clauses in which talent cannot return to the vicinity for a certain length of time after performing at the casino. In the facilities that were surveyed, 11% reported casinos in their market use exclusivity clauses. 56% reported casinos in their market use duration clauses. 89% reported casinos in their market use radius clauses. So let me paint a picture for you. This is a map of our state. If there were 3 casinos built in Georgia, and they all had entertainment venues, and there's one in Atlanta, Columbus, and Savannah, this map demonstrates the impact of radius clauses on all other facilities in the state of Georgia. Since casinos generally consider a 2.5-hour drive to be their entertainment market, which is approximately a 150-mile radius, this would be a virtual entertainment embargo on all other venues in the state of Georgia. As I stated earlier, 89% of our survey respondents reported casinos in their market use radius clauses. I'd like the legislature to know we're not crying wolf. I've been in the business for 34 years. I've worked in multiple markets. I've worked in multiple facilities, from theaters to arenas to amphitheaters. This is a real problem. This is something that needs to be dealt with if the legislature and the voters decide to go forward with casinos. We're not afraid of competition, and we're not afraid of competition when the playing field is level. As you can imagine, we compete as the Fox, as an independent with global organizations like AEG and Live Nation, and we've always found a way to compete, and so have all my colleagues around the state. Some of my colleagues around the state have also experienced this issue firsthand. These issues would not be unique to the state of Georgia. We've done our homework, and if you look at the map on this slide, it highlights a few of the markets and the states across the country that have been impacted by similar issues, and the states in dark blue contain venues that participated in our surveys and our study. And here's a little information on the first study. The first study, we referenced 20 different performing arts centers that participated in 7 different markets. The study found this. Theaters in small markets experienced significant competition and a forced exit from segments of entertainment market and reduced revenues. This would be common in your secondary and tertiary markets. Theaters in large markets saw an erosion of business, in particular entertainment segments. They reported heavier competition, being consistently outbid by casinos, and key losses of businesses from popular music and comedic acts. Larger theaters reported heavier competition and being consistently outbid by casinos for popular entertainment programming, and programming mainly booked at these venues prior to casinos. Rising talent costs. Here are some comments that some of the facility managers made. 78% of the respondents indicated that their ability to book talent has changed for the worse since casino facilities entered their market. Here are some of the comments made on the screen. However, I'd like to point out one comment. This facility manager said, typically, we can't afford an act once one of the casinos starts to bid on it. Once or twice, we've been able to increase our offer by $10,000 to $20,000 to confirm a show, but often that's the difference between making money and losing money. The common thread here is costs go up once casinos enter the market, and they can't, and facilities like Georgia's facilities will not be able to afford to compete. Shrinking revenue. We also received numerous comments about the loss of revenue. One comment was, pre-casino activity was 35 to 40 concerts per year. Post-casino activity resulted in 15 concerts a year. For this theater, it equated to about a $400,000 a year loss in net revenue. The common thread again was loss of events results in fewer patrons, which results in a loss of revenue. In our second study, 70% reported losing popular entertainment to casinos. And this is important. 15% reported that legislation was enacted to offset the impact of casino-owned arts and entertainment facilities. The major takeaway is this. Other states know that this is a problem, and they are legislating in a manner to protect arts and culture venues. It's not too late for Georgia. Georgia needs to do the same. Central Atlanta Progress also created a study to determine the impact of casinos in Atlanta in particular. Three major takeaways were it was unclear on how much new money would be generated in Atlanta, and the greatest impact will be on existing leisure and entertainment spending, and finally, casinos should leverage existing hospitality and leisure assets and not recreate them. So what do Georgians stand to lose in this case? Civic assets, venues that offer classical music, opera, and others, downtown anchors, highly revered source of community pride, nonprofit institutions and historical institutions, and investment in taxpayer-operated venues. The arts and culture venues of Georgia are not asking for handouts, nor are we asking for a competitive advantage. The arts and culture venues of Georgia are asking for the legislature to maintain a level playing field. If voters decide to approve gaming, they don't know what is at stake. Their intention will be to legalize gaming, but not decimate Georgia's vibrant arts and culture and entertainment industry. It is clear that the casino industry is the author of the proposed bills. The gaming industry understands the competitive advantage that they will be awarded by the state that will disrupt, damage, and put out of business many existing state cultural assets that have existed for decades. The legislation must prohibit casino-owned and operated entertainment venues, period. Legislation that enables casino entertainment facilities by design provides a competitive advantage that will put the rest of us out of business. For example, the Fox has existed for 90 years. As you can imagine, our industry has changed greatly in the past 90 years. We've adjusted our business model many, many times, and today we're very fortunate. We're thriving. We're doing well. But this is a change that we can't overcome. My question is this. Why would the legislature pass a law to attract a new industry that would in turn legislate a competitive advantage for casinos, upending the existing competitive marketplace in Georgia? As a regulated industry, you, the legislature, must use its authority to make the rules and not allow the gaming industry to make those rules. We encourage you to go beyond listening to the interested parties and to continue to conduct objective market studies of your own to make the best educated decision. Please consider these issues carefully. Thank you.
Questions? Co-Chair Harold?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Alan, and for the presentation. Looking at your list that you provided us, a number of these theaters, many of these operate as nonprofits and receive public money today and public benefit today, including the Fox.
That's not true. The Fox doesn't receive any public funding.
You receive the benefit of the sales tax exemption on your tickets, don't you?
Only for some.
And isn't that not public money? that sales tax money would come to the general fund and be invested for the benefit of the public in Georgia?
I suppose it would.
I would suppose it would,
But we're
too.
self-sustaining, and we don't ask for any grants or handouts.
Right. But you're talking about, your argument is about a competitive advantage, and a number of these businesses do receive advantages offered by the state of Georgia. This new industry is asking for none of those.
Well, no, but the challenge is this. It's really the business model, as I've explained before. They'll have an ancillary income that we can't compete with. The challenge for all of us, the casinos are going to pay the same kind of formula for some of these artists. They're going to pay more, but that artist is going to walk out with 85 to 90% of the net ticket revenue. We all share in, if it's the concessions or sponsorship or merchandising fees, but in the case of the casinos, they're going to have a revenue stream from the gaming that allows them to pay more, right, and will prevent us from getting much of this talent.
Well, I understand that you're going to have to compete with that, but my point is, the state invests heavily in this, in my estimation, my words, heavily in a number of these nonprofits and all sorts of nonprofits across the state of Georgia. And the marketplaces that we've heard testimony over the last couple of years, many of them I've visited, although I'm not a gambler. I've never spent a dime on a casino table, but I've visited many of these markets, and they all have wonderful arts and entertainment. D.C. has tremendous arts and entertainment throughout that marketplace. Boston has wonderful arts and entertainment throughout that marketplace. So the suggestion that we're going to decimate an entire industry, I think, is a little bit far-fetched from what we've seen in other marketplaces. Your particular formula is different from many of the other theaters in Georgia. And you and I have discussed that in the past of how you buy talent and sell talent and how you have to compete with other theaters that somehow produce their own talent in-house. So,
Right.
I mean, you have a very unique
Not as unique as you
situation.
think. The majority of the theaters in Georgia do buy talent. There are self-producing theaters like the Alliance or the Symphony where they create their own content, but most of us buy talent. So if it's any popular comedic act or musical act, we're buying that artist and paying a fee. So
Right.
we really work off a very similar formula. Most of those theaters have kind of, the larger, busier theaters have a diversified entertainment portfolio, if you will. They might have some self-produced, then they'll buy other talent. It's usually a blend.
So you're not opposed to destination resorts or giving the citizens the opportunity to vote on this new activity. You want somehow for the legislature to include provisions that would preserve your ability to compete.
That's correct.
So what are those provisions?
Well, I would prefer that they don't have any entertainment venue like the Wynn.
Well, let's not go that far. What would you
Well,
prefer?
why wouldn't we?
Well, because I think it's a legitimate business function for someone that's going to offer if we're doing someone that wants to do a resort that has
Right.
all these various amenities, offering entertainment is a legal activity.
Sure.
Right? Why would you prevent a private company from offering a legal activity?
But why would you allow them to come in and damage an existing market? I mean, Atlanta and Georgia has got a very vibrant market. We have some of that.
Besides preventing them from taking place in a legal activity, what other legislative requests would you have?
You could do a number of things. You could prevent them from having, or actually control their seating capacity and minimize that like they've done in New York. So there's a number of states that have had to enact different safeguards for their cultural institutions. So, and New York was one of them, upstate New York. And they do the same thing in Massachusetts, where they have impacted casino contracts and agreements between impacted cultural facilities, like in Boston.
Right, and we've heard testimony from members of the industry that suggests that is a solution that they've found in a number of communities. They do agreements between the local governments and the local communities to address many of these issues without preventing them from participating.
Yeah, but you realize you're really legislating a competitive advantage. I mean, that's what this is doing. No.
Opinions vary.
True,
I think the state invests money in a number of nonprofits that I question today.
I understand that. And we're a self-sustaining nonprofit.
Not all are. And you help sustain a number of other nonprofits in the state.
That is correct. So the Fox Theater gave away approximately $500,000 last year to other historic theaters throughout the state of Georgia. We're planning to give away $850,000 away in grants to other historic theaters throughout the state of Georgia. So in the last 4 years, we've given about $1.2 million to a variety of organizations throughout the state of Georgia. And that's to keep those nonprofits in those theaters, especially historic theaters, healthy and operating. So that's something that we do as a nonprofit.
Well, I think we certainly, if we go down this path and the voters decide that this is an activity they want to welcome into the state of Georgia, I don't think it's any of our desire to harm anyone. And we would certainly, I think, going through that process, be open to, using my terms, reasonable accommodations. But I think a couple of the suggestions are, again, in my words, extreme.
Representative Martin.
Thank you. Pardon me. To follow up a bit on the competitive advantage, I'm going to have to ask you again, presuming all this goes through and this happens, how is allowing them to have an entertainment venue along with a gaming operation any more of a competitive advantage than they do than allowing Arthur Blank to have Mercedes-Benz and have concerts in there and the NFL underwrites it all?
It's not. It is different because, frankly,
how so?
Because they have a revenue stream that the rest of us don't have.
And you don't think the NFL is a revenue stream for Arthur Blank that underwrites concerts?
Sure, I do. But I also, it's not really.
Why is it different?
It's not. Why is it different? Because it gives them a certain amount of revenue that the rest of us can't possibly generate in our model.
And there I am asking you the question. I understand what you're asserting here.
Yeah.
But the NFL provides Arthur Blank money to keep Mercedes-Benz open so he or his company, I'm not sure exactly.
Right.
He owns that personally, or I don't mean to pick on Mr. Blank, but just using that as an example, Jerry out in what they call Jerry World, the Dallas Cowboys is one of the largest and most valuable sports franchises in the nation, and the NFL, as they divide up TV revenues, certainly paid for $2 billion worth of stadium there,
right,
that he can have a concert and he could underbid and underwrite, a concert venue down the hall. That's not a competitive advantage for him that the state gave him. It is what the business climate.
Right. Yeah, I'm trying to make an apples to apples comparison. I would maybe use Live Nation as an example. They're a global company, and we compete with them every day. And there's times that Live Nation might buy an entire tour of an artist, and we won't get the opportunity to even bid on that artist. I still consider that a level playing field. There's nothing I can do about that, right? But I do know when Live Nation plays that artist in one of the venues here, let's say Chastain, they have all the same revenue streams that we have.
Fair enough, and we're getting late in the day, and we'll
sure,
take
I
this
understand.
offline. But let's take Live Nation doing that at multiple venues around the country, and they can do something you can't do, but you don't consider that a given unfair advantage. The NFL could do that. They could do that and play it in all of their 27, 36, I don't know how many NFL stadiums around the country, but you would.
But that's
your analogy. You're now calling that some kind of a competitive advantage.
Well, my analogy is that the state would be providing the competitive advantage by giving them the opportunity to generate casino revenue, right? Gambling revenue. That's a regulated industry, so that's how I interpret it as an advantage that the state is issuing to the casino operators. The state didn't give Arthur Blank any degree of money to operate that stadium, right? That's money that he earned, and he's choosing to spend it as he chooses to spend it.
The city of Atlanta has about $300 million in hotel motel tax. That was my point I was getting at. We'll handle it offline.
Thank you, Chairman Martin. Chairman Houston can usually get down in the weeds.
Well, really, thank you so much. I represent Tifton, Georgia, and thank you for the money that the Fox Theater has given the TIFF Theater. We do appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Washburn, do you have?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vella, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the great job you do at the Fox. I've enjoyed my visits there. I'm just curious, how many seats are in the Fox?
4,600 seats.
What about the Cobb Energy Center?
2,700 seats.
Okay, thank you.
Dean?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for coming. And believe me, I love the Fox. It's iconic. I just had a son that proposed to my future daughter-in-law there 2 months ago.
Very good.
Got a real spot in my heart. But when I look at this map, I don't see anybody from a big degree other than Atlanta, the Fox, that can afford any of the acts you're talking about. Because if you come down to the Ritz in Brunswick, and I've been there many, many times,
Right.
they're not the kind of acts that would create a problem for a casino that locates in Midway, Georgia. I just dropped that in your spirit. But if so that's true with you, but not with any of the other stars I see down here.
It would be true in Savannah, Macon.
Yeah, but Savannah's
Augusta,
not one of the
Columbus.
stars you got down here for people you're helping. And I don't see Tifton either, Representative Houston. I see the stars, and I read all the names before I made this statement. And, okay, because I'm going by your map because I
No,
wouldn't have
that's
had
fine.
anything
But
else
those
to look
are all
at.
members of the coalition that are concerned about the issue as well.
Okay. Okay, you promised not to cry wolf, and I believe you, but I saw some hairs every once in a while. Just was a little worried. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Got one more? Representative Houston, was that you?
No, I didn't need it. I just didn't turn on.
Okay, got it. Co-Chairman Powell. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I hear what you're saying, and I guess you're concerned about your future, but you know, I'm more concerned about the fact that we're being asked to give you an exemption or giving you the benefit of having the better play. I'm kind of one of those people, I've always believed in the free market system.
Right.
And you know, even though I may know a little bit about casinos, but it seems to me like I remember a lot of these facilities, they would buy out all the tickets at the Fox to give to their patrons if the patrons wanted to go to the Fox, or the Chestine Park, or if there's other entertainment venues.
Right.
I think that casinos, they usually use that and try to be a benefactor. But I think what you're asking for is for us to interfere in the free market system. That if the people of Georgia, and that's a if the people of Georgia see the benefits of legalizing casino or horse racing or whatever else, if they see that benefit, the overall benefit to Georgia in the way of tourism or economic development, or for nothing more than just purely to raise revenue for something I consider important, such as health care or whatever, then I mean, what you're asking for is for us to give y'all a certain amount of benefit and exclude the free market system.
Well, I guess what we're really asking for is to keep the playing field level and not change the way competition is now. It seems unusual. Like, I don't understand why the legislation insists that they build an entertainment venue as part of their resort, that it's actually written into the legislation.
Let me rephrase the question.
Okay.
If the people of Georgia saw fit to legalize these type of activities, are you a proponent then that we would allow to build nothing more than just gambling houses with no other benefits, no room, no board, no restaurants, just have gambling facilities without entertainment, without anything else? Is that what you're advocating?
No, not necessarily.
I mean, it sounded to me like you were a while ago.
Well, I didn't really speak to
when
the...
you said let's limit.
Right, I didn't really speak to, obviously, to the retail and the
entertainment.
hotel and convention-related activities, because I feel like in that case, they're really kind of on the same playing field as other restaurants and hotels in their marketplace. You know, in our case, we wouldn't be.
Columbus has I think Columbus has a pretty vibrant art district down
Yes,
there.
they do.
But yet we just heard a presentation from a citizen of Columbus who's been actively involved in the promoting Columbus for years, to say they'd like to see this as an anchor down there. So apparently they see something else that we don't see. I can't imagine that a casino in Columbus or Savannah or Augusta, I can't imagine how those would impact the Fox.
Well, they would in terms of raising all the fees. And the closer they are, obviously, the more it's going to impact us. But when I talk to Providence or I think it's called Springfield, Massachusetts, all of those facility managers have spoken about how their business has diminished greatly since the casinos entered the market. And as the one example I gave you, that facility went from 35, 40 events a year to 15 events a year when the casino came into the marketplace. And that's because they couldn't compete, because they couldn't pay the same in terms of fees. And that's really the challenge. So it raises the fees for the entire state, and the entire state becomes a casino market as far as the agents are concerned. It's an issue elsewhere, and it is legislated in terms of some protections elsewhere. So it's not a new problem, but it's definitely a problem.
As I'd listened for the last day and for the last 2 days, we were talking about, or to me, it struck me that you've got casinos that have, all of them have different business models and all of that.
That's correct.
And it's that, and quite frankly, would y'all consider, if a casino wanted to come in and work with a Fox, would y'all consider being in business with a casino? I think that would pretty well ensure y'all's viability for the future.
If it made sense, we'd gladly do that.
Well, then I would consider that, other than limiting the free market system.
Thank you, Co-Chairman. I see no other questions. Thank you so much.
Okay,
for
thank
the
you.
presentation. We have two more, ladies and gentlemen, before we head out. Les Burnell. There we go.
Hello.
Gotcha.
I'm not Les. I'm Virginia Galloway with Faith and Freedom Coalition, but we invited Les Bernal to come and speak because this is an area of specialty for him that he has dedicated years of work to. I probably will speak tomorrow. I have been taking notes studiously back here and doing some research of my own, even sitting here as I've listened to all the folks from other states. And all I want to say today before Les takes over is the University of Georgia does not take football instructions from the University of Tennessee. There's reason for that, isn't there? Because they're not as good as us at football. Well, these states that we've been hearing from about how great gambling has been for them, Kentucky, number 39 in their economy, number 45 in their fiscal stability. Alabama, number 38 in their economy, number 45 in their fiscal stability. Nevada, number 8 in their economy, but number 37 in their fiscal stability. Georgia, we can be proud of this. Georgia has number 11 economy in the United States, and we're number 9 in fiscal stability. I think we ought to really think long and hard about fixing something that isn't broken or breaking something that doesn't need to be broken because we have got a pretty good economy here and we could really make a mess of it. So I will have more to say tomorrow, but I want to turn it over to my good friend from Stop Predatory Gambling, Mr. Les Bernal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Les Bernal. I've served as National Director of Stop Predatory Gambling for the last 10 years. We're a 501c3 based in Washington, D.C., and we're a national social reform network of individuals and organizations from across the United States. We believe in improving people's lives with compassion and fairness, freeing us from the lower standard of living, fraud, and exploitation that commercialized gambling spreads. So because of what we stand for, we're one of the most politically diverse organizations in the United States, one in which conservatives and progressives work side by side to improve the common good. So I say that I wasn't always an opponent of regional casinos and state lotteries. You know, I'm from Massachusetts. I'm actually from Boston. It's great to hear how these big casino operators that came down who operate in Massachusetts. But I'm from Boston, Mass, where the Massachusetts lottery was like the paint on the wall. It was just there. I never questioned it. I never questioned any of it because, like many of us, I was led to believe the false notion that commercialized gambling is just like any other business. And this goes to the gentleman's question is, how is this different? Is this the free market? How are we different than Arthur Blank's Atlanta Falcons? Okay? The truth is, commercialized gambling is not like any other business. And so about 15 years ago, it changed the arc of my life as I was working as a chief of staff in the Massachusetts Senate. Prior to that, I'd been a political operative, if you will, political consultant for more than 50 campaigns. So I get the business of congressional races and legislative races. I understand this business inside out. But 15 years ago, my life changed when I was working as a chief of staff in the Massachusetts Senate, and I was working for a state senator who was opposed to casinos. And I'm a former high school and college basketball coach. I gambled a little bit. Again, never questioned this topic. But in doing the research for this, and back in 2004, a New York Times reporter from this Times magazine went out and did a big analysis of slot machines. And as part of that story, he went out to IGT, which as you do your homework, you realize IGT is the biggest maker of slot machines in the United States. And as part of his story, he went up to each IGT employee and he asked him, do you play the slot machines that you make? And to a person, none of them gambled. But then he went up to one final, and this is the exact quote, when I asked one IGT artist if he ever plays, he acted as if I insulted him. Slots are for losers, he said. And then coming to his senses, begged me to consider that an off-the-record comment. Slots are for losers. That's what the industry says about their customers. So the Fox Theater, I guarantee you, has never said any of the patrons coming into their building considers them as losers. No other business in Georgia looks at their customers as losers. Okay? So when I read that, like the things about this, what makes this an issue in politics, this isn't like some major bank cheating and exploiting their citizens. This is a government program. These are your constituents, these losers. So this goes to the heart, I think, of this whole debate, right? And it came up right at the end. That questioning to the Fox Theater guy was right on mark. So why is commercialized gambling different than any other business? This goes to the heart of your debate here in Georgia. So as I said, there's a faulty assumption surrounding commercialized gambling, and it's been led to bad outcomes for the American people. Okay? What separates regional casinos and state lotteries from every other business, including other vices like alcohol and tobacco, is that commercialized gambling is a big con game. Citizens are conned into thinking they can collect money in a scheme that's designed to ultimately get them fleeced. Play to extinction, an exact term that the industry uses when the people play in slot machines. They design them so people play to extinction until all their money is gone. So if you pay for a pizza, you go to a ticket to an Atlanta Falcons game, you get a glass of wine, that's what you receive in return. When you put down your money in commercialized gambling, what you receive in return is the lure that you're going to win cash. Okay? It's a financial exchange. That's why they're operating like banks. Okay? But this exchange is mathematically rigged against you. And inevitably, you lose your money, especially if you keep doing it. So meanwhile, the gambling operators do everything they can to keep making you feel good as you lose your money. And this is the key line throughout this debate. Success only comes at someone else's expense. There isn't any other business in Georgia whose success comes at someone else's expense, your constituents' expense. So in its core, commercialized gambling, this is what separates it from any other business in America. Commercialized gambling is a form of financial fraud. Okay, that's why you have a constitutional prohibition against it. Okay? It's a form of financial fraud, similar to loan sharking, price gouging, and false advertising. And it results in life-changing financial losses for millions of Americans and thousands of your constituents right here in Georgia. So financial fraud, what does that mean? This is from Natasha Shull's book called Addiction by Design. It's a little graph that she had in there. You know, everyone compares gambling to buying a mutual fund or everything else. That's the business model for playing slots. The longer you play, you are guaranteed to lose your cash. So you might have some short-term winnings. In the long term, you are guaranteed to lose your cash, okay? And that's why the number of spins you play, inevitably it goes down, okay? It is a form of financial fraud, and that's why it's commercially, it's illegal for you to run this business unless you partner with the state. So what is the big picture here, right? I heard this, the big picture, whether it's Columbus, Georgia, or any other community here, or as state legislators, is what's the most urgent problem that you're looking to solve? Put casinos aside. What's the most urgent problem you're looking to solve? The answer to that question is this. So Dave Ramsey is the host of a big personal finance expert, is the fifth most downloaded podcast in the United States today. The fifth most downloaded podcast. Here in a place like Georgia, that's even higher, okay? And why is it the most downloaded podcast? Because tens of millions of citizens, including thousands of your constituents, are broke, okay? Savings is the road to wealth creation, okay? Savings, this concept of savings is almost foreign to more than half the country's citizens. 50% of the U.S. population and at least half of your own constituents in most of your districts, they have zero or negative net wealth. More than 60% of citizens don't have enough savings to cover a $1,000 emergency expense. Here in Georgia, almost 1 out of 6 citizens live below the poverty line. That's about 15% of the state's population. And here in Georgia, a couple million more of your constituents, of your citizens, are one job layoff, one medical problem, or one death in the family from being broke themselves. And so part of the big salute, our presidential campaigns now, talking about some of these policy solutions. You see some of these policy solutions here at the state level. Talk about tax cuts, tax credits, raising the minimum wage, increasing taxes on the rich, across the spectrum. Everyone has their partial solution to help solve this problem, how millions of Americans are broke. But none of these ideas, none of which they represent a consequential fix to it. Okay? People are suffering, your constituents are suffering life-changing losses of personal wealth to commercialized gambling. And the sheer size and scope of these financial losses, they lack any comparison. Okay? The American people, okay, over the next 8 years are expected to lose $1 trillion of their personal wealth to government-sanctioned gambling. Okay? $1 trillion of personal wealth. In 2018 alone, nationally, citizens were expected to lose $118 billion of personal wealth. And put that in just real by minute numbers, that means Americans are losing $224,000 per minute in our country to commercialized gambling, government-sanctioned gambling. Okay? So here in Georgia, let's bring it right home here. In the last fiscal year, okay, the last results that are posted on the lottery's website, it's FY 2018, Georgia citizens, your constituents, lost more than $1.8 billion of their personal wealth to the Georgia lottery. That's $3,480 every minute. Okay, here in Georgia, over the last 20 years, okay, so since fiscal year 1999, the citizens of Georgia have lost more than $30 billion. More than $30 billion of personal wealth to the Georgia lottery. So if this rate of gambling losses by Georgia citizens continues at its current pace, without introducing new casinos, without introducing online gambling or sports betting, just at your current pace, okay, your constituents statewide are on course to lose more than $9.2 billion of their personal wealth, okay, over the next 5 years. Okay, over the next 5 years, more than $9.2 billion from the people of Georgia. Okay, so for the majority of your citizens, okay, we had some folks here say they don't gamble, right? 2/3 of your constituents, they don't gamble at all. Okay, so we continue to hear that this is a great, so there's the line here is if for those of you who don't gamble, you pay even if you don't play. So we hear over and over again by gambling lobbyists and some public officials that this is a government-sanctioned gambling is a great way to raise tax revenue. Okay. But history has shown repeatedly that this argument is overstated or wrong. And there's an enormous amount of independent research in our country that isn't paid for by paid advocates for gambling interests that will tell you, here are the facts, okay? So State University of Albany has done the best research in the country on this. And this exact quote from their big 2016 national report, that while states creating new revenue streams from gambling, they might see a momentary bump in tax income, the revenue returns deteriorate, and often quickly. So beyond its obvious status as a budgetary shell game, government-sanctioned gambling incurs major social costs that end up being footed by all taxpayers, whether or not you ever buy a lottery ticket, a $30 scratch ticket here in Georgia, or you ever hit a slot machine. Okay, so all taxpayers pay this. So in addition to targeting and exploiting the financially desperate and cultivating addiction, government-sanctioned gambling leads to increased rates of bankruptcy and provides new avenues for crime and money laundering. It's amazing to hear paid advocates for gambling say they don't have any crime. Where are the FBI stats that back that up? Where's the FBI official here that says white-collar crime doesn't go up when you bring in a casino? Okay, they don't exist because over time, there's no question, money laundering and casinos go hand in hand. Okay, like tailor-made for each other. So gambling operators don't pay for the harms they cause families, businesses, or communities do. Taxpayers do. All right, and lastly, all citizens who don't gamble, you pay another way. Government-sanctioned gambling lowers a region's standard of living, because what gambling is at its core is it's a sterile transfer of wealth, okay, from millions of ordinary people's pockets into a small number of other people's pockets. It produces nothing new and nothing of lasting value. Okay, it's a naked money grab, disguised as economic development. And the economic impact is similar to me throwing out $100 on the street, okay, so someone else, and paying someone to go pick it up. It redistributes wealth without creating it. But because this non-productive activity, it uses up time and resources, we collectively experienced a reduced standard of living. And that's a consequence that impacts all of us. So I hear it in today, every state, I've been on this issue for 10 years. You know, I ran political campaigns, so I get the messaging, right? So when you don't have merit behind your public policy proposal, we hear a lot of this line, well, let's let, at least, I don't believe, you know, I want to cover this, let's let the people vote on it, right? We have a constitutional prohibition against commercialized gambling, but, you know, I'm going to tell my constituents I don't like it, but I'm going to at least let the people vote on it. So what we're really saying when you say that phrase is what history shows is that you're saying, let us buy the vote, okay? Let us buy the vote. So it's not accurate for any gambling lobbyist or respectfully any public official to say that a fair debate leading to an informed and educated public will happen during a casino referendum, because it won't. If think about your own districts. If every legislator in a state was outspent, imagine being outspent 3-1 in your campaign, okay? Most folks, okay, would lose re-election regardless of your merit. Yet some legislators, you know, and public and lobbyists say, well, let's allow these guys to hijack the ballot process by outspending gambling opponents by a margin of at least 250-1. Okay? How many sitting elected officials would win a campaign if you were outspent by a margin of 250-1? Okay, so here's just a few examples. Here's some facts. Colorado outspent 1,700-1. Okay, Massachusetts, my own state, citizens got a casino repeal referendum on the ballot, 2014. Gambling interests spent $15 million to defeat it. In the last 30 days, they ran 4,000 TV ads, okay? And not a single one of those television ads mentioned the word casino. You know, we're gonna save Springfield, this hurricane-ravaged community. You know, we're gonna save this environmentally polluted area in Everett, Massachusetts, okay? If such a great idea, why aren't you showing slot machines or pictures of casinos? Okay, so when we say the public's going to vote for this, the campaign you will see here will barely mention the word casino. Even the phrasing today, destination resorts, why don't you call it for what it is? And that's part of the big con, okay, is we can't call it for what it is because it's a form of fraud. It's a con, okay? In Maryland, which we heard here today, MGM, okay, spent more than $40 million to pass a statewide ballot question. Which constituency group here in Georgia is going to stand up to that, to have an informed debate? So it's respectfully, it's not being a straight shooter to say, let's let the people vote on it. Okay, and lastly, just a final example, I need more. Ohio, gambling companies spent $50 million to ram through a casino referendum on the 4th try. Okay, they've been defeated 3 times earlier, and they had to keep trying it. And they won by 4 points, despite spending $50 million statewide. All right. So I say all that because, you know, I know we're talking about other forms of gambling, so I touched on others. You're going to talk a little bit about sports gambling, I know, as you look at this bill. So there's 4 truths about commercialized sports betting, okay? One of these, truth number 1, I touched on, that it's really a form of financial fraud. The second truth is the most important one, no one's really talked about today at all, is that commercialized sports betting severely harms kids. Okay, you don't need to speculate like this. All you have to look at marketplaces in the world that have commercialized sports betting and see what it's like. Australia and the United Kingdom have had sports gambling out for at least 10 years. Look what it has done to their kids. Look at it, okay? Don't rely on gambling lobbyists to tell you what it's done. Look at it. It's great research. The newspapers in the UK have done a phenomenal job. And we have, on our website, we have a great fact sheet on commercialized sports betting that I urge you to take a look at. And all the facts are there. Okay, and truth number 3 I touched on, for the majority who don't gamble, you pay even if you don't play. But here's a 4th truth, because I hear this a lot around the country. It hasn't really come up too much here. The reason why we need to legalize online gambling and sports gambling is because somehow illegal gambling, is going to go away, right? The facts show consistently in the countries that have legalized commercialized sports betting, okay, is that illegal gambling increases when governments legalize gambling. Okay, it makes it more acceptable. Once it's more acceptable, if I'm want to go gambling, if I go to a legal site, I don't have to pay taxes. I don't have to give my social security number, so on. And I heard the Georgia Lottery director was here today, mentioned, the great work that the Georgia Lottery is doing. So I didn't have to, there was so many examples from the Georgia Lottery website, I ended up using one image. So this is an image from the Michigan Lottery, okay? This is a Wizard of Oz. So if you have your grandkids or nieces and nephews, Harry Potter is a huge image for the so-called millennial generation, young people. Everyone's read those books. So they're using wizardry, cartoon figures, okay? But is that happening here in Georgia? After we're done here today, go home, look at the Georgia Lottery website. There's 20, you use a product called Digi Games, D-I-G-G-I Games, for your online, or so-called iLottery. We can't call it internet gambling. We're going to call it iLottery. You have 28 games on your website, okay, already, that people can play. And they start free to play. Okay, it's a free-to-play game to get you hooked. And then you can go start playing for real money. But at least 6 of those games have cartoon figures. That the Georgia Lottery, a state government program, is marketing cartoon-like figures to your constituents. To name 6 of them: Spooky Loot, okay? Halloween-type figures. Marketing, who's that audience? That's not marketing to grown-ups, okay? Look at the imagery on it. Little ladybugs, okay? It's called Little Lady, okay? They have images of ladybugs on gambling games. Mole Madness, M-O-L-E Madness, as if whack-a-mole, as if that's a real grown-up game, right? Grown-ups are playing whack-a-mole, okay? You have a whack-a-mole internet gambling game marketed by the Georgia Lottery. Monkey Drop, that's another one. Like Curious George, all these cute monkeys. Monkey Drop is a gambling game being marketed to your constituents, to your grandchildren, your nieces, and your nephews, and so on. Okay, Super Scoop, another title, all about ice cream sundaes. And lastly, Captain Moneybeard, right? The whole pirate themes. Who are we targeting with these games? It's trying to get a new generation of young people hooked on gambling. So take a look, okay? Just take a look at your own state government website that represents the Georgia Lottery. Okay, lastly, we heard a lot about historical racing machines. Okay, a lot of guys from Kentucky are all talking about historical racing machines. Historical racing machines are slot machines. It's a way to legalize slot machines in your state without calling them slot machines. Okay, so if you're going to consider voting on historical racing machines, respectfully, every single legislator needs to go sit down in front of a so-called historical racing machine and look at it, play it. To play the historical race is like a tiny little screen on the corner of it, and you just opt away from it, and the whole experience is almost like a slot machine. It simulates a slot machine type experience. So instead of playing against the house, like a Class 3 machine would be, you're playing a so-called pari-mutuel game. But the experience as a user, you can't distinguish it. Okay, and that's why a state like Idaho, their horse tracks came in, hey, we need these historical racing machines to save our business. Within a couple of years, the Idaho legislature repealed historical racing machines because they were duped. These are headlines from the Idaho newspapers when the Idaho legislature repealed them. All right, and this is kind of one of my favorite lines on this as I kind of bring to a close here, is an enormous hypocrisy involved with commercialized gambling and government-sanctioned gambling. So you heard guys from, the folks from MGM here testifying. Steve Wynn's folks were here. All the kind of the big-time gambling operators are here. Well, over the last 15 years of this work, we've compiled a list of all the gambling operators, the lottery operators, the slot machine makers, the governors, the state legislators who are big promoters of commercialized gambling to their constituents. But you know something? They don't gamble themselves. It's great for your family to lose all this money, to lose more than $30 billion over the last 20 years here in Georgia. But my family, we didn't lose anything. I sent my family here in Georgia, they use that money to send their kids to college. I didn't pay $1. Someone else paid for your kids to go to college, and you don't even know their name. Think about that. If someone paid for my kids' college, I'd write them a thank you note. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. You know, you'd give them a citation in your district for people being generous. The gentleman just paid for Morehouse College grads, you know, just over those past graduation. Big national story, paid for college graduates, you know, to pay for their financial loans. But we call it, so anyways, we create on our website, and check it out. We meet the men and women enshrined as the members of the Hypocrite Hall of Fame. So there's a breathtaking list of almost every major gambling operator in the United States, including Jim Murren from MGM and Steve Wynn and so on, who promote this, make millions and millions of dollars off it, and they don't gamble. And that's true for many of the governors, almost all the governors, and almost all, respectfully, many of the legislators that push for this stuff, is they don't gamble. And I think if you actually gamble and sat in front of these machines and see what a ripoff it is, what a form of fraud it is, you're like, why would I do this? Why would I encourage my kids to do this? So check it out. That's part of the big con, that it represents big state government commercialized gambling. So what's the way forward, right? So I heard, you know, we need a solution. The reason why you're looking at casinos is we need a solution for all these millions of citizens that are broke in our state. What's the solution? Okay? So building assets, okay, the accumulation and investment of savings, they're key for anyone, whether you're broke or wealthy, to make a better life. A home, a college fund, retirement accounts, a stock portfolio, these are the assets, these assets are the hallmarks of a middle and upper class America. And they all are the result of savings. Okay? You remember the numbers from it. Half your constituents are broke, 60% don't have a grand in the bank. Okay? Building assets is the complete opposite of commercialized gambling. There isn't a single policy reform that would create more financial peace for low to middle income citizens than reversing the current scheme that state governments across the country, including here in Georgia, have done over the last 20 years of turning millions of people who are small earners, who could be small savers, and stop turning them into habitual bettors. So the goal, if you're looking for a solution, last year, $1.8 billion of personal wealth lost, okay, of your constituents. Over the next 5 years, $9.2 billion of personal wealth lost. You want to put more money into the lives of everyday citizens? Reduce the amount of gambling losses suffered by the citizens of Georgia over the next 8 years by 50%. Okay? 50%, cut it in half by 50%. That's $4.5 billion of personal wealth that you'd put back into the hands and lives and wallets of everyday citizens. The retirement accounts, mortgages, and so on. There isn't a single policy reform that anyone comes up with even close to that. Okay, and I list 7 or 8 specific proposals on how you can do that. Okay? And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm glad to help any legislator here who wants to learn more about this topic. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Les, for coming. I think we've got one more presenter. If Cindy Hartman is here, she's not here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We've got about 30 minutes for those that are going to dinner. Want to thank everybody for this long day, for hanging around, and we'll